Respect from one expect. 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 Respect. Respect from one expect. Respect from one expect. Respect from one expect. Respect.
It has been a long time since the last FISSURE Universe tournament, but now we are back with part 2 here, brought to you by 1xBet. I'm Harry, joining me is Bo3, and we're gonna be bringing you the Dota action of the day in the Group B, Bo3. That's the one that we are gonna be focusing on.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're so lucky. We get to have a tournament like this right after a patch, right after 2 patches, mind you. 736A just dropped, and it's going to be amazing. First game, Secret versus OG. I don't think the viewers or us could ask for anything better than this.
Yeah, it's pretty much the best way to open up the tournament, even though one of the teams hasn't been looking the greatest lately, mainly Secret, but it's gonna be fun to see just how well they are gonna be doing, Bo3. But in general, how do you feel about the format of the tournament? You know, this modified GSL format that we have. I kind of like it that we have kind of a double elimination in the group phase.
Yeah, I love it. I think especially when you have a tournament that has kind of like a short time span, this is probably one of the best tournaments because you actually get to have a lot of Bo3s, right? As we can see the format here. Whoever wins the first match will be... I mean, it's pretty much a kind of a playoff situation where you have a lower bracket thing going on. This is Group A. We're not going to be casting this, but Lyrical and Trent will be granting the viewers that want to watch these teams a beautiful cast, I assume, and then that's Group B that we will be casting. And I mean, OG and Secret for the first series. And you know, you said Secret was not looking that good, and I see where you're going, but the former tournament they played, you know, it had a different type of format. I think, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty that goes on there. And also, I think it's worth mentioning, they changed their position 4 again. They have a player I think a lot of people haven't heard of.
Yeah, I haven't heard of him. So you know, is Shishak is the name, but
Yeah.
let's see what we are gonna be looking at today. So we saw the first 2 series, obviously OG Secret, Boom Esports versus Mouz, but today we are gonna be casting the winners matches, right? So we are already gonna get one of the participants of the playoffs today here in Group A and one of the participants of the playoffs in Group B. Then tomorrow we are gonna be ending the group stage and of course moving on to the playoffs on the 29th and the 30th, which are gonna be the 2 last days of the tournament. So a very fast paced tournament, but today we are gonna have the most amount of Dota, or actually no, on the first day of the playoffs we're gonna have 4 best of 3, so that's gonna be quite interesting to watch in general on the stream. Obviously you and me are not gonna be casting all 4, but we are definitely gonna be enjoying it as a whole, as a community.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, as you were saying, Shishak, the new position 4 for Secret, I guess probably standing is a better word because I don't think they are like actually committing to the player just yet. I know pretty high on our player. As I checked, I haven't really got too much information about him. Would you say position 4, you know, was the biggest problem you saw in Secret? Like if you had to guess why they weren't doing as hot as they were the last year, what would you say was the problem?
In a team game, it's very hard to say if you can point in a direction of a sole player. I don't think that that's easy to do, but I think that Secret needs a star player. That's what I think. It can come from the position 4 side. So, you know, somebody like Jerax, if you go back in time, GH, those are the star position 4 players that could make a difference. And I think that Secret needs that. They have stable players, but definitely not that one guy that just makes all the difference.
Yeah, a little bit of that spice that sometimes you get. And I mean, I think Dota grew in a direction where you can actually have that type of spiciness from pretty much any role, right? As you said, we have like these crazy position fives like Celery. There's like other position fives that are like incredibly skilled and you get like actual individual plays coming from them. I think position four is the same thing. We have Ace in position three. It's pretty cool how the game evolving kind of allowed different roles to shine in different ways. I think that's pretty cool.
Speaking of evolving, we had this big patch. There were a couple of different tournaments that were plenty not enough time for players to prepare. Do you think players in this tournament had a bit of an easier time as they could play a ton of pubs? And speaking of a ton of pubs, Seb in the last 8 days played 110 matches. I mean, that is insane. I mean, that's what it when it comes to pubs. I don't think OG played any competitive matches in the last couple of days.
Yeah, they did not. And that's kind of how Seb works, right? Like in the past, he had times where like he out of nowhere becomes like rank 1 and he's just streaming and he's playing like 10 pubs a day. I mean, it has to be more than 10, right? Because for you to in 7 days, you will need to play like how many? 12
at least.
Yeah, like have to play a lot.
Yeah, definitely a lot. We're not going to be getting into the calculations right now, but definitely like 12, 13 pubs a day. Yeah, I still remember the days when Seb was playing mid lane in pubs. He was rank 1. That's back when he was the coach of OG. Then I still remember it to this day. He gets into a pub, says, guys, I'm going to play position 4. And then he lost like 100 or 150 slots or spots in the leaderboard in just a couple of days when he was practicing position 4. Imagine just what kind of a difference that is in impact, even though he's a top tier player, but when you're playing a different role that isn't a core role. I remember that was, I think it was 2017 or something, and it was very, very hard for him to win any games. It was a pretty fun stuff happening in the pubs back then.
Yeah, it's not how things work. Because at the same time, like I think in the last year of the DPC, when he started standing in for OG, because there was all the visa issues with Misha, I believe at the time, he also started playing position 5, and I don't think he did that. And like he did so well in all of those tournaments. So I think he's the type of player that's so seasoned, that has so much experience, that in a way he can make things work like very few other players would be able to. But yeah, as I said, he's been grinding a lot of pubs and a lot of IO. I don't think we're going to see this hero maybe in the entire tournament. Maybe in the finals with a Bill 5, someone might try to sneak it in, but that hero seems absolutely bonkers. Like he just got to be a better version of what he used to be. And yeah, there's like the new facet with the magic resistance, but that one seems to be picked way less by players. And he's playing Marcy, he's playing Enigma, he's playing Ench. His hero pool, like I think he has like 20 heroes he played at least 2 games off. It's crazy.
Okay, I have a question in terms of facets in competitive gameplay. In pubs, there's mostly gonna be the same facets being picked, but do you think that in this tournament, I guess for the future, the definite answer would be yes, but for this tournament, are we gonna be seeing something weird, something unexpected, that in the draft the hero comes out, we think it's gonna be a core or a support, and then they just pick a different facet, completely surprise us and take it on another route? Has it already been done maybe in some games that you noticed, and do you think we're gonna be getting it in this tournament?
We might. I think there's still a lot to work on in the sense of facets becoming that, right? Like actually having, oh, this is the core path, this is the support path. I feel like maybe out of all heroes, maybe 10% have like really good defined facets that you can do something like that.
I also have to stop you here just to look at these odds. So just for the first series, is this, I mean, you told me that it might not be that big of a difference, but here are sponsors. They say that OG and Secret, there's a big difference. It's almost 3 times odds.
Yeah, I mean, my point was just that Secret is maybe better than a lot of people give them credit for. Like, they were 1 game away from qualifying to the playoffs in the last tournament they played. But, OG has been looking really good. They acquired Timado. And I think, especially with having a new player on Secret, I would assume the odds would be a little bit less stable for them, right?
Okay, makes sense. There is gonna be a storm ban here from OG. Is storm something that we often see ban? How are the win rates of the hero in general in pubs?
Oh, it's really high. Like this hero, he actually got a couple of nerfs in the recent patch with his mana regen. His base mana regen got heavily nerfed. But the fact that you just get free mana regen stacks as you kill people, you get mana regen stacks every time you learn your OT. The hero looks really good. The moving remnant is also very good so that you can farm stacks without taking as much damage as you would in the past. The hero looks amazing. You also get a better Kaya for Storm. I think the hero is looking amazing. Slarder's going through though. Apparently, we might get to see the Slaughter boy. He was definitely a hero that was making a lot of waves. DK is also in the pool usually. When someone gets Slaughter, the other team gets DK as a response. And it seems that's what's gonna happen here.
Those are the two nerfed heroes, however, in the A patch. So we might see something different. Is it? Wait, I have to ask.
Yeah, but they got nerfed. Like they got nerfed
Yeah.
in different directions. Like
Exactly.
DK speak for the armor, right? And I think they nerfed the poison route and they buffed the cleave one, the carry one.
Yeah, that is true. So do you think that we're gonna be seeing maybe more of the fire dragon facet?
Hey, it would be cool. It's a carry route, but it requires a carry that's willing to play that hero. And I think there's not that much experimentation. Like carry DK was a thing people were doing, but it was mostly the Manta with the eggs, right? And that's not how you play this hero anymore. You don't really... Eggs is awful on DK now, or at least like way worse than it used to be. And I think if you want to go for the cleave route, there's going to be a pretty different playstyle probably.
Okay, we see a Phoenix, and I'm going through Seb's games. I see no
Rana.
Phoenix.
Mirana is going to be the... Mirana is the response, basically. The attack speed facet that you get that actually got buffed in 736A. Maybe it's not going to be the instant response here, but it's basically old Tro OT, right? Just getting attack speed for everyone. I would be surprised to see Mirana not picked or banned against Phoenix. But yeah, Weaver can be played as a support, can be played as a carry. I like Secret's response here.
What about the Weaver? How are his facets looking in general? But yeah, no Slarder and no DK. Maybe the tournament that we watched, the teams just favored those heroes, and maybe in when different teams are involved, they're not going to be as popular.
I think Slaughter's just a bad against Phoenix, right? The attack speed's low. It's pretty bad in lane. Like, Slaughter's all about manning up and getting those bashes. So if you see Phoenix, you probably will not get to play Slaughter in an easy lane. So that's probably why Secret's kind of not picking it right now, at least. But the Weaver facets are basically you get to slow on Tsukuchi and be a bit faster on Tsukuchi. And the other one is for support Weaver. Like, you get experience per damage done on the bugs. I don't know how good that is, to be honest. I feel like the other one's better.
Yeah, probably. Is it the amount of damage that is done? Because it just says Weaver gains experience when the swarm beetles attack heroes. So
yeah,
I'm
like
not sure
every
how much.
instance of damage. But I have no idea if that's actually relevant past the laning stage, because it's only heroes too.
It's weird. It is definitely weird. What about a Phoenix? Why is this the first pick? Especially when I don't see neither Ari or Seb playing this in their pubs. Is it maybe a core Phoenix?
It could be, yeah. I mean, the hero is insane now. You get to apply mischance with all of your spells. I'm not that familiar with the facets, but I can check. But in general, the hero is one of the most contested ones, like at least in the games and the tournaments that I was watching. And it's mostly with hotspots, but this Dying Light one is kind of interesting. Like, you basically get kind of like a Radiance thing going on your hero.
Yep. For every 6% HP that you're missing, you do more damage in 450 radius. That's cool. And considering that the Phoenix is the type of hero that actually loses HP when he is using his spells, people tend to forget that sometimes. I've seen people just dive with the Phoenix, of course not in competitive gameplay, and then just die right afterwards. And there's gonna be a Techies. I got very sad today when I saw that the Techies no longer has the highest attack range in the game, so now Lina takes that spot. So no longer 700, he has 550, but for every point of attack speed, he gets a point of range. So I guess late game carry techies with the facet that you can use the backpack items as well. 9 slotted techies murdering you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. I think the only other hero that kind of resembles techies in that sense is Gyro with his disassembling shenanigans on his facet. Yeah, I feel like that's probably the one you pick up, right? The pure damage and blast off's nice, but from what I've seen, I feel like the squeeze scope might be the one. I can actually check the win rates here. So on techies, apparently the scope has the worst pick rate of all. Like the one that speaks the most is the secret sauce.
That's the damage on the blast off, right?
But that's pub, so it's hard to really gauge.
Exactly, but I would assume that's going to be the one that you go for, right? Because you do want the extra burst damage. This is why you pick techies. I don't think that, in general, the game, at least now, is going to be changing all that much. People need more time to experiment. You can see that even the LC is banned out, even though today she got nerfed double with her shield, right? But it's still something that you don't want to go for. And, okay, I've been wanting to see the Spirit Breaker and how his herd actually impacts the game in terms of experience. Is OG gonna have a lot more experience than Team Secret? That's gonna be fun to see.
Yeah, man, this hero, like, they keep finding ways to make this hero relevant, right? They took all of the bonus damage from his passive, and somehow this hero is still like a huge menace. They also swapped a lot of things with how the shard and the eggs work. I don't know where to place this hero. Like, he didn't really get played that much in the recent tournaments that we got to watch for the new patch. Pub win rate wise, it looks good, but yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I can't really predict that much on what the plan is, but it's probably going to be a position 4 hero for Ahri if I had to guess.
I see no picks for Ahri on it, and I see no picks for Whisper, because Whisper is the type of offlaner that I could see play the Spirit Breaker. It's not impossible. Now I'm gonna go through Seb heroes because he has played a billion heroes in the last 8 days, but yeah, no Spirit Breaker either. So this is OG. We all know that they're very hard workers. Even before, it would be Seb and No Tail being awake for the entirety of the night, getting all of the tactics ready. And for me, this is them just theory crafting. Though I have to say, every single time you see a team theory craft and then try it immediately in a competitive gameplay, it usually doesn't go as good as you would want it.
Yeah, and they get an Ember here. I actually watched I saw an offlane Ember. I think it was actually Heroic that played it. They lost, but it didn't really look that bad on the Vi. I think they actually got disqualified for like some internet issues. So I'm not even sure like where to rate this Ember hero. But yeah, they have some maybe offlane mid carry flex going on here with the DK. Yeah, and there we go. X is another hero that is looking amazing. They get a small nerfs in this patch, but still looks pretty interesting.
I'm just kind of surprised. Do we always get like an A patch, or do we instantly go into the B patch? It was weird to me when I saw an A letter in the patch.
I think we got A, right? Am I crazy? It's been so long since we got an A patch, but I think we do. I would guess we do.
Okay. I'm gonna believe you, Bobby, because I saw an A. It looked weird. It usually I thought it was 736 and then 736B. Like A should be the first one, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's been 10 years since we got a patch, so we're probably just rusty, not used from the love of the frog, but we did get it. I love the Ursa man. I think he's probably one of the best carries right now. TA Ursa. Jug got a lot of nerfs, Tiny, and I think to me, those look like the 3 best carries right now. Klinx is a hero that some teams are playing to some degree of success, but not everyone really plays this carry Klinx thing.
It's a cool hero, right? You just blinking around with the
new strafe.
Yeah.
New Death Pact. Yeah.
So which one would you go for? I prefer the blinking one. It's fun.
I've seen more of the left one, but who knows if it's going to be someone doing crazy things. I would actually expect Crystallis to be that player more than Timado. But yeah, regardless, I think we might still need 2 carries here, right? And they went through the most common one, so we might get to see some janky different stuff.
What do you reckon?
Wraith King.
Are you reckon here a mid lane Dragonite or a mid lane Ember? I know you told me there was
mid lane Ember.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. Especially for against, if you're against Lash, you're fine with the Ember, right? You can Sleight of Fist the Split Earth. You... I feel like also Ember, like if you're gonna pick it like this without knowing the carry, it's probably too risky to pick it. Even though they're banning, you know, the CK and the Clinks, I still feel like DK is a more stable hero to have in the off lane than Ember.
Okay, I like the MK ban, as those are pretty much two heroes that do really well versus the Axe. Also, they do burst damage, especially the Ursa, which would have been good versus a hero like a Leshrac, which you want to die instantly. Team Secret could still be a carry weaver. I know Crystallis has played that in the past. And versus an Axe, at least laning stage-wise, you would be fine. Later on, you get called... Yeah, good luck. You might actually go down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised the Mirana. Yeah, I was so confident about the Mirana, especially after the buffs, but apparently Secret not interested at all. Can they... They don't really have a lot of flex here in OG. Like, you pretty much know the Leshrac's going to be mid. You pretty much know the X is going to be off lane. So, yeah, they just need to pick a stable carry here, and it's going to be the Lifestealer. Oh, have you seen the new Lifestealer with the hard dispel Q that you can literally get out of anything?
Yeah, but it got buffed, so I assume that it wasn't picked all that much. Do you think it's the way to go?
I mean, I like it against DK, right? You have instant blink initiation. You can just... Oh, boy. Medusa Dota here.
Oh, this is a really good Medusa game, though, because you're versus a Phoenix, you don't care about his percentage-based damage. You are versus a Lesh, you like heroes that have AoE damage but not enough burst, nothing that drains your mana. Really good versus the Axe, really good versus the Lifestealer. Can't even build into a Linken's to stop the charges. So in general, this looks like the perfect pick. The only problem I have with Secret's lineup is, are they maybe slow enough, right? Because both the Dragonite and the Medusa, they like to stand their ground on the lane, not really run between lanes. And that's where I think you're gonna have to use those twin gates really effectively if you want this to work.
Yeah, they have pretty decent roaming support, so you know, I can see Puppy and Shishak doing a lot of, creating a lot of chaos. And by the way, it is gonna be that offlane Ember here into a Lifestealer. I feel like this is a really bad matchup. You know, can just rage out of the chains. Ember is not that fast of a hero. I guess you don't slow anymore on Lifestealer. How did that end up working out? So you don't slow on Go Frenzy. Yeah, maybe the lane's better.
You gain movement speed. Every time you attack him, you are faster. So it's kind of the same thing, but they would get closer to the tower in general. I guess it's better for the later portions of the game when people are going to have BKBs and all of that, and then you're just going to be increasing your movement speed rather than in the later portions of the game when they pop their BKB and your Gold Frenzy does nothing.
Okay, pretty interesting. Very, very curious to see how that lane's going to pan out. But, you know, just looking at the heroes, I have a feeling OG has a more stable draft. As you said, kind of slow heroes on the side of Secret. Leshrac still feels like one of the best heroes right now. It got a couple of nerfs, but you know, I look at Leshrac, Lifestealer, they seem really hard to kill. I'm not sure if they're going to scale in damage, right? Have Ember, Medusa, DK. They're not bursty heroes, and I think the sustain on the side of OG might be really hard for Secret to deal with.
Yeah, it has to be the Steckies doing a lot of jobs in the early stages of the game, and we have a guy that is completely untested in the competitive scene, so it is hard to focus and to give him our trust, let's say. So I'm definitely on the OG side. Plus, they are coming in as the heavy favorites, but it's no surprise to everybody that the odds are obviously going to be favoring them all that much. Also, I wanted to talk to you about, you know, you mentioned Unfettered in terms of the Lifestealer, but to be honest, in this game, the Corpse Eater is better. You only have the DK stunt to get out of. Everything else you can rage off anyways. And there's one problem that the Lifestealer has, and that is his HP. With the Corpse Eater, you are going to be able to actually get a lot of HP going. So hopefully here the observers are going to be showing us each of the facets that were chosen by the heroes so that we can actually know what
yeah, see, we actually got the attack range on Techies, mind you. Leshrac, yeah, he got the normal one, I believe. Yeah, if he can hover over the fastest, that would be great. Just so he can, you know, by the picture, I can't really...
Why not? Like you can. X got the call out.
Yeah, Weaver got the movement speed.
Let's go, Puppy. Go faster. It slows them down as well. So how long do you reckon we are gonna need to learn all of the names of the facets? Is it ever gonna happen, or our casters is gonna be saying, oh, the movement speed one on the Weaver, as we see the odds after the draft actually going a little bit more in favor of Team Secret? And guys, if you want to use that odds, you have the banner down below. Universe.2 is the promo code that you can use to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit, so feel free to go and do that. But as we move on,
for me, I will never learn the facets. I'm an old man.
No?
Forever, won't be able to say the name of those. Like, I don't even know what a backpack is, to be honest. Like, I just pretend I know what it does.
Okay, that's good. That's actually really smart of you. What about the mid lane here? Lesh versus the DK. Usually Lesh does well versus a Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight is a specific type of hero.
Yeah, he just doesn't lose any lanes. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, now you don't really get to max your armor and HP regen so fast, but, like, it's still amazing. Because level 5, you're going to get 2.5 extra armor, 2.5 extra HP regen, and you already start with, like, 3 armor and 3 HP regen, so it's, like, great.
Frost Dragon.
Interesting. You know, against a lot of HP regen, right? You have Phoenix, you have Lash, and you have Lifestealer. So it does HP regen reduction, lifesteal reduction.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So Lash got the Lashrak attacks restore mana one.
Yeah, I mean that's the
that's the normal
one.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned it, as the misanthropy one is very weird. For people that don't know, your diabolic edict does no longer damage buildings. As Boom is in a lot of trouble. You said this lane is gonna be hard for him, and he might actually get ran down. That's the first blood, probably of the tournament. I don't know what's happening back in Group A, but here in Group B, Seb will be taking down his enemy there, and OG get a very nice start for them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned during the draft that there was a possibility that this Weaver was going to be played by Crystallis, but the flex that you were able to put out, very greedy. You know, this Ember offlane thing, kind of greedy so far. I'm not sure how convinced I am, but it can still scale. Obviously, Mage Slayer is an amazing item. You're playing against so much spell damage, but the laning stage is going to be rough for sure.
So, did you see which facet the Ember went for? Because I wasn't.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
Oh, okay, there it is, the chain gang. Okay. So it's that the chains are gonna be affected around the remnant, and you have one more target on the chain.
Oh, okay, pretty interesting. It's a lot of damage, which is one of the roles here of offlane heroes. And I'm assuming after you get phase boots, you should be fine. Oh, Puppy just gets run down.
And actually, the Lifestealer got the unfettered one, so that is gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure I like the other one. Like those free HP ones, like especially if you're playing carry. You know, Centaur, I like it. I think and it's not even a facet; it's just his normal. You know, you get HP per second type thing. But for the carry, I do like the other one a bit more.
Okay, we'll see how it works in general. Tomato gonna get jumped on. He doesn't have the unfettered, but he still looks like he's gonna be fine, especially with the heals here onto Boom with the open wounds. Boom wants to get close. Lot of fist chains. He connects there onto Tomato, but he cannot get the attacks in because of the Fire Spirit. Seb being level 3, way too hard to die versus all of that. They also did not have the glyph. Oh, obviously Tomato. Sticky Bomb connects. They're still being super annoying to him, and he actually dies. There's the Sleight of Fist for you. Boom. Does more than enough damage to bring down the Lifestealer, which isn't something that should happen all that often. But there it is. This offlane Ember, Bowie. It's working out.
Yeah, still struggling a little bit in CS, but killing this Lifestealer is going to reduce his CS. Things definitely will equalize a little bit in that lane. Also, one thing that you mentioned, right? This techies. Oh, speaking of him, Seb might just be dead. No.
Now get into the tower region, you're going to be fine with the open wounds. However, the techies is going to be in trouble. Tomato getting some movement speed there with the Ghoul Frenzy, but being only level 1, it's just not that big of a deal. He still wants it. He wants this kill so much, and it's taking so much time. His attack damage is low, and Shishak will get himself away. So far, the position 4 of Secret, the new stand-in position 4, however you want to call it, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, that was great. Tomato, you know, dying, then he loses a full wave of creeps chasing down that techies. Definitely not worth it for him. And, you know, finally we see Boom kind of equalizing the CS charts. Crystal is very low.
No mana on him. That's gonna be a problem. Ari losing armor, and of course Puppey is not gonna be chasing forward. These two heroes, they are so tanky that this is giving you a false sense that you can actually bring them down after all of your spells have already been used.
I'm very curious to see how this Medusa is gonna be. Which facet did she pick up, right? Because you have the one that gives you attack speed, and you have the Mystic Snake one. I guess the attack speed one's really good against the Phoenix side, right?
We're gonna find out now. Afterwards, after BZM dies, he's gonna be taken out. And these slows from Corden, they're actually not to be underestimated. That is a big deal. Shishak, we talked about his performance in the laning phase. Now his rotation gonna be perfect.
Yeah, you get this Lash kill. We're gonna utilize this Dragon Form. You're not gonna do the extra damage on towers as you used to anymore, as Ari chased down. One hit's not enough.
Nope. I think it was even a high ground miss. I know that he used sticks, but either way, Ari will be surviving. His armor is so much in minus. Still, if you're not attacking, not gonna be a big deal whatsoever. However, they are chasing down Whisper. Looks focused, gonna be going for the healing Lotus. That's gonna be a nice way to give himself a little bit of HP if it needs to go that route. Gonna be turning around on the Weaver. The battle hunger is there. Can he get blocked in? Puppey geniusly standing there, and Whisper will have to wait for his own death. Crystallis picks up the kill, and he has the Mystic Snake talent.
Oh,
The facet,
right.
sorry.
Yeah. Very interesting. Because, yeah, I expected maybe the attack speed to be good against the Egg. But, you know, you have the Weaver. Techies will get some attack range as well as you get more attack speed. So they might be fine dealing with that Egg in the mid-game. Easy, I'm getting some stacks.
So wait, now as a Frost Dragon, do you do damage to towers?
No, you don't. Only the poison one does damage to towers.
You know, I like the heals and all. Puppey didn't manage to steal the rune. Nicely done by Ari. Now he might actually die for his sins. Very speedy. Doesn't even go through Whisper. Afraid of the potential call. Tomato trying to run away with the unfettered bloom. Still coming over. The blast off will connect. Disarming the lifestealer. One more hit will kill him. Having the stick charges will be fine, especially with Seb providing the heals with the Sunray. Only level 1, however, enough to keep his carry alive. But that lifestealer is at the bottom of the network chart. In Secret, they have a 1k gold lead. So looking good.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference of this Lifestealer not having the move speed on Rage, right? Now that it Unfetter exists. Like, you don't run away from those ganks as well as you used to. Let's get the open wounds sustained, and boom, we'll be okay.
Yeah, nice outplay there. Using one remnant to the left, one to the right. Of course, you don't know which one to chase. He would have gone to the other one anyways. Finds an opening, gets himself away.
Looks like the rune's going to be top. Shishak will snatch that one up. But, you know, looking at the laning stage so far, I feel like even though it's a small win here for Secret network-wise, I still trust on OG's lineup a bit more. I feel like it is still much easier to play lineup that they have. That said, you know, it definitely depends on how many... how the movements of Secret are going to unfold here as they will charge.
Where's the mid lane? And the Whisper is being annoyed by Puppey, and that slow is very annoying. Shishak will finally be brought down, so explosions this time around in his face. In general, though, I'm looking at Secret's lineup, and it is a type of lineup that needs to be ahead. But also when you look at OG's lineup, if they start falling severely behind, they're also going to have damage issues, right? Killing the Ember is not easy when you don't have a ton of stuns, and they have a decent amount, but still, he's very elusive. Medusa, obviously super tanky, and Dragonite, super tanky. If you get to a point where these heroes are hard to bring down, and are able to literally play the laning stage even later on in the game, that could be problematic. Whisper, yeah, speaking of problems, he has a blade mail, nobody cares. Shishak will jump on him and Puppey picks him up. There's gonna be an earn charge for Puppey, so even more damage for this Weaver. It's working out quite nicely, and speaking of working out, the offlane Ember still doing well.
Yeah, definitely standing his own there. Timado is recovering, right? He is ahead of the Ember, pretty much close to this Medusa network-wise. And I wonder if the playstyle for the Lifestealer is going to change too much. Do you still go Radiant? Can you go like some Desolator type build? Do you even want to go, I don't know, Diffusal Blade against this Zeus or some like wonky build? Because
I still think Radiance. You need the mischance. It's just a necessity. And later on, you're gonna be needing the Aghanim Scepter as well, just to be able to take that away.
yeah, mischance definitely good when you have a Phoenix in your team as well. So I can see a lot of value there. But it does mean that OG's lineup is also going to be a bit slow on the ramp up with their carry. Oh, nice courier snatch right there. OG, you know, deciding to get this Blade Mail on Whisper makes their mid game a bit slower. They don't have an easy way to kill heroes unless Puppy gets found here. They have OT.
Yeah, they got him.
Man.
Especially with a dunk. It might cost them their lives, especially on Whisper, who's gonna be in so much trouble. He does get the call up, but here comes the blast off. Actually,
Holy.
brings down the Emperor as well. A one-man army axe, and this is what this guy is good at. Finally, the Mystic Stake will end his life. If he got to that high ground and used the healing salve, that would have been a disaster for Secret, but in the end, they do bring him down. Still, a lot of rotations now with BZM coming over. OG, they're ramping up the aggression. Shishak seems some mines, but one who will explode will be him. At least he gets Ari low enough for Corden to bring down. And let's see, him or Seb, who's going to be ruling the skies. It seems that everybody is running away from the Secret jungle for now.
Yeah, I wonder if you skip the Bloodstone for the last track in a game like this one. Like, this DK is going to be such a problem if you're healing. They might want to go a totally different build, like some Kaya Sanj, Eggs type build, or even Uceptor Sab, or just survive here with his Egg.
Interesting. That he allowed that to happen. Now they're not gonna have it for quite some time. Though you probably don't want to fight too much in a big team fight before there is a blink on the axe, and it's gonna take a little bit more time.
Yeah, only those skirmishes that the Spirit Breaker can kind of initiate are what allowed the X to be relevant. And it's okay, right? The ramp up of both sides is going to be super slow. You have this offlane Ember, as you said, doesn't really make any moves. The Axe relies on Blink, so because he stopped for Blade Mail, it's going to take a while for him to be online as well. At the end of the day, this is fine for Secret, but they have to utilize this medicinal timing well, because if this goes past second Aegis, I still feel like OG's lineup is... Like, they have so much raw HP, with this Life Stealer even being able to infest other targets. You have maybe Phoenix Eggs to save people. You're gonna have the Linear Pocket. Wait a second here.
Now look at the charge onto all three of them. You get the call-up dunk as well, but the mines still get the kill. It took so long. Corden is going to be in so much trouble. Boom. Next on the menu as well. Look at how slow his Remnant is. Maybe he can get himself to the high ground. We'll finally get there. Still, the Fire Spirit does connect, so the overtime damage might actually bring him down. Trying to survive into the tower. Seeds of Serenity. Boom is alive. But you tried to kill the Axe. You managed to do it. That charge, however, and the timing of OG was perfect.
Yeah, and the Axe even got that kill before he ended up dying there. Still a great fight for OG. And both carries, you know, just farming here. I don't think this changes the status quo of the game by too much. As you can see, the Ember is going for that Mage Layer. These fights are going to be super wonky. If OG gets the initiation... Wait, do they have Blink on Axe already? Is this a straight up Blink Axe smoke, or do they want to utilize Ari?
Yeah, I'm going to assume it's 14 minutes in. You have a Blink on the Axe.
I mean, he died twice, right?
Here's the charge on the Crystallis, slowing him down as well. There's the Blink Axe call as well. Goodbye, mana. No chance. Actually, he had the one charges to get the Stone Gaze off, but still will be taking her down before they turn to stone. Get a nice bonus with Shishak trying to save his carry, and the tower will fall as well. A fast, clean move from OG gets them a most important kill on the map, Wisdom Rune and the tower.
Yeah, this is huge. They're gonna get the Wisdom Rune. It doesn't feel like this DK can do the same thing on the bottom side. So OG just exploding here with their timings. And, you know, Secret tried to make some good moves. But, okay, boom. Trying to get this tower will force the Glyph at least. But this charge can be a problem. They have the
especially because there's an Axe in the vicinity. Boom, slide of
good
fist.
chains.
He wasn't close enough on the Axe. He was acting like nothing was happening.
Yeah. I think he was maybe waiting for the Nether Strike because it was up, but I don't know why Ari decided not to OT. Maybe he doesn't have enough
pushed him behind, even more range for the Axe to cover. I think that was the idea.
Yeah. And he's going for the Bloodstone here in BZM. Maybe, you know, because they are kind of snowballing right now. He feels like this HP region reduction is not going to be a problem. But now that you apply the Breathe Fire effect, the Dragon effect through Breath of Fire, I feel like this Leshrac can still struggle a lot in sustaining his HP through the fights. You know, especially now that he also doesn't give you any mana regen. A lot of the effect of that Bloodstone is going to be nullified by DK existing.
You know how I see this situation? For me, this DK doesn't look tanky at all in this game. In my mind, OG can go through him easily. You charge, you call, and then whichever of the heroes does damage, beats Phoenix, Lesh, or the Lifestealer, they're gonna kill him. What's the save on Secret? What's the turnaround? You have some with the Blast Off and the Stone Gaze, but it takes time. Ari bulldozes out. He gets stunned up during his charge. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Nice cancel there onto the Sunray as Ari goes onto the high ground. They don't have vision, but Uchisha Kamehoro will now be seeing him. Corden going for a TP out, and with the Stone Gaze, they will be able to save him. Actually, Secret are getting all of their heroes out apart from Crystallis, who's surrounded by everybody. Puppy, they're standing and looking at his laning buddy as he's being destroyed. And of course, the way that you kill a snake, cut off his head, the Whisper, very good at doing that in this game. It will be another death for the carry of Secret.
These fights are too awkward for Secret. Like, they don't have the burst damage to utilize the change, to utilize the DK. Like, the DK doesn't have to be... Oh, never mind here. Is this a kill? God, so close.
Nice.
Oh, he died?
BZM was waiting for him at the Remnant. That's how he died. And the Culling Blade might not have killed him, but it's still pure damage that is gonna matter.
Uh-huh. Yeah, just going back to my point. I feel like Secret... They don't have the burst damage to kill anyone with the DK, and they're also not tanky when they start getting behind in net worth. It's just, their draft is weird, and they're gonna be punished here by Shishak.
Fine, he's okay. The tower, however, might not be. Puppy playing with his life. He sees that he needs to create some kind of chaos in this game to give time to his teammates. Still, his tower is going to be in a ton of trouble. BZM, another Diabolic Edict, needs to get a little bit closer. Tomato joins in on the fray as well. Unfettered ready. You have the Sunray as well. Don't want to range just yet. We will be able to escape. Puppy running forward, trying to create chaos. Let him fist. Tomato. Nice time lapse from Puppy. He will have to go inside of the Lesh to heal himself up. Turnaround is there. Nether Strike onto the Medusa. They're gonna have the call if they want it. Now the question is, can you go through that mana? 21 charges are available. We'll go for it. The Stone Gaze gets used. No mana whatsoever, but they get close. They get through the Stone. BZM in a lot of trouble. No heals for you through that Bloodstone as he's being slowed down by the Dragonite. Turning around onto Corden. Nice slow onto Ari. As Tomato, very low as well. No infest. Has to be very, very careful. Whisper. He gets a kill with the Battle Hunger as Ari cannot move. Here comes the egg as well as the call, and that's gonna make sure this time around that Corden goes down a 2-for-2. Pretty much an equal trade. Considering that OG were on the aggressive, I'd give it to them still.
Yeah, but still, really nice fight from Crystallis there. The way he's using the wand in these fights is really clutch. He's forcing OG to commit so much, and you know, there was a small turnaround there, but OG eventually was able to get the DKQ in the end. Not a terrible fight for Secret. You can see, you know, gold exchange and XP exchange is almost the same. And considering they were playing from behind, I don't think they're that sad, you know, especially if the Medusa surviving. Oh, good check. Goodbye. I feel like
the vision.
If this goes like extremely late, Medusa is always going to be a scary hero. And that's what you need. You need Crystallis to survive through these fights and hopefully able to outcarry. I don't know how much Offlane Ember can scale comparatively to an Axe. Axe is looking like one of the best heroes of the patch, but you just gotta trust this Medusa at the moment because everyone else doesn't seem to be able to provide the late game Secret needs.
I would put my faith on the Ember if there was no Spirit Breaker in this game. I think there's just no chance of split pushing. That's the idea, right? So the mobility of your hero is just hindered quite a lot, especially once Ari gets the Shadow Blade, and he's going towards it already halfway there.
And they picked the Ember into the SB, right? They didn't seem to be caring about that too much. I think they picked Ember and I believe they picked Ember.
Yeah, they did.
And Lifestealer was the last pick on OG, yeah.
The thing is, you usually see an Ember as a good hero versus the Spirit Breaker in a sense that you stop his charge. You literally are not going to get hit by it. But that usually helps around the mid lane. When the game is like this, that you have to split push and you're probably the only hero, at least core hero on your side, that can do so somewhat safely, it makes the game very, very hard to play.
Yeah, for sure. And OG, they're hitting some crucial timings here. The BKB is going to be the next item to Whisper. They're going to get a free shard for them as well. Looks like... Yeah, who would rather have it? Oh, Axe gets it. That's... Oh, have you seen... Did they fix the bug with Axe's shard? I'm not sure if you saw it.
I didn't see the bug, but
So,
they fixed a lot of bugs.
When you got the shard on Axe, you would have the Axe effect and the shard effect all at once. So having Axe on Axe was worse than having shard, because the Axe was broken and the shard was... The Axe was broken to hinder you, the shard was broken to help you.
Yeah, okay. I don't think it... There was... With the A patch, there was a lot of fixes. That's one of the fixes that you have to get out immediately. And when you... There were like 30, 40 fixes that I saw, and I couldn't tell you. I'm actually going to try reading BZM. Spirit Vessel, he's not really going to be healing that much with the Bloodstone Sunray. Plus
Okay,
Bloodstone
they changed
might
it.
be
They
enough.
changed it.
They did, okay.
Yeah.
See now, Tomato, very deep. He does not have his ulti, so this is kind of scary. We'll be finding Boom with the bash into a call. He gets dunked down hard. Has a buyback if Secret wants to fight this, though. I would not recommend it. This for coming or bad no longer on Crystallis. Nice Yules to keep him away. They will be using the egg. No more Stone Gaze, meaning no more Crystallis either. It will be Seb's overtime damage that gets the kill.
Like, these fights when the Secret is behind are pretty much impossible. Like, how do you don't have the damage to burst anyone because you're behind. And if you're just posturing, you don't have any saves. Like, you don't have enough damage on this Medusa either to allow the long fights to be to your benefit. So, I don't know how Secret even does anything. As you said, they can split push because there's a Spirit Breaker. Farming is hard because, obviously, if there's any vision, Medusa's going to get charged and killed. This game seems very hard to come back from if you're Secret. Like, you're going to have to do some crazy high ground defenses.
And usually when you're just focusing on the high ground, it's not going to be the greatest. It doesn't really allow you to come back that easily. They have a Medusa, but still, OG can delay the game indefinitely and at one point break the base. Plus, breaking the base now is easier for people that might not have read that part of the patch and were just focusing on the innate abilities and facets. Once you bring down a tier 3, the glyph does not refresh. It refreshes only after the first melee Rax falls, as it will be a shard for Shishak. It's still the one for the reactive taser. Yep, so that one was unchanged.
Yeah, that's nice. Kind of good against the life stealer. Everyone else doesn't really care that much about it, although the move speed's nice. Boom with his mage layer up. You know, it's a really good item in this game, but the game is already too far behind for it to matter that much in the 5 versus 5s, and it does feel like they're gonna have to be defending high ground here against OG.
Who has the Yules on Secret? Is it
The techies, right?
the techies? Yeah, has to be the techies.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's gonna be BKBs coming out fairly soon. Axe has his, Lesh is working towards his. I'm guessing for a lifestealer, usually now you go for a Manta, as you're unfettered. If you get silenced, it's gonna be a problem. So probably as he sees that Orchid. Speaking of seeing, that is a nice little bug that was just spotted. Let's see if Puppy does get taken out, gets lifted up into the air, and death will soon follow. Again, it is Seb and his overtime damage that secures the kill. Now
tons of
towards the top lane. They will be finding Medusa. Instantly goes for the Stone Gaze. They're not going to be looking at her. Ari doesn't want to see what's going on there, doesn't want to get turned to Stone Core. Then we'll at least be making a line here to allow Crystallis to escape. The question is, can he escape himself? No, they see Crystallis, so without the Stone Gaze and Whisper just running in, doesn't have the Blink Dagger, has the Battle Hunger, decides against it for now. Another Battle Hunger gets reapplied. Shishak will get the Yules onto the Axe, damage being done, 3 seconds cooldown on his Blink, running into the vines, no more to explode. A lot of mana lost on Crystallis, however, nobody dead just yet. Shishak going for TP out, they get the stun on the Axe with the Dragon Tail. No chains, however, so he pops the BKB, goes goes for the call. Extra armor should be keeping him safe, as well as the infest there. Now Tomato with the unfettered running forward, so it's going to be very hard to stun this guy. And here comes the real one, just running into the Medusa, stunning her up. Nice Manta, but overall, there is no chance for Chrysalis to escape. Corden overstays his welcome, trying to save his buddy with another strike, pushed back into the overwhelming damage of OG, who continue to get kill after kill, making this game even more impossible for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea by Secret. They saw the heroes on the bottom side. They tried to force this fight with the numbers advantage, but their damage is so lackluster that OG, even though they TP 1 by 1, gets to kill everyone at the end. And there you go, Puppy. Gonna be the last casualty of that fight. Yeah, this is looking really rough. Like, I don't know what the timing or what is the opportunity they can wait towards here. You know, Shishak's getting some farm, has some extra attack range thanks to his facet, but, you know, it's just a techies.
It is just the techies. He has some solid damage. He has the highest net worth support. The problem is that he's very close to his scores, which some games it's a good thing if you're over farmed, but this game it's actually his scores being under farmed. When your Medusa only has 2k gold ahead of your techies, no matter what the circumstances are, the game is going bad.
Here.
Yeah, he does have a Yules, however, so he's not an easy kill with a Nether Strike. He needs one more bash. No, actually Whisper has the blink range necessary, and of course with the Culling Blade will get another kill for himself, getting even more armor, with that getting even more HP, becoming a an unkillable target for sure. Tomato, open wounds onto Puppy, heals back up to almost full, deals with the bug, no more minus armor, just continues to pretty much assert the dominance in front of the enemy base.
Yeah, I love the patience there from OG. The X could have initiated first, but they know it's much easier. Oh, Chrysalis here will Manta the open wounds. There you go, the Leshrac effect. This Lifestealer with the Aegis. Usually you wouldn't give Aegis to the Lifestealer, so interesting that he's the hero they chose, and he will die.
Heal. Nah, he won't die. Unfettered, armlet toggle. If they had a silence there, maybe they could have killed him.
Yeah, it was really close. Yeah, I mean, these Aegis duration is expiring, so you gotta be careful here. This is the only opening Secret could utilize if they somehow kill you as the Aegis is expiring.
Gonna try to heal up a little bit there on the creeps.
Oh, Puppy
just gives away the Aegis. Puppy comes closer, gonna get called, pretty much brought down. The Culling Blade is there. Tomato back to the World of the Living. Buyback from Puppy. Here comes the blast off. Onto them. Unfettered immediately goes forward. Infest onto the left, trying to keep him alive. Not gonna be happening. Now the egg will be used very aggressively, so they're just focusing on it in the game. Bring down this egg. Maybe they can change the game. Instant Yules onto the X. The Medusa trying to run away. No mana. And now with the double battle hunger, you will fight Chrysalis or you will die a painful death. Whisper running forward. Chrysalis still alive, and he gets the dunk just before he goes down himself. In the end, OG, they lose 4. Secret mount up a pretty much perfect defense.
Yeah, I feel like OG definitely tried to force that a little bit too much. You have 10 seconds of Aegis. They didn't kill the Lifestealer after the Aegis, but that was still a really good setup. They were out of resources in some of their heroes, and just focusing the egg, I think the egg usage there was not great from OG. And, you know, you don't have the best egg hitters, but you have really decent ones. The Weaver, the Techies, the Medusa, even without the attack speed, Facet, you know, already is farmed enough to get it done at the end of the day. So nicely done there by Secret. A little bit of a blunder from OG. Shouldn't matter too much, but at the end of the day, they didn't get any barracks. And you now have the opportunity to delay this a bit more if you're Secret. So, you know, they still have a chance.
Quick question, you don't have a glyph. Do OG go forward and try to push now?
You could, yes, you could, but it... Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that many games to... Technically, like, yes, it makes sense. I don't think they push that well on OG, though. Lifestealer is kind of mediocre at that. The Leshrac has to be too close. I think if you had something like a Wind Waker on the Leshrac already, maybe you can. Because, like, you just put the Leshrac there and he has a way out. You have the Phoenix. I feel like just going to hit the tower there is a mistake.
They're annoying this Lifestealer with the Yules. Yules is actually now going to be a perfect item versus the Lifestealer, as it does not care about your status resistance. Shishak trying to blast off away. he uses it, and then during his blast off, he will be murdered by the lifestealer. Does have a buyback, however.
Yeah, still, they're just gonna group up here for this tier 2 tower. Bottom still full HP, so I don't think OG will necessarily force anything out of this. But if they get lucky, the Roche spawn timer and effect is gonna go towards Radiant on the daytime. Could allow OG to secure a fast Roshan.
Let's see if that's something that they're going to be able to do. 20 seconds until we actually find out when the Roche will be coming back up, as the Lifestealer needs 1,000 gold for his Aghanim Scepter. There is going to be a Sange on the Lesh. Sange changes, in my mind, definitely a nerf. Do you feel the same way?
Oh, for sure. Sange is garbage. Like, the only... the only good Sange item is Sange and Yasha now, and Lash definitely doesn't want to buy that one. I mean, by good, I mean status resistance is one of the best things in the game, and it is only Sange and Yasha that provides it. Although, you know, Kaya Yasha now has the cast point thing. I don't know if you noticed that. Like, the old Arcane Blink used to have the cast point improvement. Yep. So Kaya Yasha has that. I don't think any heroes in this game will particularly buy it, but you know, just something to keep in mind, because it is very good in, you know, heroes like Shadow Fiend that got huge buffs. It's very good on heroes like OD that seem to be back as well.
There is a Skadi in the Medusa, but tell me, Bo, if Sange is so garbage, if you say, why is the Axe and the Lesh actually getting it in this game? And we're gonna have to hold that thought as we get the jump onto the Dragonite on the bottom lane, just in front of the base. Nice blast off from Shishak, and with the Pike, Dragonite still won't survive. Has a buyback and the Dragon form if need be, but a tower is already going to be taking a decent amount of damage. Glyph going to be used still. You will not be getting a refresh.
Yeah. Okay, so they're actually going for this. Roche still 2 minutes away, so they're not necessarily aware of this. But yeah, just make sure Secret is in the base. Are they really going for this?
He has an Aghanim Scepter on Timado, so he can disarm Crystallis if he wants to focus onto the egg. Puppey gets the time-lapse off, will die still, and he did buyback in the earlier fight. Now they get the stun on Corden, who did buyback for this engagement, so it's going to be a problem if he does get taken out. It's looking very much like that's exactly what's going to happen. The Dragon gets taken out of the skies, making it a 5 versus 3, and that's only because the techies just bought back. Crystallis gets the Mantov, and on the other side, Boom will be dying as well, trying to create chaos in the backside of the fight. Or at least get slowed down. Is it enough to take him out? Yes, it is. No infest for the Lifestealer to keep him safe, as Boom buys back as well. OG, I don't think there's a reason to go back. Shishak, he gets the Yules onto the Axe, and Timado coming forward. He knows that there's no Manta, so the slow is going to be quite nice. Nice split earth onto Boom, still with the Force Staff. He will be safe. Threatening with the blast up. Timado is not going to be chasing. Yes, the infest onto his buddy. And that's going to be it for OG. It's time to focus on Roche.
Alright, that was close. I mean, that could have been a good fight for Secret, but when the DK bought back, Medusa was healing the fountain. So, like, I think in general, the target prioritization of Secret, it's... First of all, it's hard to be done right because they lack damage. Because of their draft and because they're behind. So, any mistakes in target prioritization get... end up being way bigger problems than if you're playing a different draft. And so the DK is hitting someone, the Deuce is hitting another hero, blast off on a third target. I feel like Secret definitely didn't fully utilize their spells right there. And then with the DK buying back with no one else to fight with him, it just, you know, was just a cherry on top. OG in a very good position with Roshan. Like, this is their game to lose at this point. I feel like if you get this Aegis, you have several buybacks lacking on Secret. You don't really have Glyph. They're about to lose this game, Secret. They need a miracle to come back.
It's one of those situations where you're better off just going for a fight around Roche, but you don't know how to win it. Anyway, so then you stay in your base hoping that if the game goes longer, the enemies are going to be making that mistake. How about the new banner? What are your thoughts on that one? Is it going to help the high ground pushes?
It's definitely different, right? Because you want to use it close to where the creeps are going to stay, whereas in the past, it was just an aura that you would apply to them. At the same time, the banner is also easier to be taken down. It's definitely a buff, but I also feel like it's a way worse item in pubs because the execution as a team has to be much better. Like, you need to protect the banner. You need to have it close enough to where the creeps are going to be. You can even like predict spells that are going to be used to clear a wave to kind of soft glyph them, right? You don't have to use your glyph so the creeps don't die. You can use banner instead of glyph when the enemy uses glyph in the tower. There's a lot of like very small plays you can do with it, but it is definitely at a higher level. I feel like in pubs, people are still going to hate this item.
And I like it because competitive games were taking a long time, not gonna lie. So I like the changes to the high ground push. It was so hard to break high ground, and we would see every single game be 50 minutes. A stomp, but a game is lasting 50 minutes. It looked pretty boring sometimes to watch, and now it should be more dynamic and make sure that if a team is this far ahead, should have no problems ending the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, we should keep an eye here on this Roshan banner to see what OG is gonna try to do with it. There is no glyph right now in Secret, so the best play you can do is just commit for the banner when you feel like you're gonna be hitting the melee barracks. But at the same time, heroes with a lot of attack range are really good against banner, right? Because you want the banner to be close to the barracks. So heroes like Sniper might just totally counter banner because he gets the night vision and he gets the attack range to do it. There you go. Gets placed down.
Best on Ari, and the illusions
okay,
are
this is
taking
very
care of
underwhelming.
it.
They're just destroying the banner.
Kill those illusions! Don't allow them to kill your banner. They'll get the Yules onto Ari. He's infested by the Lifestealer. They probably noticed that with the amount of HP that he does have. BZM sent back. He's the one with the Aegis. They will actually go with the Nether Strike. Crystal is saved by the Dragon Knight and his Force Staff. Stone Gaze as well. Tomato will get the Unfettered, trying to run away. He doesn't have the Infest. Has to be very, very careful. Here comes Seb, just slowing them down, threatening them with fire. I dare you to cross this line, and they won't. OG will be able to reset. Yeah, I guess maybe they should have committed a little bit more. BZM will get the range axes off. Instant heal onto the Axe. They're not allowing him with these calls to do anything. Still has the BKB if need be. Look at that. Aegis already out. Nether Strike. They're going for the easier target this time around. And that is weird to say about a Dragonite, but he will fall dead for 70. Egg being used as well with the Yules, keeping the Ember Spirit in place. He does have the Remnants to dodge every single stun going his way. Secret still alive, but the call for Whisper this time around. He'll get the BKB off, so no Yules will be preventing. Goodbye, mana. He has some sticks there onto Crystallis, but ultimately he will still fall, not able to attack from the Infested Lifestealer. That's gonna be 4 heroes dead, and Secret finally raising the white flag and accepting defeat in game 1.
Yeah, I really feel like for the most part, this was a draft win. I also, kind of mentioned the Ice Dragon form on this DK. I have a feeling, even though it is theoretically very good against everything OG has, he might had a way better time. Like, he could have maybe forced more towers, created more space if he went for the poison one. Like, at the end of the day, if you are behind, that heal reduction doesn't matter. Like, your problem is lack of damage, lack of control, lack of ways to create team fights and opportunities to take good fights around the map. So to me, maybe the facet of the DK and the offlane Ember, I think that was way too big of a bet and way too early into the draft to fully commit to.
I agree, but I really have to commend Secret on their usages of the Yule Scepters. Every single time Whisper gets a call off, he got Yuled up. And also, on the other side, Whisper was very conservative with his BKB usage for that right call. And then you get a 2-man call, that's when he BKBs, that's when he knows that they're gonna be ending the fight. But overall, OG as the favorites, they are gonna be taking the victory in game 1. I guess there's no surprise there. Do you think something is gonna change for Secret in game 2? In general, do you think maybe a Dragon Knight can go for a different build if he does go for that facet, or do you think those different facets can just be thrown out the window?
I feel like the facet, it was the smaller problem. Honestly, I think this offlane Ember, I didn't really got to see the impact. And it's not even that offlane Ember is bad necessarily, but the combination of 3 cores they had was just too passive / lacking damage. Whereas, you had that Axe just getting 1-2 kills by himself. That Spirit Breaker, I think, was a big pick on OG as well. That's a hero that, is increasing in popularity in pubs. So hopefully, moving forward, they're gonna fine-tune their draft a little bit better. Like, just get the Ember and put in the mid lane, right? The hero is good. I'm sure the Cordon can play it. I feel like Ember DK, especially when Ember is offlane and DK is mid, might not be the best duo for position 2 and 3 right now.
But at least when it comes to fighting, we saw solid things from Secret. Do you think they can actually take a game here?
I think so. I think, especially with a better draft, I could see them doing much better. You know, draft matters so much when you have a new patch like this. Like, one or two OP heroes can make or break things. Sure, there was a balance patch, but I still feel like the nerfs, some of the changes were very small. So there's still a lot that you have to be careful about draft-wise.
Okay, so we saw game one. It was a very nice, clean opening game from OG. Secret didn't really have much of a shot, but they gave it their best effort. In the end, it wasn't good enough. We still have one more game, at least, in this series, and we're going to find out how it's going to go after a break. And we are back here with game 1 of the day here between OG and Secret. Whoever loses this one is going into the lower bracket of the GSL format here in Group B. But currently it is 1-0 for OG. Bowie, we discussed what happened in game 1 at length. So what do you expect in game 2? What kind of adjustments need to be made from Team Secret? Is it picks? Is it gameplay? Or do you think they're just outmatched here?
I think they played pretty well in Secret, so I wouldn't say gameplay is really something I have to care that much about, especially because hard to fix gameplay issues in between games of a series. So, obviously the draft is going to be the easiest thing that has the most impact in a game that you can kind of go for, especially when you have a new player on top of that. So a lot of complexity here. To me, yeah, so some of the picks, I think, from Secret, I feel like if you want to flex that Ember, maybe you have to pick it a little bit later. Maybe you have to wait for the carry. Obviously, I think OG did a really good job with how they flex their heroes as well, kind of pushing Secret into a direction maybe they didn't want it to. And even this Monkey King ban super early into the draft, not a hero we saw focus that much. Obviously, it is Crystal is on the other side, so there's some merit to that. But yeah, I didn't expect that much respect from OG right from the get-go.
The thing is, last time OG, they had the first pick, so they only had 3 bans, so they weren't focusing on it that early. Now, when you have 4 bans, I think you can just ban whatever the hell you want, and there's a Storm ban. Man, I want to see the throwing static remnants. Come on.
Oh, I've seen it.
Hopefully.
It's broken.
It's so cool. It is so cool. Okay, let's say I want to cast it. When you cast the game, it's different. You get the real feels there. It's very hard to actually predict which 7 heroes are going to be banned out in the first phase. I guess Chen, Storm, Io are always going to be somewhere in there, especially when OG is present. But other than that, there's so many other heroes that you need to think about.
Yeah, I feel like Io Chen is definitely the 2 that we might never get to cast in this tournament. But then, there's TA, there's DK, there's Laudar. I think Slaughter actually got ignored the entire draft last time,
Bowie,
right?
we already cast DK. We already cast DK.
Yes, I know. But I think we might get to see the Slaughter here just because Phoenix got banned. And yeah, this TA, we were kind of talking about this before the game, right? Just looking amazing. Sure, he got a couple of nerfs in 736A, but the fact that you get back more damage as your defensive refractions burn allows TA to stand her ground and fight much better than she used to.
And it's insane. It's actually just a buff to the TA. Okay, you get 1 instance less that you mentioned, but overtime damage doesn't instantly go through your charges. It needs some time. So let's say a Radiance needs 2 ticks to go through one of your refraction charges, which is actually a big deal.
Yeah, and if you have auras, right, if you have extra magic resistance, then your barrier matters a little bit more, and it might be 3 ticks, like who knows. It's definitely one of those heroes that got a lot. And, Batrider was by far the strongest hero of 736, but it did get nerfed significantly. All of the benefits of the displacement, spell amp, and move speed now are tied to your lasso, so you don't really get the 8% spell amp at level 2 that this hero was utilizing. So that's a big nerf. Yeah, it was really dumb. Honestly, I'm surprised it's still a first phase pick here for OG because that's not the only thing they nerfed. They also nerfed the... what was it? No, Sticky Napalm doesn't give vision anymore. Like, that was a huge part of the hero.
I guess. So, how do you catch somebody with a lasso? How do you actually do it?
What do you mean?
Well, you're going up the high ground, let's say, and you want to catch them with the lasso without the sticky napalm vision. How the hell are you going to do it?
Bounce them with your W. You gotta plant a ward, right? Yeah, it's much harder than it used to be. And you could also attack, right, with sticky napalm. And your attacks, because of your innate, now do damage, and they get affected by sticky napalm. So taking away the vision definitely makes this hero worse. It might just be too much though, because I feel like this hero... Yeah, I feel like that was a huge part of Batrider, the vision that he gave. We'll see.
What about the TA? Are you putting her more in the mid lane or more in the safe lane?
I still feel like it's a better mid hero, but it works in the safe lane for sure. You definitely have the flex. Looking at Cordon, though, is he a TA player? I can actually double check because I didn't get to cast much of him. He's still kind of a new player for Secret, right? They played 2. Maybe this is the 3rd tournament they're playing.
Yeah, sure. He is
Like actual
he is
tournament.
newer. Yep. I would assume so. But he has been in there for quite some time, right? So it has been at least 4 or 5 months, maybe even from the last year. Well, we can of course check Wikipedia to see when he was officially
he has
added.
4 official TA games, although he has 100% win rate in them.
So Cordon was added, yeah, in January. So yeah, it's this year. But at the very early part of the year, there will be a Mereska that arrives. So the Dark Willow picked up by OG. That is a hero that Seb likes to play. I'm gonna assume Ari plays it as well. I haven't seen Seb with a ton of Batrider games. Oh, actually, he has played one today. So maybe it's something that he has prepared for us.
Yeah, just getting the feel again to the hero. And Dark Willow also had received huge buffs. They took away the spell amp that you got in the Brambles from 736, but the hero still has lots of other good things that were added with the facets. And the Rubik, huh? I didn't get to cast any Rubik or even saw Rubik in this patch. It's pretty good against Willow, but I was not expecting that. I think maybe their Enigma is a hero that got buffed that we didn't really get a lot of players seeing. Maybe they are preparing for a possible Enigma here. Whisper is an Enigma player.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe Team Secret wants to pick up an Enigma for themselves and play a Tiny Enigma lane. But Tiny has been changed in a sense that his mana for the spells has been increased. And for me, that might mean that you want to play more on your core role. So this might be the double off lane of Team Secret there between the Rubik and the Tiny. Whilst OG, they do show us their... is this their safe lane? Or is it an off lane Treant Protector? Or are we actually going to be seeing a core bat? It actually makes sense, a core bat versus TA.
I mean, maybe. And it is BZM. I do feel like the Treant and Gyro are the safe lane, though. And I think this is exactly what you were saying. Like, this Rubik could be covering for the Enigma. So you just make sure that you have the Gyro to dissuade that from happening. So in my opinion, probably carry Gyro with the Treant. And then, yeah, I guess the Bat or the Willow have to be cores. So in that sense, it could even be Whisper playing, because Whisper can definitely play Batrider. So they could be flexing this Bat between mid and off lane. So wherever the TA goes, she's not going to have a good time.
But Treant Protector now, he has that added damage, right? With the Treant gains +5 basic
yeah, but the other facet's better.
Level.
The other facet's better for sure.
Yeah, when you plant a tree, that is really good.
Yeah.
Okay, is it better now when a tree is constantly refreshing and then the Timber Saw is getting more and more damage into you? This looks like a solid Timber pick. The only problem is there is a ton of magic damage on the other side.
This is definitely an Eternal Shroud game. Eternal Shroud did once again get a slight nerf.
It should.
So, yeah, as it should. But still a great item here if this Timber Saw wants to pick it. And now for bans, they are probably lacking a mid/off lane for OG, whereas Secret definitely lacks a carry/mid. Okay.
Yeah, now we know that the Tiny is going to be a support, unless they're doing something weird like a mid lane Tiny carry TA, and then they're going to last pick a position 5, which is not out of the question.
Tiny. Carry Tiny is super popular now because of Slaughter. Which, by the way, if you want to play Carry Tiny, maybe don't ban the Slaughter, and you'll let that through for OG.
I guess. So you go for the insurmountable facet, right?
Yeah. For sure. Doom, by the way, have you seen his facets with the 90% selling item thing? You can buy Midases and use them. It's so janky the way it works, but yeah. I feel like you could even be a carry. Like carry Doom might be better than ever now because you can play like super greedy, sell some items to buy other ones later. And they're banning supports, so they think this is Carry Tiny.
And it would have been a perfect Oracle game. Oracle innate ability is my favorite one. I think it's the most OP one in general. I don't know how it's gonna be working in terms of observing games. I think it's gonna be the first
We don't get
time.
to see them.
Yeah,
we don't get to see them.
Yeah, we just.
Yeah, it's so sad.
It's also, it actually should be changed, right? We should be able to see that as, but he doesn't have to ping it. That's the problem. He doesn't have to ping it. Maybe it should be given to the observer that he can ping it to the viewers, let's say, and not to the team, something like that. Because it's the first time in Dota history. It has never happened before in the history of Dota, as some people would say, that the teams actually have more info than us as casters.
True. I mean, they don't have more info, but they have info we don't have access to.
That's the one.
So they banned Shadow Demon. Interesting ban here. What is the goal of that? I guess it's just a strong support, as they will also take the Underlord away. So they keep the... Yeah, this is definitely core Tiny, because you would have banned the Slaughter by now.
Slaughter is banned.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. But yeah, lots of offlaners out here. They're gonna have to play something a little bit out of the box, unless they want to play offlane Batrider and pick a mid hero.
So Vengeful Spirit being picked up, considering that you have two heavy right clickers in the TA and the Tiny, it makes a lot of sense. So we're not going to be seeing a Battlefield Revenge, unfortunately, which would be amazing to see, but I guess support Venge is still what it's going to be as OG. Well, mid lane, off lane, or maybe something else, right? Maybe this is an off lane Treant Protector.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely...
Probably not. I mean,
yeah. I think you pick a hero that can swap, like maybe pick Wind Ranger. You pick something that can swap so that you're sure you get this Batrider TA matchup, which to me is really what you care about. You also want a range hero maybe against this Timber. Which you probably get. Yeah. But Timber could be mid, right? You could have offlane Tiny carry TA, Timber mid.
You could, but I'm putting this Tiny into the mid lane. I want him as strong as possible. Dark Willow, Treant Protector, Gyro. Those are all free kills with a Blink Dagger Echo Saber, literally. So I really want to see a mid lane Tiny, a Tiny that is ultra farmed.
So yeah, they're definitely taking their time here, figuring out exactly how they want to swap these roles around. Looking at OG, they have decent lockdown, but it's all based on their OTs for the most part. Like, besides that, it's Bramble. So I wouldn't mind seeing a more reliable stun right now. Like, they have decent damage with the Gyro. Okay, I guess this is not necessarily reliable, but it's going to be Whisper Hero. I feel like he's the player that has been.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
So you go for the facet for the skewer, right? The one that increases the damage. Is that what it does?
Yeah, I'm assuming so.
No, reverse polarity, because you have a Gyro, so he doesn't really care if they're together or not.
Yeah, looking at Magnus, the win rate right now is pretty atrocious, but out of the facets, the one that's being picked the most is the first one for sure.
Yeah, and it kind of makes the same thing happen as it used to be, because they changed up, they kind of lowered the damage of the skewer in general. Now if you go through the trees, if you go over cliffs, the only question I have is, if you go down the cliff, do you still do more damage, or is it just if you're going up the cliff, like that you're smashing them into it?
I would assume both ways would work, right?
Yep, it should. It's just something that crossed my mind and I haven't checked it. And even if I had, it would take a lot of insight and knowing the damage of this cure inside and out. Considering it's new, it's not easy to actually understand just how much damage is being done. But in general, you saw the drafts here, Bowie. The odds are gonna be heavily in favor of OG, obviously, as they did win the previous game as well with relative ease. But do you think Secret has drafted themselves up for success in this game?
I feel like they have a way better draft this time. Looking at OG,
or better than they had in the previous game?
I would say the drafts are slightly... I would say they're even, and so which means they have a better draft than they had game one. Do they have the edge in terms of map movements and overall play style to beat OG? I still feel like OG are the favorites, but they definitely have a better shot. And game one wasn't that much of a stomp. There are definitely moments where Secret was looking good, but to me, just looking at Secret, what kind of scares me is the lane matchups are good for OG, even though maybe the mid-game execution isn't as easy for them as it was game 1.
It feels
Okay,
good
we're
to
seeing
be
some
this
of
good.
the facets here, and we're gonna be seeing the odds for this game in general. Of course, if our viewers want to use this one, use the promo code Universe2, 100% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below as OG going for a smoke. And
By the way, Magnus now has an innate that he has, like, he's just a fat boy, so his force movement against him works 50% less than normal. So I'm assuming if you get tossed, how does that even work? Well, Puppy might get tossed into the arms of OG here.
into a grave. They give it to BZM. Literally like a real mid player. He just comes over, that one last right click, and now if you are this, it's gonna be TA in the mid lane actually. They are sending the Tiny to the safe lane. If you're this TA, you're gonna be even more sad as Boom is taking a ton of damage with the Leech Seed. They're gonna be getting so much damage into him. The Whirling Death does a lot, but he's still going to be going down as OG get themselves a second kill just before the creeps do clash. So Bowie, this is not the start of the game that you were hoping for.
Definitely not. And also, as you said, this TA will be sad. Sure, I guess this matchup might be slightly better for the TA once you get more levels of refraction, because you're not necessarily going to remove every refraction with each instance of Batrider's spell. But it's still, like, if you get pushed out of position, you're pretty much just dead. Like, this TA might have to jungle past level 4, probably.
So we saw there that the Batrider went for the Arsonist talent, so he's gonna be taking down the towers. It's gonna be quite nice. We'll see how good it works. Is it good versus towers? Do you take them down fast? Have you tested it?
Which facet?
The Arsonist one on the Batrider. They can napalm deals damage to structures.
I have not seen core Batrider at all, so I honestly don't know.
Okay, so I'm kind of hoping that BZM plays this somewhat like a Lesh. You go, you push, you get like a Bloodstone, you're unkillable, you just stand near the enemies. That would be a very cool way to see a Batrider being played, but we're gonna find out what OG actually does have in mind.
Oh, Meteor Hammer Batrider, let's go. 25% more damage, you get the effect, your instances do more damage.
Yeah,
What about
I really
that?
want to see them ruin this game. Yeah, that's...
I mean, don't you want to see game 3?
I don't want to see a
they're
game
really
3
happy.
as if this continues, this trend of secret heroes dying, that's probably not going to happen. Puppy will be giving his life to Whisper. So whenever you see Dark Willow and any repositioning hero, you know that the Brambles are going to be doing insane amounts of damage in lane. Seb, very low armor, a couple of more hits will take him down, and it will be Shishak that gets the kill. He had the best game in the previous one when it comes to secret players. And is it beginner's luck, or do you think there's something big behind this guy?
I think this guy, you know, secrets in general, I think they have a very good, like they are very good at choosing players. You know, I don't know exactly who does the selecting for them, but in general, there haven't been a lot of secret players that didn't really do really well in the team or ended up becoming relevant at the end of the day. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's beginner's luck for sure.
Okay, well, we'll see how well he does. For people that don't know, he's a rank 150 player in Europe, which is around 12k MMR. I'm gonna say maybe 11 and a half, something along those lines.
Around that. I mean, the laning stage definitely stabilized a little bit here in terms of CS, which is, you know, slightly ahead, but it's mostly the kills that gave them this 1-2 lead, which I think should be nullified with time if Secret stop bleeding kills.
How do you feel about the curving chakram?
I've seen it a little bit of time, for a while. It is very good in the beginning of the game, right? Because you basically get a second spell level 6, and you also regen mana from breaking trees and all of that. But it is definitely, like, in the late game, Timber is definitely worse, right? Level 25 Timber now is, it's pretty much a downgrade, no questions asked, compared to the new one.
That makes sense when you don't have the double chakram. Batrider is crushing the TA in the mid lane, and he's doing that with sticky napalm. Not really going for the kills, but actually just stacking her up. Has 12 denies. Was this expected?
Yeah, for sure. Totally expected.
This much?
Level 4. I think so, especially when they get a lot of kills in the beginning, right? You get 2 kills. This TA already starts the lane with less resources and everything. It is a really hard lane. Like, you have to be so careful how you position.
Oh, Puppy pulled into another Bramble, and he's gonna be pulled into a third one. No, Crystallis, he takes it for his captain. Still will be taken down, losing the courier in the process. Crystallis, he is pretty tanky himself. Whisper, however, is not somebody that you want to go up against. Shishak will die as well, and Secret are losing heroes left and right. Crystallis using the 1 charges, so the Shadow Realm attack won't bring him down, but will bring him low enough to be unable to CS. It's just gonna be continuing for OG to crush Secret here.
Yeah, look at Sab already getting some vision around the triangle, understanding that the way for this TA to get back is getting some stacks. They don't have big ones so far, but they might actually find Corden.
Yeah, he's gonna be trying to find a way. He has to go through the vines there, and the Nature's Grasp to slow him down enough. Even take him down. Seb gets the kill on Corden. Every single lane, every single hero on Secret is struggling.
Yeah, I mean, OG did such a good job with drafting DOT and punishing this first big TA on Secret. Definitely one of the strongest heroes of the patch, but I think OG really drafted, like, they didn't pick a single hero that's necessarily that good against TA, but everyone combined makes it so that this TA is going to have a terrible time, especially this Batrider, right? Not a core hero normally, but it's BZM. He can play everything.
Okay, the tossed the Magnus towards the creeps, so I'm gonna assume it just works the same. It's probably just for a 4-staff, I guess.
Maybe stolen skewer, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Crystallis will get taken down either way. He got pulled into 2 Brambles. Could have been even more if the skewer was used earlier. But the second that you leave him alone is the second that his life will be taken away. Tiny just has no armor. That's how it works. And then the right clicks, these right clicks really hurt way too much.
Yeah, once he gets his 6, should have a better time. But just looking at this laning stage, this is terrible. TA is a hero that needs time to farm. Same thing for Tiny. Like, Tiny is the type of carry that's hitting creeps for 15-20 minutes until he is ready to join fights. And now there's so much pressure on Boom's Timbersaw to create space, and he's doing okay in CS, but there's a lot of counters for him throughout the entire game, right?
Batrider can kill you, Gyro can kill you, Dark Willow with the Bedlam can kill you. It's just so many things that can go very, very wrong for a Timbersaw. So what do you even do as Secret right now? Do you get like a blink on the TA, or do you just try to protect your towers as much as possible with the supports while your cores are farming? The top tower is already gonna fall.
That's crazy against the Magnus. That doesn't happen very often. I think you need to get the blink on TA for sure. I feel like Dragonlance blink shard is probably the route you have to take here. And you already see Sab trying to get vision, but there is a sentry from Secret, so nicely done by them. They should be able to take that one down.
Thing is, at what cost? If you bring in a hero, it might actually just die. Batrider is not bad at diving whatsoever. Lucky for Secret, OG doesn't have a glyph, so diving is not going to be as easy. Shishak, there's going to be a tree planted by Seb. The Leech Seed going through. Here comes BZM with the Firefly. Gonna be igniting Puppy, and it's looking very much certain that the captain of Secret is dead. As Corden is trying to get a kill in return. Not going to be happening. BZM a little bit too deep, and that curved chakram will do so much damage. Finally, BZM does go down, so this dive from OG a little bit too eager for those skills.
Yeah, they tried to do exactly what you said. They're gonna take away my ward, or we're gonna dive you. But good response for Secret. They lose Puppy, but they get the big boy. A Sab will be spotted here, but not taken down.
People need to get used to this twisted chakram. It's not the easiest one to use. It just doesn't work as you would assume it should. RP gonna be used. Whisper has the skewer as well. Probably doesn't have the mana, or doesn't even want to use it. No, he's gonna use it now. Getting Corden into the tower. Being a little bit afraid of a potential TP out from the TA, so saving it there for the last second, and it will be the TA gone. Secret again losing their heroes.
Yeah, really good response from OG. You know, Whisper already taking tower mid at 8, rotating mid, using RP to get kill. And can Crystallis punish this Batrider? If BCM dies again, this could be very problematic.
He's gone.
There we go.
It was obvious he's gonna get taken down there a little bit too deep for no reason whatsoever. I really like Secret putting down that ward in their own jungle, just protecting it after the tower has fallen. You need a big chunk of the map if you want to come back into it.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, going back to the Chakram you were mentioning, it's really hard to use. Like, you can hit the first instance, but hitting it multiple times, I think it's... Oh, Shishak, goddamn. Should be fine.
He's gonna be okay. Nice TP out. Puppey, the vicinity. He is under enemy vision, and his own will get taken out. Nice defensive wards from Secret, but now they don't have the one in the triangle, which is probably I guess the most important one.
Yeah, especially now that there's like 3 stacks already there. OG, they will be ready to contest that. And they have the heroes. There's mobility on the treant. You can go through multiple angles. You gotta be very careful about OG trying to stop your stack taking on Cordon.
At least he did manage to take away the ward there from Puppey, so now you don't have vision on OG. They will have a blink on Whisper fairly soon. I would assume Secret farms those stacks before the blink dagger comes out.
Yeah, that's definitely the ideal scenario. Could even send the Tiny to help. He already has this amount of cleave with his tree grab. By the way, going for pretty much a standard build here. I definitely want Sanjin Yash on this hero now because of the way you get status resistance from your innate.
So how does it work?
Oh, not innate, the facet,
How does it
right?
work? I feel like...
it's strength. You get like 10% of your strength as status resistance, and I think you get 20% as low resistance.
Ooh. Okay, and what's the max on the status resistance?
It's infinite.
What?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as you have strength, you're gonna get status resistance.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So you get a billion
That's
strength,
pretty good.
and then you have you never get stunned, right?
Basically, yeah, just get hard. I mean, hard tiny might not be awful now, even though it isn't at all a normal item on this hero. Usually just 1 raw damage and eggs.
Yeah, or I mean, raw damage with the heart, you do get some damage with it. There will be rotation from BZM, has a haste as well. So with the lasso, that's not a hero that you want to go up against, and this tower will fall even with the living armor. There's absolutely no chances for Secret to defend it. A very slow-paced game now after the laning stage, and I think this is okay for Secret. The problem is they are losing towers.
It is definitely okay because it felt like OG was 1 or 2% away from truly snowballing this game. If you allow this TA to hit the blink shard timing, if you allow the Tiny to get the Echo Saber, they might be back, but oh, they will lose this Puppey bench.
Was there a need for a lasso there? We don't know. There will be another ward placed. Again, Puppey does have a sentry prepared, but this time around with the blink on Whisper, it's much harder to actually go for that. You don't have a glyph. The mid lane tower is going to be targeted, and nobody from Secret is even coming to contest. All 3 of their tier 1s are going to be taken out. At least the TA has the blink, so capability for plays, it is there.
Yeah, they're finally ready. I still feel like you really need a shard to kill this Willow, to kill even the Treant, right? So you don't get overgrown as Whisper. Good sidestep away.
Yep, Mr. Chakram will catch him. Now he can blink in. RP at the ready, maybe waiting for a better one. Nice trap. Puppey, however, is in so much trouble. You don't want to swap there any one of your teammates. He does use a swap, however, just to give him a little bit more HP. BZM in a lot of trouble. Seb protecting his buddy with the Oracle Core that needs one more. Shishak will get the kill at the cost of his own life. Avalanche going to be perfect, and it means that OG lose 2 of their heroes. Now joining in. Crystal is not going to be taking all that much damage. Tossing away that gyro as the RP is ready. Whisper still doesn't want to use it. He will use it on 3 players, and here comes the terrorize. You're all afraid, and you should. Estimado does an amazing amount of damage. Brambles on point as well. Ari is crushing this fight. However, Crystallis is doing the same. Turns around. The Curse Crown is there as well as the Bedlam. He cannot survive the overwhelming magical damage, and Ari gets a mega kill streak. Puppey, the one on whom everything started. Nice dodge on the magic missile, but now the skewer will get taken. And goodbye, Shishak. He does find Whisper. Beautifully done in general from the supports of Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that was really clutch. Once again, BZM, you know, I'm not going to blame him that much because core Batrider is definitely not something that most mid laners are playing right now. So it feels like he, you know, still getting around the limits of the hero. the fact that he dies there at the beginning of the fight is the only reason Secret had any business taking that fight. It's still overall okay for OG, but I think Secret taking an even fight at this stage of the game, or relatively even, definitely buys them time, which is what you need. I really feel like this core Tiny becomes much scarier in the late game than something like the carry Gyro.
Probably is the case, though. You do have that timing with the gyro where you're gonna get like a satanic. You will be empowered by the Magnus, and then you have overgrowth, terrorize, and the RP around yourself. So you can definitely go high ground and end the game earlier here if you're OG.
Yeah, for sure. You don't really have the toss backs because this is a carry Tiny. They're swapped for sure. And, you know, that's why in the late game, it definitely starts getting more scary because you can swap the gyro, then you can toss him even further away. There's some shenanigans that you can try to abuse defending high ground. But you need time. And if you're playing for time, usually probably means your draft hasn't worked out the way you really wanted to.
Yep, Secret are in a relatively bad spot. They're being doubled in kills. The gold lead is in favor of OG on every single position. OG are ahead of their counterparts, not by much, but still ahead. And when you have a Tiny and the TA, which are pretty heavy farming oriented cores, that can be a problem. But in general, this is should be a much closer game than what we saw in game 1.
Do see BZM here going for a Manta, huh? Not at all common, but against the TA Shard, against the Magic Missile, there's definitely some value there. And I guess your Manta Illusions will benefit from your Napalm stacking damage as well.
What's the Rubik facet?
That he picked up, you mean?
Yep. Arcane accumulation. Oh, okay, so casting a spell temporarily increases the area of effect for all subsequent spells. Tries to skewer away. He does have a skewer still, will get himself away from those brambles. They did lose Ari already. Crystalis showing just how much burst he's able to do as Tomato. Has to be very careful about what he does here. Magic Missile will connect. He gets healed up by Seb, and that's going to be enough for him to TP bottom. And they are still going to be protecting all of their towers on OG. Ooh, this is scary. Whisper is caught. Going to be tossed in place, lifted up. They just used all of their spells together. It's going to allow Whisper to run away. I can't believe what a mistake from Secret. The rookie one might still not matter. They bring down Whisper, but overlapping stuns like that can cost you key kills.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a problem there. But this Tiny, man, he has so much damage. It is crazy how much this hero can do. And I'm starting to get a little bit scared here for OG. The gold advantage is gone, and now they might just lose their carry like that.
Tomato was setting up to go on Boom, but the rest of the team was so far away. OG will have their Magnus back in 8 seconds. Here comes from the side, Crystalis. We're trying to get the kill. Nice use.
Holy.
Stops his damage, but Gordon and Puppy, they're not going to be stopping at all. Ari, he doesn't have the Shadow Realm. You're not going to be able to hide in the shadows. You're going to hide in your fountain for 30 seconds. OG are getting decimated. No, they're going to be TPing to the mid lane with Gordon. A lot of farm there. They don't want to go Roach just yet.
Okay, well, they do get this tier 1 tower, and Crystal is stolen in power here from Shishak, so he is definitely very happy with Rubik's spells right now.
Is that the best one to have, literally? Even though there's RP, Overgrowth, Lasso, Terrorize on the other side, is it just that good on a Tiny?
In the mid game is definitely probably one of the best ones if you don't want to take fights, but later on, you know, there's a lot of great spells. Overgrowth, RP, Terrorize. I guess those are the big 3 that you're probably... Even the Skewer could be huge.
We'll see how it goes. Arcane Rune for Gordon. 1 tower was taken out. Secret smoking up. What are they gunning for now?
I think you probably want to take a fight on the top side and Roche out of it. You have all of the things to take fights here. Blink and Shard in the TA. They're actually showing TA and going to the other heroes. Interesting.
Whisper is gone. He's just gonna try.
Oh, DRP gets cancelled.
Yeah, they get a big hit. Now, Stolen Overgrowth. He does have a Manta on BZM. Lasso as well, trying to finish him off. Nice swap out from Puppy. It's not gonna last that long. Keeping BZM away. Look at the Tiny just turns around. They destroy BZM. However, Crystallis is still gonna be in a lot of trouble. Will get slowed down. Here comes the cooldown. It's perfectly placed, but the Tiny is still living. He has way too much HP. Stolen Terrorize as well. This is amazing from Shishak. What he's doing to OG. He's decimating and Silence as well. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Corden gets another. And OG, they only survive on their position 4 Secret. Looking dominant in there, but without the Tiny, seems they don't have the confidence to go for the Roche.
I mean, do you see how that Tiny is crazy strong? Not only he tanks like half the kit of OG, but he's also doing so much damage. Like, he's one of the few carries that can be kind of your frontliner and also your damage dealer at the same time. Just insane how much Crystallis is squeezing out of those fights by just existing.
Yep. And it's not that he's not doing damage. I mean, it's not him just surviving for a long period of time and reducing the damage of the enemies. He's actually doing insane amounts and starting the fights off by bursting people down. You know what? I still don't see the impact of this Batrider, and the question is, are we ever gonna see it? Crystallis getting pulled into the Brambles. BZM does not have a lasso. They have a Curse Crown. However, another Bramble is gonna be caught there by Crystallis as BZM in so much trouble. Boom waiting for him on the high ground where he will take him out. Stolen cooldown from the Rubik. There's gonna be a nice RP into the hands of the Gyro, but he takes him away from him. Doesn't matter. Boom still gonna be taking a massive amount of damage. There's the swap. Puppey not allowing him to die, as there will be a stun on Timado too close to the other 2 cores of Secret, as now they're looking towards Seb. The slowdown from the Echo Saber. Crystallis just with that second attack, making sure that the full slow is there. And again, it's Secret even with the great RP. And get the kill now with the Silence. At least the Yules will be keeping the TA away. No BKB as of yet. Twisted Chakram completely off the mark. Here comes Crystallis. This is a very dead Dark Willow, and Whisper is being annoying, and he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. What the hell are you doing? He's gonna get Boom into the tier 3 tower, and it seems that they don't want to be chasing any longer. BZM is back to the world of the living and instantly goes back to rejoin 3 of his teammates as Whisper just stands and watches his mid laner die.
Yeah, I mean, the impact of the Batrider was stomping the TA, right? But at the end of the day, if you don't have the experience and you haven't played Batrider in this patch, you're gonna make some of those mistakes. I think OG, they were very close on snowballing this game in a way that it wouldn't matter. You know, that maybe this game doesn't play a lot of Batrider recently, but it didn't happen. And now those fights look so hard. Like, you have to rush Manta out of Batrider because of TA traps. Like, of course, the Bat's not gonna be, you know, looking super useful at the moment.
I expected so much more from him, and now, of course, 5 times odds in favor of Secret. This wasn't the case in the previous game, obviously, so Secret looking much better, and you said it. It is a closer draft. Secret played really well in game 1. It's just that it wasn't allowed for them to do much because of their draft, and now when it is, they are looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, that's with a game where, you know, they did first blood, they were 7-1, right? 1-7.
Yep.
And still bounced back really hard, mostly because of, I think, a lot of the moves from this Timbersaw, but also how early Crystallis was able to get involved. I think, you know, just like Diracho, he's one of those more aggressive European carries. Oh, hello.
Point toss into the Brambles with the Bedlam. Does have a use of his own in the Rubik, so will buy some time, tries to skewer away, dies in the middle of it. As a Secret, the rest of them might go for some revenge.
They have a smoke on Secret here. I don't think you want to give away this for free.
Won't. Ari places a sentry, still the lingering vision was there, so he did see Puppey for a second. Shadow Realm onto the high ground, you need to be careful. Boom just goes forward, won't be able to get that kill. Yule's still available.
Alright, that's all you need, is Secret. Just push them back. You don't have to go for the Roche Pit, but they will smoke. That's, you know, that's a tough ask, because you don't have a lot of vision. I don't think Secret has any business walking him around, especially with RP and Lasso being up. This is not an easy fight for them to take. You get some vision on the left side.
Oh, Whisper is the perfect hero to catch Seb. This double silence onto the support. Seb is already dead. No overgrowth for you whatsoever. Avalanche, double kill, double hit, and the lift up Ari gets taken out. There's the lasso. They're gonna try to finish off Crystallis with a swap. That's not gonna be happening. You don't have your supports. Whisper misses on the blink skewer, and now he's in no man's land. He cannot RP. He cannot run away. Demado left all alone right now, and will get taken out as well. BZM already escaped through the twin gates. A smart move considering how the fight was going. A beautiful executed fight for Secret.
That ward on the left side is the only reason they won that fight. He got vision of the two supports in the small camp area, and huge blink from Boom. He pretty much solo kills the two supports, and you know, after that the fight's so easy. Yeah, Whisper missed the skewer, but you know, it doesn't matter. If you start the fight with two supports, that you're just bound to lose the fight. I think they had buyback on the gyro, but they didn't really want to use it.
He died. The fourth hero that died was the gyro.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
you're
it
right,
was.
Yeah.
No. There's the Sanjin on the Tiny. You mentioned it, that he's probably gonna be getting it. It is there now. This makes him pretty much unkillable. Like, how do you even deal with this Tiny? We're gonna be seeing that fight once again. At this point, the fight is already over.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you lose your tree, he doesn't get too OT. They don't have buybacks on two supports. That's why they lose the fight, basically. Because it is an advantageous Radiant place to fight, but with no buybacks, you're just gonna lose. Maybe the play was just TP now, trying to TP out, but there's no BP jumps from either, I think, so just gets taken out.
I'm really liking how Whisper is dodging the magic missiles. As we're gonna have a fight. The overgrowth will be nice. Onto two heroes. Terrorize. Flying as well. That's a really cool positioning from Ari. Timado swapped in. Gonna get stunned up. A couple of more hits. And it is gonna be Crystallis finishing him off. Double man avalanche. Toss as well. Whisper, he gets the RP only onto one hero. Skewer stolen. It won't even be needing to use it this time around. Secret, they show us we didn't win that fight because we killed the supports. Now we can leave them alive, and we're still gonna be crushing it.
Yeah, that's still another fight where Secret is taking engagements so close to OG, but no buybacks. They're getting picked off as well. So OG, even though they should have the advantage in terms of map control, obviously network-wise, they're struggling. But yeah, the lack of buybacks also preventing OG from trying to turn around some of those fights as they lose another.
This is just the reality of playing versus a Tiny that is this farmed. Why does he have a tree grab? Is that a bug? A visual bug for Crystallis?
No, that's how God intended. That's how exactly how he should be. Perfection.
Exactly. Makes sense. Makes sense that you have a tree on your back, but you just need a little bit more material when you pick it up.
By the way, he has 35 status resistance right now, probably like around 40 something slow resistance. And you know, when you're playing against a fair amount of slows, definitely makes a big difference here as they kill another. I mean, I don't know, OG, you need to wait these ages out. They're getting picked off. I think they should just choose the side of the map and play together. Secret, they're just poking way too well around their defenses. Oh, Whisper.
Nice grab for Whisper, but there is a Yules on the Rubis. You're just going to be buying time for the rest of the pack to come over. That Solar Crest won't help your Gyro survive. This game now looks pretty much impossible. Everybody is just dying in Secret. They're not even trying. They're not doing anything special. They're literally right-clicking you and running towards your base. There will be double traps onto poor Ari. He'll get taken down easily with just one hit from Corden. OG, they lose 4 heroes just like that without any tactical planning from Secret. They just go forward and they get kills.
Look at this tower. That's a living armor tower, mind you. The TA is not even attacking it. It's just gone.
And Crystallis has a ton of attack speed with a Tiny, which means that your tower will fall. Corden, he wanted to steal that tower. Did you see that? That's the TAs for you. But of course, Tiny will not allow his hard work to get taken away.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the many beauties of Tiny Carry as well. Or kind of like Luna, you win a fight and the barracks just melt to your right clicks. They have a Solar Crest as well, which helps. And I mean, there's still 1 minute of Aegis. Secret could try to force this a bit more if they want to.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they will be finding Timado. He says he gets the BKB off. That's a 9-second BKB. Overgrowth as well. Turning around. Actually, Timado wants to fight this. Not even close. Crystallis, he has an Aegis. Even if you kill him, it's not going to be that great. Gordon, he doesn't have one, but he has a swap from Puppy, which is basically a free save. Losing the Rubik, however, in the backlines. BZM finally finding something, taking the gem. Not going to stay in his possession too long, however, as Gordon makes sure he gets the revenge for his fallen comrade.
We do have a second glyph now on OG. They will have to use it. Still 20 seconds on Crystallis here.
Living armor, backdoor protection. That is the thing that can stop the Tiny. Crystallis wants to die. I don't know if that's going to be happening. Avalanche running forward, losing the Aegis in 13 seconds. The problem is there's nobody to kill him. Cure onto 2 heroes into the hands of the Gyro, and that's one dead. Boom could be next on the menu. Crystallis healing up. The Aegis will be expiring in 2 seconds. BetBoom, of course, not doing any damage. Those are very strong winds, lifting up a mountain into the air. Crystallis continuing with the right clicks. No more glyph, which means that no more melee Raxes on the bottom lane.
I mean, Tiny revenge. Imagine if they have a Vlad at some point. The amount of damage. He has 420 base damage on this Tiny, bro.
Yep, that's pretty much 5 hits for the Batrider without the bonus damage, which is quite significant as well. You still have a tier 2 on the bottom lane. The problem is that Secret already has a ward there, and I don't think OG are going to be aware of that.
Yeah, not only that, there's a double damage on the top side, or amplify damage for the Zoomers. So if Secret can get a hold of that, I wouldn't be surprised seeing them skull, even though Age is expired. Like, they pretty much have all they want. Like, the lack of Aegis doesn't seem to be a problem here, fighting 2 OG.
Can you say DD for boomers, AD for zoomers? Is that the...
That's a good one. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's Gen Alpha, I guess is the right name, as Whisper will be munched down here. Crystallis, God, beyond godlike streak. This hero is crazy. Like, it is, alongside TA, one of the best cores right now, and we can just see why.
And you have both. The thing is, you have both on Secrets. One of them, actually both of them were kind of slowed down in the laning phase quite significantly, and still they worked out this well. Gordon, maybe they can bring down the TA. Lasso will be used. Overgrowth at the ready. Gordon does have the BKB. Curse Crown, it won't be stunning him, so he can leave with ease as Crystallis is running forward, dodging the brambles. Even with his big body, he can still find little gaps in which he's going to live on the other side. There will be Ari caught. Heals on the Rubik. It's not going to be enough to save your life.
They found a tree.
There's a lot of trees that they found, but the main one they want to kill, and there it is. Seb is gone.
Yeah, this is looking pretty over. We still have RP, but 40 seconds here on this tree. This is at least a tier 2 tower. There's not going to be living armor. Secret. I mean, I love this, right? I think we were kind of bantering around, you know, how healthy Secret looked as a team, and I think this game showcases some healthy state for them, but as we said, they have 2 of the most broken heroes of the patch, so I'm assuming OG, if this goes to game 3, are not gonna give both away.
Yeah, or at least get one yourself. That would be that'd be a nice way to approach it, because this Batrider isn't working out. I know it's BZM's signature hero, and maybe in some other circumstances it actually would have worked.
I mean, the hero got heavily nerfed. Like, maybe there's an argument for this hero being a core just because you need more points of Lasso to get all of the benefits from the facet, but considering how much he stomped the lane, you know, it is definitely not reassuring, the state of this game, because he would just show up in fights and die.
Is that Rapier? No! Ooh,
they cancel it!
No way!
Oh,
no way!
at
least he
though.
didn't assemble it. At least that. Yeah. But the thing is, will your base really be there in 80 seconds?
Well, they have living armor, so that's something, but with BZM dying again, I don't know if that's enough time.
Dude, living armor versus tiny TA, it's gonna help your tower survive for half a second longer, at max.
One extra attack. Well, Triad's dead.
He gave his life away to buy an extra second for Crystallis not to be attacking through backdoor protection, and he just doesn't care.
Crazy.
Oh no, guys, I shouldn't be able to kill this, but I can, because I have 750 damage with the minus armor. Goodbye throne, it's called Defense of the Ancients, and OG, you're defending nothing. We're going into game 3. The two teams with one living legend on each will be getting one game each and fighting for that top spot in the adjusted GSL format.
I mean, I think that's all the viewers, that's the least the viewers deserve. You have Secret and OG playing. You want this to go to game 3. And yeah, I'm pretty happy. I feel like OG, I don't want to say clowned in this draft, but they were very inventive with some of the ways they tried to deal with the TA. And it worked well in the laning stage. Maybe in a game where BZM, played 5 Batrider pubs before this series. It could have been totally different. But yeah, he just forced a couple of plays a little bit too much. And, if you die 3-4 times, you lose all of that advantage. And the scaling is just crazy here on Secret. So kudos to them. I think they played well. And this Rubik from Shishak, I think he showed a lot of promise. I was very impressed with how he played this game.
Yeah, stolen cooldowns, stolen overgrowths. It looked really good from his side in this game and in the previous one as well. So I think Secret, they might have found a winner here. Is it good enough to win a full series versus OG? And you mentioned that you were happy, but you and me talked yesterday watching some competitor games and said everything is a stomp because people are still not used to the patch, and we still got 2 stomps here. Are we gonna get a close game 3?
Well, I sure hope so. But at the end of the day, it's going to matter a lot on the drafts. It feels like when you can squeeze one extra OP hero on your side, things just look a bit too strong. How much the patch was able to offset this effect, I'm not sure. But so far, we did get 2 stomps. So maybe we need a B patch really fast as well.
Hopefully the stomps do not continue, as we want at least closer games. This one, you could mount it as a little bit of a comeback, as it was a great laning stage for OG. But after the laning stage went as good as it did, do you think OG had a shot, or did Secret just prepare themselves way too good?
I think they definitely had a shot. They fed a lot of kills. I think some of the fights that they tried to set up weren't great. And they never really got to utilize the timings. Like whenever Timado was ready to fight, the game was already at a terrible state. I just feel like OG, if they played a bit better with BZM instead of him playing alone, just like they could have snowballed this game and won in 30 minutes. Like it could have been a totally different game.
Yeah, so Secret's results lately haven't been the best, at least not compared to the name of the team that we kind of consider it one of the best teams in the world. But this win versus OG, it might be a start of something great for them. Can they win the entire series? We'll find out after the break. first series in Group B is gonna be a 3-game series here between two legends of OG and Secret. Puppy on one side, Seb on the other. Both TI winners, one of them winning it even 2 times. I'm Harry, joining me is Bo3, and you're watching the FISSURE Universe Episode 2. Bo3, we got this tournament underway in these 4 days where nothing was happening, just to show the people just how good this match is. And so far, the entertainment has been delivered despite the stomps.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see heroes being played in different positions, right? This mid-bat rider, I think, is unheard of and competitive in this patch. We got to see carry Tiny. Still didn't get to see Zlata for some reason. I wonder teams...
It got banned.
True. Game 1, it wasn't. I know there are some counters. Treant, the Lich, I think, is a hero that people are kind of playing with.
Why is he so
yeah,
strong?
they're still... it's just because of the attack speed is low, I think, against Slaughter. I feel like it's supposed to be a decent response to Slaughter when Phoenix is banned, which is usually happen because the hero is super strong.
Okay, do you think that the bans are going to be changing much now when we're moving into Game 3, or is it still going to be Wisp, Razor, Monkey King, Chen, things like that?
I think you ban Tiny over Monkey King any day of the week. I really can't believe that... maybe they felt like they were going to squeeze the Tiny before them, but I just feel like Tiny is like 3 tiers ahead of Monkey King, as a hero right now.
Yeah, but Crystallis has 10,000 Monkey King games, and I don't know how many Tiny games, though he did look pretty confident and comfortable in the previous games. So who knows? We'll see what OG actually decides to do. Secret again, they have the first pick this time around from the Dire side. That's one other thing that I wanted to talk to you about. Radiant versus Dire. Has the new patch changed anything, or is it pretty much the same?
Not at all. It's pretty much the same. Even the small things they were trying to introduce to differentiate Radiant Dire got removed, right? Arc Warden doesn't have the day-night cycle thing going on. In general, they're taking a different approach, it feels like, to balance Radiant Dire. It's mostly with first pick, second pick, which right now, it is a Secret that has that first pick. So very curious to see what they're going to be able to squeeze. Do they just force the TA again? It worked for them game 1, even though OG tried really hard. Yeah, there you go. They take it out. I think that's the way.
Okay, so you ban out one. Do you ban out the other core, or do you think that they can deal with one?
I think you can deal with one.
Okay.
I could probably even snatch the other one. That said, you can always first pick Tiny here, and with the Phoenix being banned, Tiny definitely feels happy. I feel like Phoenix is kind of the response you have for both Tiny and Slaughter at the moment, but they will take away the Venge. Definitely a hero that enables the Tiny a lot, right? We saw how much bonus damage she was giving away to Crystallis.
And Puppy's plays and positioning with the Venge were on point, really. I can't find a single fault. Even some of the fights he baited in the enemies, and then with the swap got that barrier and made sure that his team changed the outcome of the fight completely. But it was the last pick for Secret, so I'm surprised that OG banned it out this early.
True. They took away the Legion, despite all of the massive nerfs, and it's hard not to go with this Tiny, man, because at the end of the day, you don't even have to play it as a carry, right? You can literally flex it to every position but 5, and the hero looks solid. So I do like this a lot, and this is a pretty fair response, especially if it's going to be carry Tiny, just having that strength being drained. Timber did get nerfed in the lane a little bit because his strength now doesn't get as much right-click damage as he used to, but still very solid hero.
Yeah, he starts with the same amount, but he used to get like 5 point something per level. Now it's 3.5, as far as I know. So it is a big difference, right? The level 4 Timbersaw will be lacking like 10 damage, and that really does make a difference when it comes to CS.
Not only that, but you could like go 5 branches, right? So not only you're getting that 5, but you have like extra 8 or something from your branches. Whereas now you don't really allow to play that way anymore. So it's a big change for the lane. Tiny can definitely out CS the Timber if he plays well. What did you take away, though?
Is there a chance we see the Shredder facet for the Timbersaw? Or is the Twisted Chakram just that much better?
There's a chance, but I feel like it's better. You know, it's if it ain't broken, don't fix it. It feels like in my opinion, out
But
of
he
all the
lost the
heroes that
previous
got
game.
changed, yeah, but it was a really hard Timber game. To me, there's like maybe 20% of the heroes that actually have viable facets that are like 2% difference in win rate from one another. A lot of the other ones seem to be kind of not super balanced. Right?
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna make the better facets weaker, or do you think they're gonna be making the worst facets OP so that they bait you into going for them?
Yeah, you can definitely go both ways. I just want the facets to have different play styles. I know in the case of Timber, they have different play styles, but one is like, oh, look at this damage that I can get literally whenever. And the Timber Chain one, it seems a bit more. I don't know. I feel like they are not different enough, if you get what I mean.
Okay.
I would love to see them go in very different directions. Like, okay, I want damage, I can go this one. I want sustainability, I go this one. Something like that.
And for some heroes, it can be done. But let's say for a Storm, why would you ever get the Electric Vortex one over the I'm gonna toss my Remnant at you? As OG, they pick up a Batrider once again. BZM, I went through his pubs. He played one Batrider in this patch. And
I played two?
Yeah, and 2 days ago. Yeah, that is in this patch. And he did win in a pub. And he went Manta anyway. So it's Manta, BKB, Blink, Shard, Octarine. Those are the items that he wants. So I kind of get what he wants to do. I just didn't see it in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he doesn't die, right, it could have been a totally different game. You get the Manta faster. You don't give away all of that network fleet away. But I'm very happy with Secret here. The Rubik worked out nicely. You can still lasso. Stealing the Timber spells are great. And it seems to be comfort for Shishak. So if you have a standing, if you have a new player, you definitely want to give him the best shot at doing what he wants.
But already now, this Rubik is not as good as it was in the previous game. Though it got picked up earlier as well in the previous game. It's just that OG picked up some heroes that were... The Rubik was really good against the Magnus, the Dark Willow, the Treant Protector as well. The Dark Willow was already in either way, but yeah, it was a better Rubik game than this one.
By the way, very curious to see what facet this Shadow Demon is going to pick up, because Disseminate now increases the target the ally you cast it on by 15%. So when you have a hero like Tiny, there's definitely an argument here for Disseminate being a decent facet, although for the most part, I've seen Shadow Servant as the preferred one here for Shadow Demons. Oh boy.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Do you think we see the Spectral Wolves or whatever they're called?
I would love to. Oh, definitely love to. But Tiny's kind of really good against Lycan. I'm not sure if you saw the Reddit post, but just throw your 3 and Lycan has to chase it because he's a sort of a dog. But also your passive is really good, just having the attack damage decrease. Not as good as the old Craggy exterior, but I still feel like it's not the best matchup against Tiny, this Lycan. But it is a really good hero.
Here boy, bam. Imagine that. That would be very sad for...
Lycan cannot chase Tiny if he throws away his tree. That would be a great change, but... Okay, Post 5 Venomancer. That's a hero that's gaining a lot of popularity. His facets just like, doubles your damage, doubles your OT. Really hard not to go with that.
Are you going with Patient Zero? You're not going with Play Carrier? I kind of like the Play Carrier. Imagine you're a Lycan with a billion movement speed. You get a Play Carrier just running in like, right?
Yeah, it's fun, but it literally doubles your OT, bro. It's so good. And that's an interesting curveball. So are they playing Cordon Tiny this time? Is Cordon playing the Monkey King? Is this going to be a Boom Monkey King? Because I know he plays it as well.
I like it as a Crystallis Monkey King versus a Lycan, and then you put the Tiny into the mid lane, as the Tiny maybe versus the Timbersaw would struggle.
Yeah, that's true. And it's also, picking Monkey King into Timber. That is, picking Timber and Batrider. I wonder how comfortable you are doing that. Even though it can get like good matchups, it still feels a bit scary, right?
Yep, definitely. It goes to show that it is a comfort pick for the team in general.
Yeah.
When you have
Yeah.
I would even say 3 Monkey King players. Even Corden can pick it up for the mid lane. Obviously, it's more often than not going to be Crystalis playing his signature hero. And I think the idea is make the Lycan suffer, which you definitely can do in the lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a great matchup. Even though Lycan can be flexed to multiple lanes, I'm assuming it's going to be Whisper here. Although Timado was a carry Lycan player in a very, very distant past.
How do you feel about the Spirit Wolves carry Lycan? I think it's actually quite viable. We just need to see how strong it is and if it does need some tweaking in terms of damage bonus or something along those lines to make it really, really strong.
I honestly didn't really thought that much about it. Like whenever I read uncontrollable, like my mind kind of goes offline. You know, same with the Visage. You know, I saw the Visage changes and I was like, do I actually like this? How good is this? It might be okay. I think the only Lycan game I've seen dispatch had pack leader instead. So I can actually check which one is the one of highest win rate. And looking so far, the pick rate is actually Spirit Wolves, 77%, but the win rate's higher on pack leader.
Yeah, but when it's played more, then people are making more mistakes. I would like to see the Spirit Wolves. They're uncontrollable, but it's not like they do anything. They just stand next to you and give you damage. That's it. So it's basically I click this spell, I have more damage.
Maybe you are right. And I mean, even the Epic's Predator thing, right? Just you've probably far much faster with his innate ability. So there's definitely an argument here for Lycan. He's also one of those heroes that is universal people forget about. So you can just go for a very greedy stat-based build up here. Yeah. Would not be angry about that whatsoever, as they are banning heroes here.
Dude, imagine a Battle Fury Lycan. You farm so fast because of your innate ability, deals 2% extra damage to neutral creeps per hero level. Then you buff yourself up with the Summon Wolves. You get a Battle Fury. Let's go. Let's go. That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's possible. So they banned. Do you think both sides want to meet hero, or is there a chance like this Timbers mid or something like that?
There's a chance that there's a Batrider mid because BZM played it earlier.
There's no way they're gonna do that again. The BZM, he got scolded, he got yelled at by Seb. He's like, I'm playing. Actually, it's probably gonna be Ari playing the bat.
Do you think Seb's the kind of guy that is gonna yell at his teammates?
Never. Seb is the most upstanding citizen of all time. And they get a Lash. So it's going to be offlane or Tiny, offlane Monkey King or carry Monkey King. I'm assuming it's going to be offlane.
Offlane Monkey King?
Yeah, right? Leshek mid?
Yeah, sure. But what if it's a offlane Tiny? That's also a possibility.
I don't know. Tiny's just so good as a carry that I can't help but feel like you're making a mistake on... I know it's Crystalis, bread and butter. But like, have you seen him game 2? Like, he was beyond godlike. I really feel like it's just easier.
It's a mid lane bat.
We'll see. Oh, you're right. And it's a Timado Lycan. Okay, this game is hype, but it is Boom playing the Tiny.
Okay, so just please Battle Fury Timado. I beg of you. So BZM is going to be mid with the Timber and Whisper is going to be playing the Batrider. It's one of those situations. Yo, kiddo, I'm going to show you how the core Batrider is done. Do you think it's still going to be some of those Manta starts, Manta BKB, or do you think Whisper goes something completely different?
I think you have to play differently. It's too greedy. Maybe, I don't know, some drums, blink, something. Honestly, I have no idea. Like, I can check what Batrider specialists are doing right now here. Let's check some offlane games. Looks like the build at the moment is... I mean, it's all over the place. There's Dragonlance, there's Force Staff, there's Travels, there's
okay, so
Veil,
nobody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, no one has any idea what's the
okay,
best,
but because you're such a genius analyst, you're gonna tell us exactly what Whisper is going to be doing. How is he gonna be playing this bat?
Well, I wish I had the draft to tell you, but let's try to remember here the heroes he's against. It's a Monkey King. I think your job this game is literally to shut down this Monkey King. I don't think the Tiny is KO as much from the offlane. I feel like the Leshrac actually gets handled all right by the other heroes on the side of OG. So to me, it's like a hunt the Monkey King type game. So maybe just, Travels, Blink Dagger, Force Staff. Like, I don't think you need to go too outside of the box, try to just reinvent the wheel.
How do you lane this if you're Secret? Do you maybe send Crystallis to the offlane to lane versus the Lycan? Would that be the smarter choice?
Yeah, definitely looks better, right? You have the toss on the Batrider if Tiny is in the same lane. That's why I also wanted to see carry Tiny. I just feel like matchup's better. But if you invert the lanes, then yeah, it makes sense.
For now, they are moving in different directions. Looking at the odds here, of course, in favor of OG. They did come into the series as the favorites, but a lot less of a difference now. Do you think this is fair now between the two teams, considering what they have shown?
Okay, so we have imbalanced on the Spirit Breaker. I actually didn't hear your question.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I
I
told you before we came into the game just to tell me all of the facets there that are there. So you're doing your job, Bowie. Don't worry. I'm not gonna be stopping you from doing it.
I had an acoustic moment. I'm sorry. But yeah, okay. Let's check. Leshrac has the same one. Venomancer. Oh, so he did go for this one.
Told you. It's gonna be a Lycan running with Plague Wards on top of him.
And Spirit Breaker and Batrider. Okay, you actually have 4 gap closers. That does make a little bit of sense. Can't help but feel like the other one's better though. But very curious to see what Seb's gonna do.
It would be much better if the Veno was with the Tiny, because you know where you find snakes around rocks, right? So it would be more lore accurate.
The viewers don't deserve this, man. This is a BO. This is game 3, and you're making rocks and snakes jokes.
yeah. Taking that, those can be scary as mid lane. Talk to me about this one. Timbersaw versus the Lesh. Who's coming out ahead?
It's a yap fast. No one's gonna die. You know, Timber gets 1 point of his passive, and he whirling dash everything. It really, like, it's a snooze fest. You know, in the past, the Leshrac could stomp this lane because he would learn Split Earth, but I'm assuming, at least so far, it feels like Corden might just go for the 0-3-2 build.
Let's see how these two are going to be doing. Seb, he has 2 skill points, as we know. Venomancer, his innate ability is just another skill point on his Poisons thing, as Shishak does dodge on the Blood Grenade. As Lycan didn't go for the Spirit Wolves, or did he? And I just didn't. Or did he go for the pack leader?
I could not see it, but yeah.
Are we gonna click on Tomato? Observer?
Oh,
you wanna know the
MVP?
Lycan? They are not attacking. Okay,
there you go.
Yeah, Spirit Wolves. No, it's pack leader.
Huh?
It's pack leader. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's pretty good. Like, getting 5 seconds, like, you can pretty much get, like, once you get more levels, you can pretty much have Eternal Shapeshift if it goes to that. But also increasing that mid-fight, you know, allows you to kill someone. Like, you know you can kill that person and then run away, right? Because sometimes you overextend as Lycan and you die because of it. But now you're like, okay, I have 5 extra seconds, I should be fine.
That makes sense. As BZM, he is taking some damage. Corden threatening with the Lightning Strike. You talked about 1 point in reactive armor. BZM is still taking a massive amount of damage. And in terms of CS, Corden is crushing this one. So it might be a snooze fest, but the one that is definitely favoring the mid laner of Secret.
Yeah, it definitely gets better for the Timber, I think. But we'll see what BZM's going to cook up. He also has more creeps waiting, so should be offsetting this number. King's turn rate's pretty bad. Oh, BCM, is he dead?
He's dead. You told me it's gonna be a snooze fest. You told me nobody's gonna die. Corden is gonna say differently here, Bowie, and we'll get a huge advantage for his team. This is sometimes how you lose games, dying 1 versus 1 in the mid lane.
I do not think that should be possible, especially without having the stun. So, did he have Timber Chain? I actually didn't get to click him there, but yeah, that might be a mistake. 2 points in Whirling Death against the Leshrac. Like, you didn't even get that close to him at the end of the day. Do you really want to be close to him?
Yeah, well, seems that he did want to, and that was a mistake. Also, the Puppy on the Shadow Demon did go for the Promulgate talent, so it is the one with the Disseminate.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. Even with the Leshrac, he's usually pretty tanky, so should benefit from that quite a bit. Aggressively is also nice. they have some tanky heroes on the side of OG as well.
Nice start for Secret. One kill, 1k gold lead. Their lanes are doing pretty well. Even the Monkey King is farming decently well versus a Spirit Breaker and a Bat Rider. And that is a big deal, right? Because these two are not an easy heroes to deal with. And now with the charge happening into the mid lane, they instantly make a move on the Bat Rider. Seb survives easily. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, only 40 HP there, but we'll probably be forced to, wait for his courier. That's pretty far away, so he definitely makes Team Ado's laning stage a bit more of an issue. But Lycan is one of those heroes that just don't seem to lose lanes. He just has too much HP regen with his passive.
Yeah, HP regen, he has 2 wolves to help him CS. Though Boom is having a little bit more in terms of CS. Probably some of those are wolves, but it's still a pretty good start for the Tiny in general.
Yeah, that's the scary thing of having this carry Lycan. Usually Tiny can get punished really hard by some carries, right? Your Monkey Kings, your Ursas, but even though Lycan is getting away with the laning stage, it's at the expense of a hero like Tiny getting so much out of the lane as well as Puppy.
My Puppy's dead. Crystallis might be in trouble. He's gonna get pushed out of the trees, and with a charge onto the 2 of them, Whisper has 4 poison stacks on him. The thing is, they're not gonna be activated for quite some time. Monkey King has to run away. He needs the Primal Spring. He's just being annoyed so much. Boundless Strike gonna be perfect with the Blood Grenade. That means he's not gonna be springing onto those trees anytime soon. But just, it is hard to escape this situation anyways, as Whisper is just gonna be stacking him with the Sticky Napalm. Finally, he gets himself into the trees, TPs to the lane, and Crystallis, luckily for Secret, will survive.
Oh, there's one thing we didn't mention, right? Now that you also don't get vision with Sticky Napalm, charging through that is not going to be a possibility anymore. I think in the past that was one of the reasons this combo was so powerful.
That is very true. Still, I guess that's why you pick the Spirit Breaker. You give vision with the Spirit Breaker, and then the Bat Rider goes in for the lasso, as they will be fighting BZM. He's fine though, no Split Earth. For how long will he be fine? Look at the Leshen, his overwhelming overtime damage, still diving the sides. It is enough. As Timbersaw takes a massive amount of damage, not dead just yet. However, his tower is getting lowish.
Oh my god, there's a haste from here.
That's a little bit too deep, especially with Sep coming over. Gale does connect. Diabolic Edict being used. That is something that you don't want to go in on. 1 ball charge left on Corden. He can be denied, which Shishak is probably going to try to do. Blood Grenade used as well, and there's the deny. It will not allow the enemies to get money for the kill, but it is still your mid laner dead.
Yeah, you do get experience, right? They changed that in 736, so at least the Vino gets experience out of that deny, but no gold.
At least something, but still, it's good that Secret didn't allow their mid laner to die just like that.
In terms of Wisdom Rune here, it feels like Mr. Crystallis, as per usual, will do the Monkey King play of trying to steal the Wisdom Rune, but there's a Spirit Breaker there. He's gonna have to be careful if he wants to steal it.
Spirit Breaker should charge towards somewhere on the map.
He doesn't get it.
He did charge Crystallis. Crystallis made a mistake there.
Yeah.
He's gonna try to get the Jingu stacks. This is a pretty uncomfortable position for Crystallis to be in. Again, into the trees, jumps away, and he will not be found. But does he have a TP?
I think he used it prior, right? In that other move, so might not have it.
Boom barely survives. This overtime damage for Seb is so annoying. He's actually level 5, and this is the herd coming out from the Spirit Breaker. People are just getting way too much experience on OG.
Yeah, oh, Ari? I mean, there's no way he's dying. At the end of the day, I feel like Crystallis is losing a lot of time here. He's not farmed for less minute and 20 seconds, I think. His net worth, like, he's the lowest net worth by a pretty decent margin in a game where he should have a decent lane stage, I think.
Seems that he did struggle quite a lot there in the later portions of the lane. Now he's going to be trying to come back into it. It's Puppy. He does pick up the Invis Rune. That's huge. That's so big.
No sentry there as they find BZM.
Lifted up into the air. So much overtime damage. Corden And Shishak, they get the kill. Puppey not even needed there. Seb from the side, tossing out some spells. Not going to be changing the fact that their hero is dead. Whisper has a lasso.
Whisper's 2
Firefly
levels
as well.
ahead.
Crystallis is dead. Yeah, he's definitely dead 100%, especially with the charge coming through. You might not even need it, as Whisper is going to do this on his own. Loses the courier to the tower. Nope, tower won't be getting it. Needs 4 hits for the courier to die. That's not going to happen. OG, they punish the enemy carry. Not as easy to survive when you're not a tiny.
Yeah, that's clutch because they did lose mid out of all that aggression from Secret, so you need something in return. And I don't want to get back to this Monkey King thing again, but can't help but feel like not only this hero isn't very good.
Do that again. Please,
he's
TP.
getting destroyed.
Secret, please TP over. Okay, he's gonna be getting himself into the trees. Okay, this is Crystallis Monkey King still, so he's gonna be making some good plays.
Nice ward. I'm not sure if he's the one that put it there, but having prior vision of the charge so that he can cancel it with the boundless is pretty important.
Very big. Seb is level 6 Noxious Plague available. Of course, he doesn't have the talent for it, but he isn't maxing out his Serpent wards. I really want to see. Okay, there it is. Spirit Breaker has 1 Serpent ward on him.
That's so funny.
I think it's 50, 100, 150, 200 damage that you need to do to the hero for the one of them to die. That's how it goes per level of the Serpent ward. Lift up.
Yeah.
That's a stolen whirling death. Here comes the Batrider with the TP glyph being used. Nice disruption just in time. Whisper is going to be lighting everything on fire. There goes the Noxious Plague. As stolen lasso, however, beautifully done by Shishak. Corden will die to the chakram of BZM as Ari gets a tree thrown into his back. As Shield Rune, Puppey takes it down. I think he could have picked it up though.
All right, Boom, even rotating here. He's having a really good game though. Just like Tomato, having a free time in the bottom side. I'm assuming he's gonna rush a Blink Dagger because they do lack initiation before this Monkey King is ready to join fights.
Roldo, 3-3. Not too many kills happening, but the action is there. There's the Helm of the Dominator on Tomato. Will be going for a shapeshift. Understands the dangers that are coming his way. Is that a stolen shapeshift? Okay, there's gonna be another wolf, and let's see if you're gonna be the alpha, Tomato. He still does have the movement speed to run into a safe direction.
Tomato's definitely a Sigma.
Okay, so Shishak alpha.
Yeah, definitely. Have you seen his Rubik? This guy is making a name for him. Like I would say, at least in game 2, he was the MVP for me. And so far, some clutch steals with that lasso. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Yep, and also, really, all of the eyes are gonna be on him. These are the types of series that give you the confidence. If you play well in it, you might just secure a good career for yourself. Corden, slow down, takes a lot of damage. He's still gonna be taken out. We'll do some AoE before he falls. Boom next on the menu with a charge in from Ari. They're gonna surround him with so many heroes and make sure that he's dead. OG, they bring all 5 and thus get themselves 2 kills, 2 core kills.
Yeah, well, nice time here for Crystallis to recover, and he needs so much time. I even wonder what the build's gonna be for him. I feel like you kind of want Battle Fury, but it is so slow if you're this far behind. So we'll see what he's gonna choose. He's usually such an active player. Like even when he's incredibly behind, he still joins fights. That's criticism from Reddit, which could be totally wrong. But
no,
he's the type of player.
You're talking about. How can it be wrong?
No. I'm just saying that he's the type of player that will continue. Like he can't give up on games and allow his other teammates to be the carries. Right? Like he is not the type of player that like, okay, I died 3 times, minute 12. I will go Midas and I'll be AFK for 20 minutes. He's not that type of player. He will still be joining fights. And sometimes even die. In game, Secret wins.
Shishak going for another shapeshift. See if he's gonna be able to get anybody down. Avalanche.
Oh, hello.
Toss. Ari lifted up into the air. Charged as well. Imagine a wolf charging at you. That's a pretty scary situation. Exactly what Ari saw there. Usually cows get eaten by wolves. His Whisper is coming over. Crystallis will be using the Wukong's command to keep him away. Don't enter here. The king will be protected by his warriors as Demado with his second shapeshift of the game will only get the tower.
Garden though, trying to find someone there, but BZM will be away. Just going for standard Eternal Shroud, it looks like. Another amazing Shroud game.
So there's a Yules and the Lesh. Nice setup, 4 kills, and actually a pretty good Yules game. The versus the Spirit Breaker defensively and offensively versus the Venomancer versus the Batrider. It just makes a lot of sense to get it.
Yeah, it is very good. Just going straight up Bloodstone so far. Oh, lots of stack camps on the Shadow Demon from Puppey, which is expected. That is one of the things this hero shines at. No Wisdom Rune steals as well. Pretty quiet game, right?
Yep. It is very, very quiet, but that just means that it is quiet before the storm. In this one, we'll see how that will manifest in the game 3 of OG versus Secret, who don't want to go that aggressive. Whisper, however, has a Blink Dagger. As far as I saw, the Monkey King will be going for a Maelstrom, so we can expect a Gleipnir from him. Yep, that's gonna be the farming item for Crystallis, and I think Gleipnir is probably the best item for a Monkey King in general.
Yeah, but it did get nerfed significantly, right? 2 straight up nerfs on Maelstrom from the later patch to this one. I think the damage got nerfed twice and the proc chance got nerfed once. Definitely not as good as it used to be, but still is the item he can buy.
Very interesting. The Monkey King
though.
went for the facet that you have no cooldown on Tree Dance when you are when you're full HP. I actually like the Wukong's Faithful.
I think it's good against all of these Monkey King counters though, right? Like as long as they don't actually do the first initial damage, you can keep hopping around, so it's easier to maybe react to all that gap close and tree cutting that they have.
Makes sense, and it helps you with farm to be hopping from one camp to the other if you're not losing too much.
I think
on
they have
camps.
to change. Oh, never mind. Shishak.
His face will be changed, not in a way that he likes. The Howl is there as well, and he will not be getting the charge away. Just too long of a cooldown.
I feel like you'd have to make that like 90% HP or something. Like if it literally means 100%, especially early on when you take a lot of damage to the creeps, you probably don't farm as fast as you think you would because you're not like 100% HP, right?
Yep, that is very much true. OG, however, are increasing their lead. They are farming faster at the moment than Secret are. No, they want to change this. Secret turns around, Yules to stop the charge. Ari still has the Nether Strike if he wants to go for it. And they want to get Gordon now with the Nether Strike. We'll get him close still. Avalanche toss. That's so much damage onto BZM. Bound Strike. Crystallis gets the kill. Wukong's command being used. Stolen Plague Wards by the Rubik. And I think you get the facet upgrade as well as Tomato is trying to eat him. There will be a Hurricane. Get him out of the bad position. And here comes the toss as well as the jump in from the Monkey Tomato. Might need to run away. There will be a beautiful flame break and a nice gale. Nothing to stop the TP from Crystallis. Boom running away as well. Secret have lost this fight. Now they have to get out with as many heroes as possible. They'll be able to do it. So in the end, not the worst thing in the world considering that OG were the ones looking for the fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they lost this fight. Like you trade core for core and you lose a support on top of it. Cooldowns exchange evenly. Even Crystallis being a part of it and getting the kill. It's an alright exchange. And some big cooldowns, specifically Shapeshift being used. I think he allows Secret. They rely way less on cooldowns than OG, right? Tiny, Leshrac, they are all pretty much low cooldown type heroes.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be an avalanche. Ari turns around, gets a billion bashes onto Boom. Get tossed away. Nice lift up there. Just trying to save Boom. Not gonna be happening. Those bashes, you're gonna be very mad about those. Shishak pushed very far behind onto the high ground where he will die, but the damage of BZM and this double kill, it was very much needed for BZM, who was behind for the majority of the game.
This imbalanced facet is so, like, it's literally called imbalance. It's so weird.
Which one?
Just like, you just push people 100% more with your bashes than you would with Spirit Breaker. That's why he got thrown so far away. It's so janky watching it.
Pretty weird. Puppey will use the disruption by himself, 2.5 seconds of time, after which he'll get eaten by a wolf, giving even more duration to that wolf form, which Tomato for now will be using just to farm.
Yeah, it looked okay for Secret after that fight, but then they lost way too many heroes by themselves around the map. This is now a 6k goal lead. This Monkey King still not ready to fight. They are very good at getting pickoffs, but OG, the way they can create perimeters around Dire's jungle makes it really hard for Secret to fight into them. You have Plague Wards, you have the Spirit Breaker just charging around, breaking smokes. It's hard for Secret, even though they have a decent amount of initiation, it's hard for them to actually get the fights they want.
It is a rough situation for Secret in general, especially now when there's a shard on the Lycan. So the lanes are going to be pushing in even more. OG are farming super well in the Veno. They are controlling the map beautifully. Seb, he knows what he's doing when it comes to just making sure that they don't get caught off guard. And Secret, they have to rely on Boom to make the plays, but he's just not capable at the moment.
Yeah, it's all Boom in terms of initiating fights. And I think you also need a blink on this last strike, because unless you get a good toss back, you're not gonna have the damage fast enough. There's gonna be a response with a charge. Even with Timado, like, he's so fast to join the fights because of Shapeshift. I guess he can pretty much match the same speed that Crystallis has, because they're both very fast moving carries around the map.
And Seb is so farmed. He has the Guardian Greaves, and it changes everything. Already Secret are having issues bringing heroes down, and then you add in the Guardian Greaves on top of that, you're not gonna die on OG. The thing is, Secret, they do their burst damage with the Tiny, and if the hero is not dead, then you have this constant damage that is not bursty at all. Nice use from the Lash to protect from the Nether Strike, and Ari is still gonna go for it. Look at the pushback, that is so busted. But still, they get a little bit too deep with the Wukong's Man. There's the Guardian Greaves. Have you gone to the BZM? He's gonna be getting himself away from the Wukong's Man, finding Puppey as well. Glimmer Cape not gonna save him, and here comes a pack of wolves. 4 of them, hungry for blood. And let's see if monkeys are gonna be on the menu today. Tomato looking at Boom. He can even bite the rock if he wants to, and will be able to do so. So even more extension on his shapeshift, meaning that Shishak is going to be in so much trouble. Alpha Wolf being thrown away, but Tomato is still going to be getting a triple kill in that fight. You lose 2 of your heroes, but you do not care. Secret are helpless.
Yeah, it was such a good response from Secret, but they like the damage at the moment. They're super tanky on the Timbersaw. They get a
When does that
couple
change?
of traits. Wow, this Tiny needs to scale a lot. This Tiny needs to become the carry. Oh my god. Florida, he might just die again. This is terrible. The creeps
He's
are
burning.
getting...
He does have a Bloodstone, and the Yule's 14-1 charges as well. Buying time for himself. Will be able to survive with the Glimmer Cape of Puppey. BZM still poking. Not enough to kill any of them. Check. Targeted, they'll steal the Bulldoze. This time around, no Nether Strike for you. He'll get it off, pushing the Monkey King into the hands of OG while surviving through all of it. Does have a buyback on Crystallis without his ulti. However, how much can he actually help his team? Boom might be next on the menu. They decide not to pursue. A little bit too tanky on him, but the tier 2 will fall as well as your carry. And OG, they couldn't be happier with the result.
Yeah, they get everything they wanted. They don't get the Tormentor, but this is a tier 2 tower down. They have control to maybe go Roche, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this being one of the next objectives here. OG have full control of the map.
They have everything. They really have everything. So, what do you even do? What do you even do now, Bo, if you're Secret? You talked about that you need a strong Tiny, but he's not going for that.
He's going
kind of
back
build.
for the Kanda now, but new Scepter, you know, I can understand why he ended up going for it, but it really hinders his damage as they find a pickoff on Seb, but that's a level 14.
Did they find a pickoff?
Vino.
12 Plague Wards. They have a Yules, and he's still surviving for the time being, even though used. They got him at a cost of Roche, however.
Yeah, dude, how is he level 14? He's ahead of Boom after he gets the kill.
Tomato's hungry, gonna be going for the shapeshift, and there's the TP, and nice disruption. Maybe you can get a blink away. Wukong's Man nicely placed. Inside of that Wukong's Man, this Batrider will fall, so his lasso not doing all that much. OG might have gone a little bit too deep, but Tomato is way too strong. He's just slaughtering the supports. No Glimmer Cave for you. Who's next on the menu for the Lycan? He's gonna be getting another one as Tomato is looking for more, looking towards the Monkey King. Man fighting him. You could have maybe won in the laning phase, but when it comes to the game, the Lycan is the apex predator. OG lose 2 heroes. This time round, they wipe the floor with Secret.
Yeah, I mean, this attack speed slow of the Wolves makes it so hard for the Monkey King to find the Lycan. And at the end of the day, look at the difference. Timado is literally twice as farmed as Crystallis. I don't know how Lycan can farm this fast, but I think it's mostly the Monkey King being totally shut down from the lane.
You know, when you have 9, 0, and 10, usually you have gotten most of your goal from just killing enemy heroes. And of course, Shard. Shard is a big deal. He got it very early.
Oh, true. Very true. He gets a lot of farm there. Yeah, this is a position, you know, I guess some toss back plays is probably the last hope here for Secret. You can get Shard on Shrek to potentially try and defend high ground better. At the end of the day, the actual high ground right-clicking isn't that good from OG. You know, Lycan doesn't do it that well. It's kind of immobile. So it might take a while for OG to fully close this game out.
He's a wolf. He huffs and he puffs and he takes your house down. So it's not gonna be that hard. We'll see. Just
wow, that house has a glyph, all right? I don't think they had glyph back in the day of those tales.
Maybe. True. As Boom coming
back.
forward, Toss back. Maybe they can bring down Ari, which would be a great start to the fight. Secret. Boom still alive. Disruption keeping alive a little bit longer. But Lycan is a little bit too strong. Will get a beyond godlike streak there after his 10th kill of the game.
So Secret holds on. Getting that kill is actually pretty important. It's gonna chip through maybe a minute of these Aegis. But the gold advantage just keeps increasing. I don't know when this Monkey King is gonna feel relevant, if ever.
Also, did you see the light collector on the Batrider? So they just want to be finding this Monkey King, killing those trees. Does the light collector still kill trees? Should?
Yeah, it does. Very good. I don't know what the cast range is though. Is it like 400 maybe? Not the AoE, like the actual cast range. Yeah, or is it around you? Yeah.
There's so many things nowadays in Dota that we have to keep our eyes on, and for the players it's even worse. Now I get it why you were so hesitant to believe in this Monkey King in a game like this.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's always that battle, right? Comfort versus what's actually good in a patch. And I think when a patch is well developed and you truly understand the ins and outs of everything, comfort actually trumps most things. But in a patch like this, I really feel like you kind of have to gear towards the brokenness of heroes. We saw, you know, how different Secret looked when they had TA Tiny, right? It's just, I guess they do have Tiny now, but just not very Tiny. That's Boom.
As the Yules, I don't think he's gonna be getting the blink away, but the TP out might happen there with the demonic cleanse. He will be fine getting some of his HP back as well. But you put Crystallis in a bad position. There will be a flame break, pushing him even deeper in. Nice stun and the disruption as well, turning it around. Secret, they want to keep their carry alive, but wants and possibilities are two different things. Yules from the left rack, protected by the Disseminate, by the Glimmer Cape. He will ultimately fall, as well as Secret are being overwhelmed. While the Wolf is in the air, his Dragon is still hunting Boom next on the menu, pushed even further, tossing rocks very far behind himself. Ari puts Boom in a great position to die versus Timado. Secret without 4 of their heroes. How are they gonna stop this push? Well, they tried to give their Rubik away. It's not gonna take Timado more than 2 hits to make sure that he's dead as well.
Dude, one thing that's super scary about OG right now is that the flexibility of heroes they can play is out of this world. Like, you have Batrider, one of the best heroes of the patch, can be played mid, off lane, and support. You have Lycan being played as a carry. This Timber pretty much being flexed to any position. OG is a very scary team to draft against, and I can understand how and why it was so hard for Secret here to get this win.
You're gonna be confused every single time. What are they doing with this Batrider? Well, they're lassoing good. The Gleipnir does connect, but still, the poor Monkey, even if he got Wukong's command off, he would have gotten pushed out of it. He started off at tier 4s, ended up in his base. Not even his body will be given to Secret. The bury with dignity. Your king will die, as will you. Team Secret will go to the lower bracket of this group stage. Whilst OG, they're just 1 series away, and they have 2 chances of going into the playoffs.
Oh yeah, they are 1 series away from pretty much being guaranteed, and yeah, they look good. Sure, game 2 was a bit iffy, but at the end of the day, it feels like their drafts are in general a more well thought out. I feel like Secret's still struggling, maybe with comfort of some types of heroes that they want to play. I'm not a big fan of Monkey King Dispatch. I don't think he is necessarily that good. And yeah, hopefully Secret can bounce back. They are one of my favorite teams, and they honestly look pretty good, even though they were against a, let's say, stronger opponent. OG has been looking better than them for a while now.
Yep, they did win the game too on the back of the Tiny and the TA. They looked very powerful on that one. At some point, they just took the game by storm and won it. Shishak, would you agree that this guy might have a permanent spot in Secret?
I think so. They look good, even though this is their first official. And I also really like how Secret took a lot of the fights, even though they lost. Like, there were lots of turnarounds where very close button pressing and like execution in the fights changed fights that looked lost to them. So I feel like mostly drafting was their problem. Like their laning stage was all right, and a lot of the fights, even when they were behind, looked pretty close.
And also, our viewers can see on the screen right now 1xBet Esports on X or former Twitter, whatever you want to call it. We have a quiz there as well, so if you answer correctly, you might get one of the prizes that we have ready for you. But Bowie, we are done with the first series. The second one is going to be Boom versus Mouz. Do you think this is going to be as close as this one, or are you reckon somebody wins this one 2-0?
I think it's going to be closer. Boom, they have been looking good with some of their tournaments, but Mouz is a scary team, and Immortal Faith, he's been working with them for a while, so I feel like they have been growing steadily for pretty much the last 6 months.
Now we're going to be seeing how the Hungry Beast will do in the next series, which is going to be Boom versus Mouz, but only after short breaks, so stay with us.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OG in the upper bracket of Group B and Secret in the lower bracket. Now we're gonna be seeing Boom versus Mouz. The winner of this will be facing OG today to see who's gonna be going into the playoffs after just the first day of groups, and well, the loser will be playing versus Secret tomorrow. I'm Harry, joining me is Bo3, and you're watching the FISSURE Universe Episode 2. Bo3, Both you and me were part of episode 1 as well, right?
Oh yeah, we were, and it's awesome to be back. It's awesome to be back with a patch this big, and I mean even an SA team, playing this. So Fisher definitely holding their own, finding so many good teams to be a part of this.
Yeah, and we got an SA caster as well. How am I gonna cast Boom when I don't have my SA analyst? Of course, you are gonna be here, so you're gonna be getting us the whole insight of Boom. But you and me have been casting a lot of their games lately, so we definitely know that they are looking decent in general. Overall, I'm getting info. Boom won the coin toss, so they chose first pick, and Mouz they went for the Radiant side. Looking at the odds here, a lot closer, and. You said that you think it's going to be a lot closer series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard for me to say because obviously everyone's going to assume I'm biased here, but they are coming from a 5th place in their last tournament, a big one. So you would probably assume that they would be the favorites even, Boom. But they swapped mid laners. I think a lot of people that know SA Dota would probably have Dark Mago as, more skilled mid. But I think Slatams actually was looking so hot with them. I'm surprised that Dark Mago is now playing here.
You and me were casting a tournament. It was also another 1xBet tournament. Speaking of which, guys, go to the 1xBet Esports. Their Twitter. You're gonna find nice games there to give you a little bit of some nice prizes. But there was one series or 2 series where they brought in Chris Luck. Or C Smile, as he's is known nowadays, and they looked so bad without Slatams. I know the Dark Mago currently is probably in better form than C Smile, but I would take Slatams any day. I'm not sure about this change.
Yeah, and the crazy part is back in the day when Pakaz and Dark Mago ended up parting ways. Like that was a big point of contention, like Dark Mago and Pakaz not necessarily wanting to play with each other, maybe some I don't know, some different ideas going on. So the fact that he bounces back, it's crazy to me, especially because Latams, he was let go and then accepted back. For a while, Boom was struggling with how they see the mid lane, with who they want to represent their mid lane. And yeah, I mean, I wish all the best for Zlatans. I hope Dark Mago can also have a good series. But I feel like this is a big uncertainty point here for this Boom we're going to watch today.
Yeah, it's definitely something different, something that we... I didn't account for. Now when you mention it, yeah, I'm like, yeah, they're missing Slatams, and Dark Mago is definitely a player of the same caliber. It's just that if it's gonna be the same synergy that we saw with Slatams, if the drafts are gonna be the same, though we are in a new patch, so drafts are definitely not gonna be the same. What about Mouz, right? They have had a lineup that has been together for quite some time. You mentioned Immortal Faith, who in my mind is one of the best coaches, especially getting these tier 2 teams to a close tier 1 or tier 1 level.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how he got known. He, his guys, but also the fact that he pretty much got 5 unknown players at the time to be now what Gaming Gladiators is, or a big portion of what Gaming Gladiator was. And now, yeah, they've been working with Mouz for a while. Before Mouz, they were Team Tickles, right? Is that correct?
I think so.
I forgot what the prior name was, but regardless, they've been together for a while.
It was.
Yeah, and it's a great set of players. Like you just look at them, just like OG, players from SEA, players from Europe, lots of different ideas. So yeah, I do hope that this ends up being pretty close because I think, at least skill-wise, both teams should be of the same caliber.
There is an interesting fact that I'm just looking at Olnit's win rate currently in pubs, and in the last 29 matches, he has had 34% win rate, 34.5. Doesn't matter, super low. Is this bad that your carry is having a bad time? He's probably tilted at least a bit.
He's learning, bro. You have the weak players that are afraid to test new stuff, that are afraid to. Like, the way you learn is losing, and when there's a new patch, you gotta test what works and what doesn't work. And I'm looking here that he's trying to play PA. And that's definitely a hero that got hit really hard. Finally, it got a single buff in this new patch, but yeah, not really sure about that one. But yeah, he's winning his CK games. He's winning some of the Wraith King games. The heroes that matter, he's getting the Ws, and he's just learning what works and what doesn't.
Okay, if you say so, though, I don't know if you've ever worked with carry players in a competitive environment. Tell them, guys, let's practice pubs. They don't usually just first pick the hero. They just wait a little bit and they pick what they think is strong. But okay, you think that Telnet is different? You think that he's a boss, a Chad, doesn't care about MMR, listens to the wise words of one of the Dota legends. So I hope you're right. I hope you are correct. Supreme has, let's talk about him a bit. I still remember him. He was always kind of the god of tier 2 European Dota. He was too good for tier 2 teams. He was crushing everybody in that bracket, and then when he would go to tier 1, he would get crushed himself. Do you think he has gotten to a level where he can actually play with the best ones?
For sure, and I think he really suffered from the fame of being the god of tier 2 when he joined Alliance, because I think he ended up being perceived as this like weak link of that team, which, to be honest, I was casting and watching a lot of their games at the time. I definitely don't think that was the case, or like the only problem Alliance had. I think he grew a lot as a player, and he has a very he has a unique hero pool. Like, if you look at his last 100 games, he's playing a lot of Death Prophet, which is a hero like you don't really get to see at all. So I'm very curious, do they think Death Prophet is good? Will they try and play for the meta, or will they try and just like Secret play heroes that make it more familiar for them?
So viewers are gonna see 4 names there on Boom Esports. Pakaz, PC or Dota has crashed, so hopefully he's gonna be coming back. I don't know if there's gonna be a lobby being remade, but either way, we are in the drafting phase here, Bowie, and 5 heads versus 4 heads. I think if you are Boom Esports, you have to pick an Ogre Magi to even that one out.
Yeah, carry Ogre Mage after the new changes, right? That's something I want to see. Not sure it's Pakaz type hero, but because he crashed, it can be like, I mean, sorry, bro, we just had to pick you something. It's gonna be the Ogre, and we'll see if he accepts it. And even Jakiro, right? Now that you have the Kayasha with the best cast range, maybe we could see some core Jakiros, maybe from the mid lane, maybe from the off lane. Love to see some inventive stuff, but maybe not today.
Are we definitely set on the Kayasha name for the Kaya and Yasha?
I'm not sure if the world accepted it, but I would be praising the word of Kayasha until everyone else accepts it. It rolls off the tongue so well, man.
Yeah, what is the thought that you're gonna defend against a billion people? And Bowie's, it should be Kayasha. I guess that's the approach. They ban out the Night Stalker here on Mouz. They are really targeting the offlaners.
Yeah, that is a hero. I saw mixed reviews from the last tournament that was played. It looked great in some games. It looked weird in others. Definitely a hero that changed a lot with how he can, mess
Permanent
with
silence.
Yeah, but also changing the way the timing works. And okay, first phase Storm. We were talking about it. It went through. Can we see some anti-mage? Can we see some what? I guess Riki is looking not terrible. I don't know. There's definitely, like, Storm looks so good that I think you have to draft at least one.
Dude, he's
true
already
counter.
a narcissist. Stop rubbing it in. He's just gonna be throwing those remnants at us. Like, look at my shot. Look at my shot. Look at how pretty I am. So just he's not that good, right? He's not that good looking. Storm. Everything is fine. But yeah, he's looking very strong.
The numbers definitely seem to indicate that his hero is pretty broken. Io is still in the pool, by the way. We actually didn't talk about it. Maybe Boom expecting the Io to be the hero that Mouz was going to pick up. But
does anybody here want to play it? Bengen has 1 Io game. Panda has 0 Io games in the last 8 days. So I would assume they don't really play it all that much.
That's really funny. And this is probably going to be a big weaknesses for both of these teams, because SA not known for playing IO, and I think SCA the same. Obviously, like, they have a fair amount of SCA
Knight plays
players.
IO though.
Ooh, okay. But they banned the Marcy, so are you actually willing to play Io, especially when you pick Phoenix as well? I feel like having Io Phoenix as your supports just seems a bit weird. It just seems a bit weak.
Crappy. Yeah, you don't have to say it, Bowie. I will. It seems like you're not gonna be stunning
Boop,
anybody,
boop.
but maybe you got something like a Faceless Void. You know, you go for the slow talent, so you don't have the Chronosphere. What's the name of the other of the new spell that you get? Right?
Fleshy feud something.
Time
It's
Zone.
yeah. They even buffed the they buffed Leash because of this spell. Yeah, very very curious to see exactly what we will see. I don't know. I'm not sure we're gonna see Void. To me, especially with Tiny being open, and there you go. He gets picked up by Mouse.
Mouse are literally looking at the situation. OP hero pick, OP hero pick, and I like that. That is a smart way to approach the situation, especially if you're a slight underdog, which they definitely are. You want to start the first game with a banger.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Dark Mago for a while was criticized for having a small hero pool. Tiny was by far the hero he was known the most for. And it looks like he's going to be playing the Pango instead. A hero that got hit pretty hard by the nerfs, I would say. I don't think he...
Do you go double jump?
Bro, Pango, like, I don't remember a time where Pango had sub 45% win rate. He's looking at 42 on Dota 2 Pro Tracker with 500 games. Like, this hero, I don't think people even know what he's supposed to be good at right now. But if, yeah, maybe double jump. I honestly can't say for sure.
Yeah, you know what the thing is? If you go for the Thunderbolt talent, for people that don't know double jump, you can, just like in World of Warcraft with Night Elves, have that double jump with the shield crash. But the Thunderbolt talent, you need to get used to the better turn rate and more movement speed with the Rolling Thunder. So maybe people are just not used to that just yet and will be getting better at it.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility of that. I wonder if they're also willing to flex this Pango to the off lane, because it's not necessarily a great lane for the Pango. I feel like the Storm just kind of crushes you. So the fact that they picked this Pango into it kind of leads me to believe they want to play this against this Jug, because now it feels like Tiny has to be off lane or support.
Well, you would be wrong if you assumed that, as with the Sax, we now know that it is going to be a Pango in the mid lane versus a Storm Spirit. You know, it's one of those situations where you don't even have to take the tossing Remnant, because you're just going to be right next to the Pango all the time. But we get an Axe versus a Juggernaut. Your Dispel, once your spin ends, is not going to help you versus a Call.
Yeah, I do like the team fighting of Boom, though. You have Egg that can be protected by Terrorize, by Call, by Rolling Thunder. If you fight well, they have a lot of synergy. Like, it's probably impossible to take fights against Boom, but they have a lot of pick-off on Mouse, so you can poke, and if you kill a support, then they're going to be a bit weaker, and Mouse can, like, re-engage.
You have this like Rainetu lineup on Mouse that you get one kill and then you just continue the chase with the Storm, with the Jugger, with the CM, even the Tiny, very low cooldown on the spells. But Boom Esports, if they get that one jump, the thing is, what I see lacking on Boom Esports is the ability to burst somebody down. If the Jugger gets the spin off, let's say, with the Call, he's going to be surviving through everything you have, and then you survive that initial jump, you can reset the Rolling Thunder and the Egg, and then the fight becomes increasingly difficult for Boom Esports. So I have to say, I'd much rather play the Mouse lineup.
Yeah, and a lot of the Paka's heroes are removed now. You have no TA, no Ursa. I think Ursa is by far the best hero they could have gotten here. Strong in the patch and really good against Jug. Would probably do well against this Tiny if it's going to be their core, but I'm assuming they're probably going to last pick Force's hero. And you got to remember, he plays Enigma, and I've been hyping this hero up because it is pretty broken. A lot of players, a lot of offlane players have like 80 plus win rate with Enigma right now, and they don't have a lot of counters. I guess like you have Call, but is that really a counter? You have Pango, but the counter aspect with the Basher got nerfed recently. I feel like this, if they don't pick Gyro here, it could be a really good Enigma game.
I think this is what I would do if I was Boom. I'd ban the Enigma, pick the Slark. That's where I would go here.
Ooh, yeah. I love the Slark. We're kind of... Yeah, there you go. They banned Enigma. I think Slark is one of the best ones. I think in the past, you would probably pick Void. but I have no idea how good this hero is now, and it feels like Stark is just in general better.
Slark is so good. I don't know if they can get away with the troll or something along those lines, but I would like a strong hero that can actually stand its ground versus a Jug. Okay, so they go for the troll. I just wanted something that's gonna be able to stand its ground versus a Jug, and this actually makes a lot of sense. People are not really gonna be benefiting from the new buff to the battle trance, but in general, looks like a decent pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a hero. He had success in the last tournaments they played as well, and all right, they go for the Darks here. That's another one that force plays. Okay, they get a lot of more team fight with this Darks here. I think they were definitely lacking a little bit. And now you have Avatars with Vacuum. You have Omnislash with Vacuum. I still feel, though, like Boom's draft is a bit better. Like, if the game is even, Boom's draft should be easier to play, in my opinion.
I'm kind of afraid for the laning phase of this troll. Usually you win the lane heavily with the hero, but versus tiny Darkseer, you could actually lose. I don't know. I would be on the side of Mouz. I really like how they have this ability to get a kill and then just continue running at you, which is the type of lineup that can be hard for a troll to deal with, because he likes to stand his ground and he likes the fight to be around him. If the fight gets broken apart with you having a hero like a troll on your carry and so much team fight, I would go for Mouse. So we first time today here, Bowie, we have a difference of opinion, and I would advise you to always go with me, right?
What's the other support besides Phoenix for Boom?
Dark Willow.
Yeah, I think this is a game where you send the Phoenix to the top lane, even if it's Panda playing. I feel like this Phoenix does nothing against the tiny Darkseer, and having a disable so that the troll can reposition, kind of hold his ground. I feel like the Willow would have so much. She would enable the troll much more than the Phoenix can.
But Phoenix is bad in the offlane as well, because you're going to be versus Jugger and the CM. Again, that's a lane where the Phoenix doesn't contribute whatsoever, right? The Jug sees a Fire Spirit towards him, he goes for a spin, and it changes the dynamic of the lane. So I think however you look at it, this Phoenix is gonna have to ruin one guy's lane, but at least the Axe could pull the waves. I'm not sure. I would rather put the Phoenix with the Troll, because the Troll can at least defend the Phoenix a bit so he can get levels. I wouldn't want to see a Phoenix just stacking the jungle, because he's very, very experience hungry.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think Phoenix is also better at stacking the triangle, right? Because you have the mobility of Icarus Dive. So, I don't know. I feel like Phoenix is kind of useless in both lanes, but as a stacker, much better than Willow. So, you could probably enable whoever benefits from stacks. I think in this case is going to be the Axe. But
what is my purpose? You stack.
Dude, when in doubt, that's what supports should do. And it did not change this patch whatsoever. Still a big... important part of the patch. We saw Puppy getting like 9 stacks minute 15 in one of the games of last series, and shouldn't be different when you have Pakas playing Tro in your team.
It's one of those things that no matter what bracket you're in when you're playing pubs, if you are completely lost and oblivious to what you should be doing, remembering to just go and stack is gonna make at least your cores game better. And I don't want to hear, yeah, but my cores don't want to farm stacks, blah blah blah. Every core is gonna be farming the stacks in every bracket, Bowie.
Yeah, you know the bell curve meme with like the 0k MMR player, the immortal player, and then there's like the ancient guy.
Yep.
Yeah, like both sides is like just stack when you can, and the other guy's like, oh no, but you have to think about leaving your carry in the lane, and you have to rotate for the runes as well. It's like, yeah, just stack, bro. Just stack, and you're probably gonna be fine.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that meme, especially when it comes to Dota, because it is so true.
It's so true.
Yeah, it's very true. I have some beginner friends in Dota, and you just tell them what to do and they do it. I've played this game for a very long time, know a lot of people who are 10, 11, 12, 13k MMR even. Watson got 14k, that's interesting. He's a part of our tournament, so we're gonna be seeing a 14k player, of course, on the other stream because he's in Group A. But and then the ones in between are the ones who have the crazy ideas and go with trying to be smart. Everybody else just follows the standard path, and it looks good.
Yeah, sometimes, Dota is so complicated that it's better not to overcomplicate it more, and it's very easy to overcomplicate. So, just focus on what you can, do the small things.
Boy, we have to
hopefully
stop
you're
here.
gonna be
Most of
fine.
our viewers are the guy in the middle, right? So they're like,
No,
2,
they're
3,
not. They're
4K,
all
5.
14K, bro.
Yeah, of
No, no,
course,
no,
of
no,
course,
no.
of course.
They are all
just
much
for the
better
sake
than
of our,
us.
yeah, obviously. So as I think that we should say the guy in the middle is actually a genius. The 0K and the 13K are the ones that are wrong, right? Because that's the majority of our viewership. We need to be good to them.
Yeah, I mean, how many TIs did Watson win? Still no TIs in his belt. Maybe this is the beginning, but obviously that's on stream A. Here we're just waiting for, I think, Pakas to reconnect. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, there was a crash for him. Still not getting any info here from the admins, but we'll ask for it, of course. And once we do get it, and it's gonna be nice. I saw a Watson story on Instagram. I think he's back to Serbia, so it might mean that they are boot camping here. I know that he boot camped quite a lot in the past, but the entity might be in my home country, so that's cool. Will be cool to cast them, and you know what that means, Bowie? That means that Astini is in my country as well. So you probably traveling here later on. You're not gonna be the only Brazilian that has visited, the only Dota Brazilian that has visited.
Yeah, go say hi to him, and I know he won an autograph from Watson, so you can do both things, right? Just go there, be a little the little fan that you are. Hey Watson, can you please autograph my shirt? Such a big fan.
It's
or
okay,
you're not
Bowie.
a fan of Carrot players.
I'll write you an autograph on your forehead. Don't worry about it. You could have asked it in a nicer way, but that's fine. But as we are waiting right now, guys, 1xBet Esports, our socials, you can follow them. Go to Twitter. Go there. There are some cool games for you to follow, some nice questions for you to answer, and of course, there are gonna be nice prizes for you as well. While I have the time, and while you're on that Twitter, you can also follow me at Harry Freak and D2 Bowie as well. So you can find out when we are live, and follow FISSURE_ENG, because that's where also our organizers are going to be posting when we are live in the following days. Today we're going to have 6 best of 3s, 3 on this stream, 3 on the other one, where Lyrical and Trent are going to be giving you the entertainment. Then tomorrow we're going to have 4 best of 3s, day after as well, and then we will end the tournament with a best of 3, best of 5 on the last day. That's going to be on the 30th. It's just a 4-day tournament, but an action-packed tournament at that. We're only on the second series today, Bowie, and we have at least or we have one more, which is going to be the winner versus winner of this series versus OG, to be exact.
Oh yeah, OG, that looked really good, and we'll be facing the winner of this. That honestly, I'm not sure I have a favorite. Like, well, after looking at the drafts, I would say I favor BetBoom slightly, but Mouz has been kind of course, and Mouz hasn't played anything for a while now. At least I don't remember seeing them. Maybe some qualifiers. So it's kind of hard to gauge how strong they are, whereas BetBoom, they are coming from a pretty decent result. So even though they swapped mid laners, they were looking overall pretty good.
Trying to go into Mouz to see what they have played recently. And,
I think it was actually a tournament we cast together, if I'm not mistaken.
They played a tier 1 tournament just this month, and they were 12-14, so they didn't do too well.
Okay, yeah, but that was about it, right? Yeah, they didn't play that many games as well, just because it's a Swiss format, right? Only played 3 games, I believe.
Yep. Oh wait, they played 5 games. They played 5 games.
Really?
There was 15th and 16th spot as well. So they, if they got eliminated there, it would have been 4 games played. This way, it was 5. So they played versus.
No, they played 4. Yeah, they played 4 because they lost.
Oh,
3.
you're right.
Yeah.
They played versus Aurora. They actually got a game of them. They won versus Azure. That's a big deal, and they lost 2-0 to BetBoom and Liquid. So those are their recent results. Not too impressive, but not even all that bad, right? Taking a game from some of these teams is a big deal.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they also lost to a BetBoom that got eliminated in the first stage, and a Liquid that barely, like they didn't really go that far either. So Definitely not easy, but there you go. We seems Pakaz is back, but oh man, I hope he's not having any big issues. I'm also not sure. Like, are they playing from South America? Because it's been a while since they played that land, and Dark Mago is here. He was not in the land, so I'm assuming they're playing with Ping. Maybe that's related to the crash here.
Yeah, probably. So talk to me. Peru, how is their ping to European servers?
Probably have like 105 or 110 maybe.
Okay, that's solid. How is your ping to European servers?
Oh man, don't even get me started. It's like 160. It's so bad, but it's by far the best server. So, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm tired of these garbage players in North America. I'll play you. And then you play like 5 games and you just get flamed because you can't press like your 1 at the right time. And
That's not
like,
the reason
okay,
you're getting flamed though, Bo. It's just because here in Europe people actually know how to play Dota, and then
I see. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Second series of the day and you're already flaming me.
I mean, this is the thing. I wouldn't have done it, right? But we have some time to kill here, and it is your neighboring country. Because it's having issues there. I can only assume that you might have been biting those cables or something. Hopefully everything is going to be fine.
I would never. I want Pakas to shine. I want Pakas to, be back to those glory days. Because he definitely had like maybe 4 or 6 months where, he and the team he was playing for looked amazing. And then definitely had a couple of hiccups, but there you go. At least the internet hiccup is over because he seems to be back in the game.
Oh, I hope so. I really hope so that everything is going to be fine for Pakaz. Maybe he's having a packet loss issue or a ping issue. That's why he picked the troll. Just press R and go to the bathroom, go eat something, and the hero will deal with everybody.
Yeah, and he did get the facet with the extra armor. That seems to be the preferred one for most troll players. Like, you just get so much armor, and Jug is all about that physical damage now, having the extra damage on his Omnia Slash and even critting through the Blade Fury, which, by the way, I still didn't figure out if the crit is magical or physical, because like with some heroes like Void Spirit, you actually crit physical, like when you have your 25, But I am not sure if it's a part of the Blade Fury damage or if it's a physical damage instance that you apply.
I would hope that it's physical because magical will be a little bit too OP in Armand, 0 armor hero. Speaking about crits, they won't be needing them to get the first blood, and Panda gets it. So you were saying something about Phoenix being useless? He didn't look useless there.
In the lane, that was not the lane, that was the river. Right? So birds are notoriously afraid of water, so he was just doing a lot of damage, moving very fast. This lane, though, that is a lane I'm afraid of. I do expect, especially if they're playing from SA, Supreme to beat. Have the ping and the matchup advantage.
Oh, we have double jump. That's gonna be Supreme. He did go for the one where he sends the remnant forward, right?
Yep. Well, toss facet as well on the Tiny there.
Oh, cool. That's actually quite nice. So it slows the man, that jump is so high. So it slows down the target that it lands on with the toss, right?
Yes, but not the toss target.
Okay.
It feels like Pango is being tossed, like the way he moves, right? It feels like someone tossed him, even though it's his own jump.
That double jump could be a double-edged sword, right? Because you are in the air a little bit longer, and something like a Tiny can stop it easier, right? For people that don't know, some repositioning spells like the Tiny Toss or the Rubik Lift can stop your shield crash, because you do damage and get the shield when you connect with the ground.
Yeah, I guess when you are rolling Thunder, though, it's probably a bit easier to use because it's harder for them to stun you or mess with your movement. But in the lane, yeah, for sure.
So let's see. Troll is farming pretty well for now. This is how he plays versus Darkseer. You be super aggressive before level 3. So you make sure that he has a bad time during that time. Though Darkseer getting 7 CS in the first 2 minutes, that's something that we don't see too often in general. Everybody's having a decent time. Jug struggling a bit versus the Axe.
Yeah, I mean, Jug's base damage is notoriously pretty hard.
Are they fighting until the end here?
I guess they are, because I mean he's so strong, no armor here, as you said, that tiny. Must be scared.
Yep, has to be very much afraid. I like this. I like the pressure that Boom are going for. It goes to show that they are very confident on the hero, not only Pakaz himself, but the team in general.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they, they have Panda being their position 5, and I feel like SA, one of the biggest problems that we have is we don't have really good captains, or like really good, like people that have enough accomplishment where they can be confident in their ideas, and Panda has to be the closest you have of that here in South America. So the way he's going to decide how to approach lanes, how to approach the game, he's definitely going to be well perceived by Pakaz, and you definitely feel that they have a plan for that lane as Dark Mago. Taking some damage here, but actually doing better than I expected. Oh, as I say that.
Boy, that Remnant is so hard to play against, and they do bring down the Tiny. Now Forces could be in trouble as well. He has the wall charges. He's gone. He's literally gone. They get down both of them. We talked about the Phoenix not being good in lanes, but he gets the first blood. Now he's setting up kills for his Troll Warlord. I mean, Panda is doing a awesome job.
Yeah, just doing a lot of damage, applying all of that mischance. Doesn't matter that much against the Darks here, but I think in the mid game when there's wall illusions around, just applying all of that mischance is gonna make those illusions feel pretty useless.
Does the Fire Spirit still give attack speed reduction?
Oh yeah, they do, my friend.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
And plus the mischance. Okay, that's insane.
Yeah.
Dream sending in the Remnant. Dark Mago comes forward with Knight rotating as well. They might be able to get him, but looking from the side, Narman coming in. Avalanche toss. Supreme is gonna have another Remnant. He gets the kill. He does go down to Knight and the Shadow Realm attack. Narman doesn't have any of his spells, so we'll have to run away because these two supports can right click you to death quite easily. That's gonna be it. Two mid laners die, but Boom Esports, they get the kill first.
Did they? I thought Storm
no,
got
actually
the
it
kill
was
first.
Mouz.
Yeah.
It was Mouz.
Fake news. But yeah, I mean, this is big for Mouz. Just getting level 6 on Storm maybe allows him to kill this Bango again pre-minute 6 rune. I can even rotate someone. Supreme already level 5, and this Bango I think still level 4. Yeah, there we go.
Knight will be bringing down Penguin. Where the Sacred? Wasn't expecting that to happen. Axe and Knight, they get 2 kills on the bottom lane. This Axe is a one-man army, and then you have a little bit of help from the Dark Willow. It's insane.
Yeah, man, this hero is something indeed, and he did go for the facet I was expecting. So this Juggernaut's gonna definitely struggle just getting that extra strength. Makes Omni/slash solo kills much harder. I don't know. Just looking at Boom, especially if this laning stage, I already felt like they had the advantage in the mid and late game, but winning the lane makes this pretty hard for Mouz. The Storm's gonna have to carry a lot, and at least they have the Darks here to enable Supreme. I think he's gonna need all the help he can get.
To the Jugger and the CM losing a lane, that is a problem. That is a real problem in general, because these two need to be... Jugger needs to be standing in the lane, just being a menace, threatening everybody, and the Crystal Maiden should have a lot of levels to run around the map and do things. Now, with this kind of a start, Boom are looking great.
And that's the thing we didn't mention in the draft. Jug, out of all heroes in 736A, is the one that got nerfed the most. Oh, Supreme should be fine. So they nerfed his Omni/Slash, they nerfed his Blade Fury, they nerfed a lot of the aspects of this hero. So it's hard for even Mouz to understand how good he is right now. They picked this Jug, but maybe that lane isn't as strong as we perceive it to be.
Maybe they understand how good it is, and their conclusion is it is bad. Boy, that could be the case as well. Sacred, they're going to be moving the Storm Spirit as well. Supreme doesn't want to get all that close, sending in the Remnant, going forward. He's going to get called, so Sacred will try to escape, not going to be allowed. Electric Vortex getting him forward, and Supreme with another Remnant gets the kill on Sacred. So that's going to be a nice rotation coming out from him. You don't have to have Ball Lightning skilled up to get those charges for the mana region, right?
What do you mean?
Every time you kill a hero, you get a charge.
Oh, yeah. You get the charge regardless, and every time you learn Ball Lightning, you get 3 charges as well.
No, you get 5,
Oh, okay.
and you
Yeah,
lose
it's
3
more.
charges every time you die.
Yeah. But you also get permanent 0.2 per kill, I think, as well as the charge. So the permanent mana regen is not going to be removed. A Sacred.
Nice
Oh,
call
good call.
onto them. But still, it's gonna be so much damage done into him. They stopped the TP of the Pango. That could have been a good turnaround if he came over. Supreme still running forward. Was the skill on Sacred. Will be able to do it with the Frostbite. Now Storm might be on the menu here for these 2 supports. And Pango, what canceled this TP? It was the Tiny from the mid lane with an Avalanche that made sure that he cannot help his teammates. He's still coming over. Just took a lot longer for him to walk.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Well, at least Pango will probably secure the rune, whereas Storm can't really pick it up, has no TP. But still, Supreme kind of taking a lot of the pressure out of that lane. As we said, this Jugglers in the lane means a lot because the matchup against Tro is not good for him. So he needs to be enabled as much as possible.
Oh, Narman's greed to get the last hit to the creep in the mid lane cost him a haste rune. He could have picked that one on the Tiny. Now with the Pango having it, he's gonna be a nuisance in the next engagement.
Yeah, for Tiny, just attacking every 2 seconds. He thought that last hit was going to be much faster.
I mean, his animation is decent, right? That first hit is fine. It's just that the every follow-up and the backswing is something that the Tiny struggles with. But in general, things have stabilized. The Troll is still super farmed versus Force, who is very, very under-farmed. What was this expected for you? Did you think that maybe the Tiny and the Darkseer would be able to pressure him?
I thought they would be able to pressure more. Like, I thought it was going to be kind of an even lane. I definitely didn't expect Mouz to be the ones feeding early kills, right? Because Phoenix before level 3, pretty weak hero. But I guess it's the same for Darkseer Tiny. So in a way, Boom just very aware of pressuring the Darkseer before that timing. Sacred though, even though he got rotated twice, not having the worst games, even ahead of this Darkseer that only died once.
Supreme has enough mana to run away, gets to the low ground, still has 6-1 charges as well, shouldn't go down. This is one of those situations where you just want to get as far away as possible as you can, but Narman with the Avalanche onto 3 heroes will make sure that his buddy survives. Dark Mago, he's not done, he'll chase. They did use the scan, however, into the tier 2 with the extra region and the armor. No, please don't do it, Dark Mago,
What
come
the
on.
hell, Dark Mago? What are you doing, bro?
He's putting himself in a very uncomfortable position, has that haste, however, so that was the reason why he wanted to force things out. Nobody TP'd.
The haste rune was going to be over anyways, right? So might as well use it, especially if he can secure the rune, which he can't, because Vangan is a very smart Crystal Maiden that might just die.
Yeah, he's gonna get called. He just TP out.
TP out?
No. Hero like a Crystal Maiden, you think that you can TP out sometimes, and then you just understand how squishy you actually are.
Yeah, this hero definitely struggles. But Supreme is getting pretty close to that Orchid, and I think this is the timing that you want to use against the Troll. He is the hero that usually relies on that ulti to survive the initial fights, and I don't even think he has Battlefield yet, so he is very successful. Maybe even without it, if they find the right opening here on Pakas.
They're going for it. He does have the battle trance. This is not an easy kill.
17-1 charges as well.
Don't do it. Just let it go. You're too far away from your 3rd hero. Maybe the Phoenix. Catch him mid-dive with an Avalanche. Nah, you don't even need it. Avalanche toss, and then he's gone.
Alright, it's gonna be fried egg here for breakfast, and Boom still farming with all of the other core, so I don't think they really mind this too much. The only problem for Boom is getting the 6 on Panda. That's when they can maybe force a couple of fights as well once Blink is available. Armago.
Rolling Thunder. He does have the 1 charges as well. A little bit too late there on Narman. If the Avalanche had connected, that would have been a problem. Still, it is a forced out Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, he was trying to finish his diffusal before the next move, so even when he finishes it, there's gonna be kind of a delay until Boom is ready to take a real fight.
Armin. Dagger. He's getting closer to it. They're gonna be finding Knight. Doesn't get the Shadow Realm off. Had it on cooldown for the next 5 seconds. You need to be a little bit more careful. Nice mech being used by Force with the vacuum. Onto the two of them. Dark Mago, no swashbuckle, no rolling thunder, no life. Only it even rotates as well with the spin. We'll be getting the kill. Panda next on the menu. No way to Icarus dive out of this one. Remnant a little bit too slow to catch up on Panda, so at least the Phoenix will live.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about with Dark Mago being substituted, right? It feels like a lot of his moves were forced, were a bit too weird, and Boom had everything, I think, to snowball this game really hard, and Mouz is slowly grinding out of that slump in the beginning of the game.
Yep, getting 2 towers. That is a big deal. There is going to be a blink on the axe. He was thinking about a blade mail, then saw the current state of the game, and you cannot let this happen any longer. You have to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, you have Willow 6, so you're going to have extra damage on top of your call. There's maybe even possibly a Terrorize afterwards. They can solo kill anyone unless the Darkseer is close with the mech. Maybe a defensive toss from Narman.
Here comes the smoke break. They have the Bedlam. The Tiny should be going down. It's gonna take some time, but ultimately he will fall. It is the shield crash that gives that nice money bonus to Dark Mago. And of course, guys, if you want a money bonus, the banner down below with the promo code Universe2 will be getting you 100% bonus on your first deposit. So feel free to use that, as the game is completely even. No goal lead for either of the teams. Bowie, who do you think is happier?
I would say probably Boom still. I feel like Mouz, they need to be further ahead to mitigate some of the... Like, this throw at the end of the day, if Bakas plays well, should be the strongest hero of the map. Like, there's this one timing with the Arcade on Storm and no Mantle here, maybe 3D. But besides that, like, he deals with the illusions of the S, he deals with the Jug. Oh, wait a second here.
Storm should be fine. No, actually, there's the Bedlam now. After the Terrorize, they get the mech out in Supreme. Will be able to get out the overtime damage. Doesn't dodge it, but again, it is going to be both of the mid laners going down. Ulnit immediately goes for the spin. There is going to be that Dispel, so the slow won't be doing anything. Call missed. Sacred puts itself in a very uncomfortable spot. Avalanche and the toss onto the Juggernaut. Ulnit, there's no more added armor for Sacred. He is alone. So the one-man army was strong, not strong enough to survive the right clicks from Ulti, who gets himself a double kill despite his Storm dying.
Even glyph the mid lane there so that the throw doesn't get the right clicks off. Very important for Mouz to defend their towers, and you can just see the glimpses of Immortal Faith, Advice shining there. Like, they still hold all of their towers despite the fact that they got stomped in the laning stage, and despite the fact there's a troll on the enemy side. So I think they're doing a really good job with how they posture heroes on the map, of how they're defending waves. And yeah, they're gonna snowball. This Orc is gonna be ready here for Supreme, and Troll not really close from being able to protect himself yet.
I'm
Storm
surprised.
with Iron Shell is like,
Yeah.
he can kill anyone.
I'm surprised that Bakas didn't go more for a tower push when they had a good start. That could have opened up the map for them.
For sure, for sure. You know, Kaz can be too passive sometimes, and probably the case in this game.
This is one thing that European teams definitely have over the South American ones, and that is tactic, right? Adjusting a little bit. South Americans, what they do perfectly, but sometimes just that little bit of an idea is lacking of what your enemies would really hate to happen. And if those towers had opened earlier, I don't think Mouz would have been able to do as much. Now Narman has the blink, forward, toss. Ah, they made a mistake.
Oh, what?
He
tossed the storm. Oh no.
Once more, the Invis rune will be picked up by Dark Mago, so it's time to run.
Okay, a lot of burst damage there with the Diffusal Blade. So Dark Mago also playing for farming, which, you know, I can't really blame Boom. I think they probably have an edge here in the mid game and late game if they are even with Mouz. So the pressure is definitely on Mouz to get those pickoffs. And what you want here for Boom is get the Manta on Troll, get the eggs on Spango, get the Blade Mail on the X, and then you're actually ready to take the 5-on-5s. But with the Orchid, Mouz is the one that makes the move.
You are giving them the chance, however, right, to make the moves, and now they're going for it. So Pango doesn't look very much dead. Oh, Liver Cake?
Is he?
No, he's not dead at all. Actually, Panda there, ready with a Glimmer. His laning phase was perfect. The highest farm support protects Dark Mago with ease. Now, Blink reveal. Okay, he already did reveal it earlier. Avalanche to keep them away. Terrorize will connect. Still running away. Curse Crown on Narman, who's actually running forward. Will only stun himself. Make sure that Sacred gets hit by a tree so that he cannot blink forward again.
By the way, do you know why Darkseer is broken right now? Well, wait a second.
You're gonna have to tell me later as they're going for the axe. He got silence stop, so no call for you. Ultimate is still taking a ton of damage, and the Glimmer Cape not enough to save his life. Focusing on the egg, and will be able to do it. Ultimate takes it out, but at the cost of his own life. Knight will finish him off with the Bedlam. Now looking at the other side, Bengen, he lets it go. The freezing field is not something you want to enter their clothes.
OTP out?
He got out. They just let him.
Okay. Well, going back to Darkseer. When you get the facet, the left facet, which is the one they have right now on Force, you get to pretty much map hack your way. You have a 900 AoE radar around your hero, which can showcase from fog where heroes are, because you get move speed when there's enemies nearby. So it's really, really strong, and you know it is by far the highest win rate facet.
Yeah, you need to just be paying attention. It's pretty much just like when you play the Slark, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue it's even better, but it's different. It works different ways.
I mean, in the same way you understand that somebody is nearby. That's what I meant.
For sure. And smoke here from Boom. They want to utilize that Blink Blade Mail. Sacred. Having an okay game. Definitely a better start than the mid game ended up turning out to be.
I mean, Blink Blade Mail, that's pretty much what the axe needs, and he didn't get too many kills, however, so not that much added armor.
Yeah, they nerfed the scaling on that armor a lot. I don't remember if it's Roche here. No scan from Boom, so they are just unaware.
And look at the odds, just completely even. Is this how you see the game at the moment? That it's anybody's to take?
I would say so. I would probably say 60-40 for Boom still. Like, the gold advantage still on their side. But this Aegis is definitely what could propel Mouz here to snowball. It feels like a game where if they take 2 fights in a row that are convincing, Boom could just collapse because the Stro still... I guess he has BKB. I'm honestly surprised he went that route. I feel like there's so much poke on Mouz that you benefit more from Manta in, you know, just dispelling that Orchid itself.
Tension Yasha on the Juggernauts, who want the status resistance. They have a double dust, so this time around Glimmer Cape will not be annoying to Mouz. Sanjin Yasha still gives status resistance, right?
Yeah, definitely. Against the Axe is definitely what you need. Yes. And all the other Sand-related items besides Sanjin Yasha.
Yep. Okay, makes sense. AD Rune for the Storm. So that's gonna be some extra damage from him. A lot of it, right? Because this hero relies a lot on the right clicks as well as his magic damage.
Yeah, for sure. I think game is still pretty even. High ground defense on Boom is very strong. I mean, team fighting on Boom in general is very strong. So they could potentially take the fight to Mouz even when they have Aegis.
What I have over my 20 years of Dota understood that if you have a strong team fight lineup, if all of your outer towers fall, you are at a great disadvantage of never getting that fight to happen. So Boom, I would want them to fight every single time. They have an Aghanim Scepter on Dark Mago.
That's huge.
Can they get the engagement? The Avalanche was already used. They're trying to start it on the Troll. That's not the easiest hero to bring down. Healing up with the Sunray. He did survive. Going forward, Terrorize was perfect. Now using the ulti because he's gonna rip them all to shreds. That was insane there. Dark Mago got a double kill with the shield crash there with his Aghanim Scepter doing insane amounts of damage. They might have lost the axe, but it was a small price to pay.
I mean, it's pretty much as you said. You do want to defend those tier 2s, and even if the Aegis, they just find a better jump. As okay, Supreme, not a lot of mana, especially now with this less zip. Can he be chased down? I think he can. They have to slow the blood grenade.
There's gonna be Brambles waiting for him.
Okay,
you just need a couple of nets and he's gone. The Tiny needs to come in. He's coming from the side. Maybe he can save his Storm. No, not a chance in hell. He just lets him die.
Supreme just trying to utilize that last tick of the AD rune. gets punished so hard. They could have definitely still fought with the Aegis. I think he had like 2 minutes left on Mouse. This is, yeah, I mean, this is still the same situation they were before the Aegis, but Boom now has like 10 extra minutes to farm and scale, whereas I still feel like Mouse is on the clock a little bit.
Yeah, they needed to snowball. Their heroes are very good at it. We talked about it multiple times, and then you lose the momentum completely. It's not great, but how does the Juggernaut fare, right? You mentioned in the A patch, he's the one that got hit with the nerve hammer the most. Is he still a hero that can just Omni Slash and kill everybody?
I mean, he can, but he's not the most farmed hero right now, and the matchup against Stro is really bad. It's like the matchup against all of the heroes on Boom is really bad, to be honest. So, even Dark Willow, right? You can kind of deal with the Jug. You have the Egg to dodge Omni Slash. They will find Panda here. He's definitely died a lot, but it also means Boom is not fitting course to these invasions hero Mouse.
Yeah, you immediately know where Mouse are, and still there's no glyph. So the tier 2 on the top lane will fall. You don't get it with the Aegis, but you get it right after the Aegis was taken. You would have still had it though, if Supreme didn't want to be ballsy.
Oh, look at that. Darkseer going for an item I haven't seen in ages. Going Crimson Guard against that Troll Warlord. Alright. Huh. I guess it's very good against Pango too, right? The Swashbuckle gets nullified as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any damage mitigation versus a Troll just slows down his lifesteal so much, and that is a big deal.
Well, he can go Ags and dispel that in AoE though, so we'll see if Bakas is gonna try and itemize around this Crimson Guard.
He will at some point, probably. We'll see if we do get to that point in general. Very close game thus far. Scan was used. Mouse, they know where their enemies are at. Wards being placed. Avalanche toss into a silence. Omni Slash as well. Creeps helping a bit, but ultimately the axe will fall. Yule's on the storm. TP out from the Dark Willow, and we'll be getting out Narman. No more spells.
I mean, it's a 5-man move from Mouse that's not gonna get anything besides that kill. We don't get the tower. You don't get extra kills. The side lanes are being pushed. I feel like that's an okay. Yeah, but you know that's an okay kill for Mouse, but it doesn't really change. Yeah, it's a very expensive move. Like you bring 5 heroes, you only kill an axe.
Yeah, I probably don't feel super good about it, especially with the axe being the lowest of the cores by far on the Boom Esports side. Tiny going for Yules. I like this versus an axe. It is a necessity. If your Juggernaut makes a mistake, doesn't get the spin off, gets cold, he can pretty much die just from the blade mail.
Now they're gonna smoke here on Boom. With the axe spawning. They don't have the axe, so a lot of their lockdown is missing. I wonder. I guess they want to make this less obvious, but do they have the lockdown to kill the storm?
He has a shield rune. You're not killing him. He just pops it immediately.
I guess they only want this tier 1 top tower. Okay, if that was the plan, it's fine, but you're still using 1 smoke for this, so it could have problems later on.
We'll see if it does happen. Crimson Guard is done, so you're definitely not gonna have an Aghanim Scepter on the Troll yet, but he does have a Shard. Okay, that Troll is gonna be dealing insane amounts of damage. He's gonna be bashing people, and he's gonna be so hard to kill.
Yeah, the Satanics definitely. I guess Satanic's going to be his Manta this game just for the Dispel. But you got to remember, if you're not doing damage, you don't lifesteal. So very curious to see how Crimson Guard and Satanic are going to interact in the next fights. If it's, how effective it's going to be. Because it's not an item we see at all.
Okay, with the Satanic, you're going to heal for sure. But with your ulti, it's not that much of a lifesteal. Yeah. It's 80% on the highest level of the ulti, which he does have.
Roshan still a minute away. Could be on the dire side if Boom gets lucky. But yeah, Mouse just camping this ward.
They go for that jump. No,
I don't
please
think you
don't.
Do. I don't think you do.
They had a really nice ward there in the mid lane, so it could have been a good move from Mouz Esports if they found the back line.
Yeah, it's just that because they have... I guess if they didn't have that ward, maybe they would jump Akas. But because they had it, they knew how much backup he had. So they're like, yeah, this is not worth the time. Own it, though. Actually closing the gap here on the troll. He was 4th in net worth, now gets to be 2nd place. And yeah, getting a tower here. Apparently no response from Boom.
I mean, Puma responding with the push of their own, and
Yeah.
if I'm a jugger pushing versus a troll on the other side, I know that I'm gonna lose.
Yeah, definitely. The Tro is the king of taking towers. In fact, gets it before own it, but they trade even at the end of the day. And they might just get each other's wisdom runes, right? You just control the enemy triangle and you steal the other one.
Well, they do it though. They didn't take the outpost from Boom, so they just left it there.
Interesting. And they're also not in a position to get the wisdom rune, although Mouz is also retreating from the triangle area. So both sides resetting, and Roshi is up. Very fast spawn here with Boom, relatively close to the pit.
Mouz did smoke up. They understand they have to be on this side of the map.
Yeah, but they want to wait for the wisdom rune. So if they do wait, Boom might just be able to... No, yeah, only the storm. Not even the storm. They understand that Roche could be up.
Because when he's in front, you don't go for him. He's way too strong at the moment. He also has the armor talent on level 20. So will definitely not get taken down easily.
Well, I mean, he's playing with fire here. So much further ahead than everyone else.
They're close enough. He's gonna be fine, especially with so much team fight behind him. Mouz, they're hesitant.
I like what Boom is doing. They're controlling the triangle here. They want the waves to be on the side of Mouz so that whatever shenanigan, Roshan shenanigan they go for, it's harder. Oh, they found someone.
Pango has a roll up and rolling. Thunder's not going to be killing him, but killing the Phoenix would be a big deal. He gets the egg off while the Omni Session's going, so really not going to be able to do anything to that. Dark Mago survives the Omni Session as well. You don't have your main damage spell. The chase is on. Dark Mago taking some damage as well, cancelling the freezing field. Swashbuckle away, protected by the Glimmer. Avalanche Toss finally gets taken out, but at what cost? You lost the Storm, you lost one support. The second one will fall as well. There's going to be a 3-for-1 trade, a fight favoring Boom, which will open up the Roche.
I'm surprised they came back after Storm dying there. Mouz, they understand the Roche is important, but we just fed way more kills here. I guess it was just the 2 supports, but Boom's gonna be really happy about that nonetheless. Yeah, this is where they explode. I feel like Mouz didn't fully utilize their first Aegis as much as they wanted. You know, that small misstep from Supreme. Boom, this is their time to shine. This is where Picasso will feel unstoppable.
Oh boy, that Phoenix not dying. Imagine if the Phoenix dies. That Omni Slash crushes the enemies. You can continue chasing through. But with the egg being there, you're in the Omni Slash. You cannot stop it. You cannot kill it. And then your Omni Slash stops. Instantly you get stunned up by the egg. And there's nothing you can do. It was just a perfect fight for Boom the second that the egg went off.
I was so surprised Storm died there. You have this Darks here with Crimson Guard, Pipe, and Greaves, and your Storm still dies? Oh, good dodge.
They did get the kill onto the Phoenix this time around when rest of Boom weren't ready, so we'll be taking at least a minute and a half away from this Aegis.
Yeah. Boom could probably start setting up around mid or bottom, since they already took the tier 2 top tower. I wonder how willing they are to go high ground. You know, going high ground against Darkseer is always a big ask. This is probably a game where you need a pick off to poke at Mouz. I don't think you're ahead in net worth enough to poke high ground, you know, with the entirety of Mouz being alive.
Look at the side of Boom. Not only do they have the Aegis, but they have a Cheese and the Greater Healing Lotus. Every single hero, apart from the Dark Willow, has a Shard as well, which is a big deal for sure. And Shard of the Dark Willow is something worth buying as well. Speaking of, the other side, only the Crystal Clone.
Yeah, from a lot of the Storms I watched, they get their Shard minute 15. It's very common to go like Kaya Shard on Storm these days, because you got a lot of extra DPS from just having your 3 passive attacks, and you also get attack speed. So even your Orchid usage is going to have more damage for the Soulburn. I'm pretty surprised here that, I guess, you know, the BKB is fine, but I feel like he could probably buy a Shard if he wants to on Supreme.
And it's big to give those charges to the Juggernaut during his Omni Slash. He's going to be doing a massive amount of damage. So yeah, I would have liked to see it, but he's definitely not looking to get in there. It is Troll going for an Aghanim Scepter. So many things to purge off, especially from the Darkseer, right? You can get the Frostbite away from yourself, but you purge the Surge, you purge the Ion Shell, and of course you purge the Crimson Guard. The Pipe cannot be purged.
Yeah, for sure. That is the only one. I mean, Pakas, bro. You have to come back. This is problematic. Mouz, they're not set up. They still have the CM in the bottom side, just TP, but with the glyph already down and no reset on the glyph. What's the play here for Mouz?
Toss back. You still have a Tiny. Get him into tier 4s. Get him in there. This is the mid lane is the hardest to push. They're going to be pulling in Pakaz with the Swift Slash, trying to kill him. He does lose his life. Yules, nice protect on himself there with the Tiny. But now you might be dealing with this Troll who does get bashed up. Terrorize keeping them at bay. They're looking towards the Tiny, hiding next to it. Yggdrasil Totem to survive. Panda Zeg does almost nothing except just create a little bit of space. You have to be careful. There will be a silence onto this poor Pango. Swift Slash once again has the cheese. Will be surviving. Call onto absolutely no one. And look at that. The Omni Slash is gonna rip through all of them, making sushi of Boom Esports. And now it's just a straight up chase. They went a little bit too far. Boom Esports pushing mid lane versus a Tiny. A ballsy move that's gonna cost them 2 of their cores.
Oh, that was really obvious. I mean, they get tossed with that throw. He never gets to press his ulti. I thought the Omni Slash was bad, but I think there's an Eggs on the Jug, so he Swift Flash first, and then when he used the Omni, that was so much damage from Own It. Just a lot of patience here from Mouz, and I feel like Boom, if they were better positioned, like the Axe could not blink in because the pathing he took, he was taking damage from Iron Shell units. That's really unfortunate. We're back to square zero here. Both sides. This game honestly could go the distance, Harry.
You think so? We could be seeing a super long game. Yeah, it's not out of the question. The last outer tower will be taken by Mouz. It will equalize the number of towers that were taken between the teams, but of course a little bit of an advantage for Boom, who have a tier 3 in their pockets. Allnet being targeted has a healing ward, and of course a rolling thunder. Pango can't do anything about it.
Alright, so we're not gonna force any buybacks or anything, just the rolling thunder for now.
Bloodthorn Storm. That's a huge one with an Omni Slash or a Swift Slash, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's huge. They do have the Dispel on Tro, obviously, but the supports are definitely going to be struggling. If you just find the Phoenix consistently, it's going to be tough here for Panda. He's already having... He had a pretty good early game, but he's now the lowest farm support as they get a good toss.
Found the Troll, he turns around, uses the ulti and the BKB. Jugger needs to be slightly careful, but they're going to be pulling Pakas into a very uncomfortable spot. No Omni Slash, however, on the Juggernaut, so that's a problem. He's going to get called right next to the egg. In the backlines, keeping the Pango at bay, but they can't kill him, focusing on the egg. Actually goes for the Omni Slash, just got it off cooldown onto the high ground. Him and Troll are going to be fighting each other. Let's see who the stronger one is. As the Swift Slash gets to the low ground, another Troll cannot attack. He does have his range, we're going to get Yuled up, and he lets it go. Now he's going to be freezing on the hill. Avalanche as well, not able to attack Mouz. They win a huge fight, even with 2 buybacks. Boom, I don't think they can defend.
Yeah, I mean, there's no buyback on this throw, and that was very poorly played by Pakas. BKB ultis at the same time, just runs away from his team at max move speed. They have buyback here on Dark Mago. Maybe you can punish, but the damage is done. Even if you get a couple of kills on Boom here.
Let's see if it's gonna happen. Allnet trying to run away. He does have the Swift Slash, gonna get called. The instant heals, beautifully done by the Sports Force staff as well. Swift Slash forward. Sacred doesn't have that extra armor any longer, but he's still gonna get dunked down hard. Nice Curse Crown as well. So many Brambles now surrounding Force, who has to surge and run away. Yules to dispel it instantly. He's calling for his friends. Guys, kill Force, kill him please. But Narman going in, Avalanche toss. This Pango has to be careful. Dark Mago dropping low. Swashbuckle Force is a little bit too tanky. Finally, they will be bringing down Knight as Dark Mago is trying to get away. Yules to keep him in place. He is gone. Narman will toss him towards Bengen. Well, he will be put into the ground, dead for 90 seconds, and going for more. Axe Bloodthorn on him. He will try to protect himself going forward. The Yggdrasil Totem misses on the call. What a dodge from Supreme. He's just playing with him, and they find another one. Give us a Panda as well. might be a protected species in some countries. Well, Mouz, they do not care. Boom. They will only have their troll, while Mouz will have all 5 alive.
That is... I mean, it looked so close for Boom. They killed the Juggernaut, but now with this buyback here, Mouz, they just want to make sure that they get full control of this game. It's at least 2 lanes, I think. With only Tro and Dark Willow, you don't have what it takes to defend against Mouz. The team fighting up that Darks here. Might be. They have one... I mean, they have no glyph reset. They're going for tier 4s here.
There will be a glyph now, so you can buy yourself 7 seconds. I mean, 7 seconds is not gonna be enough, Bowie.
I don't think they will. They have healing wards. They have all of those defensive items of darts here.
Oh, and they're not done. They're not gonna allow it to defend himself now. The Bloodthorn onto the troll, trying to kill him. He doesn't get the ulti off. It's over.
He crashed right back. Wow. I mean, I gotta be honest. I feel like Mouz played alright, but Boom, they shot themselves real hard. They had everything to take this game. And 2 moves, you know, that high ground, as well as the other fight right after it, just really played, you know, totally different from how, I guess, meticulous they were with how they're playing. Just weird. And, you know, SE teams, they do that sometimes. They struggle to keep their plan up, to keep playing at the same level that they need. And yeah, a bit... I know, I'm a bit disappointed. I really feel like Boom had this game.
Yeah, discipline lacking. I'm okay with them going high ground. I'm just not okay with them going high ground in the mid lane. That was a rookie mistake that you push mid lane versus a Tiny. I'm very surprised. It did give us an opening for a very cool turnaround that gave the win to Mouz, but Boom Esports, they had it. I'm 100% on you with that one. And they played everything perfect, right? Pakaz always in front. He was unkillable until that point when they messed up. And that was happening throughout the game. Mouz were helpless, and then you just give them the opening in the worst possible spot. But you know, these kind of mistakes happen, Bowie, and it just might mean that we're gonna get an even more fun game too.
Yeah, I know, that's the Mortal Faith effect. Even though they were behind, even though they made some mistakes on Mouz, it never affected them. And when it mattered, you know, quick buyback on the Jug there. You don't see that many carry players going for plays like this, but you know, I admire the cojones on knowing it, just getting the buyback, finishing the game. Really good game 1 for them, and they have the momentum moving forward.
Yep, their lineup was a momentum-based lineup. They got it looking there. I have to say, despite Boom Esports getting a good advantage at some point in that game, I still think Mouz had a good idea of what they needed to do. So in my mind, these are 2 very close teams, and I don't think I can say who I favor in game 2. Do you have one? Do you think Boom Esports showed that they can win, or do you still think it's anybody's game to take?
I feel like after watching, you know, the early game of Dark Mago, I kind of have to take a step back and give it to Mouz. They feel way more like a team in tune. Their plays make more sense. I feel like Dark Mago felt a little bit lost. He was forcing plays a bit too much without his team. And even though Boom had, you know, decent game plan, decent draft, so yeah, Dark Mago and Pakaz, it was not their best performance. It feels like Mouz, you know, is an actual team, and Boom, I don't know, felt a bit shaky from them.
Being careless can sometimes cost you the game, and in a span of 3 minutes, it went from Boom are gonna win this game to Mouz winning it in the end. So is the same thing, is something just as fun gonna happen in game 2? We'll find out after the break. Game 1 was super fun here between Boom and Mouz here in the Universe Part 2 with Harry Freak and Bowie. But we thought that Boom was gonna win, and then a miracle happened. But for people that are just joining us, what the hell happened there?
I mean, they just threw their lead going high ground in a disjointed way, let's say. And then they took a really bad fight, right? I don't know, Pakas could have just BKB walked away. He BKB Otis away from his team with the worst possible pathing for them to follow up. Just not ideal. Also, I think itemization-wise, he stopped for that Satanic instead of going for the eggs, and he was just not doing that much damage when the Greaves and the Crimson Guard were active. So definitely a great itemization from Force. It could have been nullified, countered if the game dragged for longer, but it didn't.
I mean, he got the Ags on the Troll. The thing is that from the second he got an Ags, I think he was alive for like 2 seconds and he died, right?
His and he Ags, fought alone.
Yeah, literally fought alone. It was so sad, right? He gets the axe delivered, or he buys it. It's being delivered. He gets tossed in, dies. Then he respawns. There is no more base of his. He dies again, and he never gets a chance to use this item. It is so sad sometimes. You hate it when that happens, but it does happen even in competitive Dota.
Yeah. Still, I can't help but feel like it was their game to lose. You know, I think Mouz played well, but it was definitely Boom giving Mouz the tools and the opportunities to bounce back, which they very quickly grabbed onto. So yeah, hopefully moving forward here, we're going to see a bit more discipline coming from them, because I think their draft was pretty good, and overall their laning stage was solid as well. Like, I can't really blame, like, their laning stage was really good. It was mostly Mouz fighting tooth and nail from minute 10 to 20, bouncing back. They even got first ages, but ended up also missing their timing a little bit until the infamous high ground siege.
Yeah, I was super impressed by their laning phase. That's what caught me off guard. I think it was what caught Mouz off guard. They probably thought that they were going to be winning at least 2 out of 3 lanes, and maybe even doing better in their Darkseer lane, especially after their first 2-3 waves actually went well for the Darkseer. But then things just went the wrong way. The Axe lane killed the Jugger and the CM, and the top lane, you lost 2 of your heroes as well. So how much impact onto that top lane do you think the first blood for Panda had? Was that a big factor of it?
Yes, for sure. And you know, that's kind of what happens with a lot of these SA teams, right? They are very good skill wise. They play a lot of pubs, but when it actually gets to the nitty gritty, the way you position around the fights, the way everyone, like each person's role in the game, that's when I think SA teams struggle the most. And you were talking, you know, with also Pakas not rotating to get early towers. There are a lot of small things that I think Boom could have done better to possibly even like win earlier than they could have done.
Yeah, this is... You had that Aegis, and sure, at that point you should have won anyways, but you could have had a bigger advantage 100%. I get what you mean. It was looking pretty bad for them in terms of utilizing that great start that they had to the laning stage. And I think, you know, every region has its strengths. Laning stage wise, South America is probably the one that can surprise you the most, because they have a different idea on how you want to play some of the lanes, which is weird, right? Oh, Troll Phoenix, they're just gonna try to protect the Troll and farm. No, they're running at you and they are killing you over and over again. I get the point of poking and just trying to get some region out to alleviate the pressure, but killing a Darkseer and the Tiny, I didn't expect that was going to be happening.
Yeah, I think they were really smart, like some of the small things they were doing. Like the Darkseer would use Iron Shell in a wave, and then the Troll, as the Phoenix is chasing the Tiny that's dragging creeps, would also draw aggro away from the creep wave. So Iron Shell is not pushing the wave. So the creep's just walking, chasing the Troll, not doing damage to him, not doing damage to the creep wave. And that allows the Troll to fight with the Phoenix without like losing CS in the wave, because you're just dragging the creeps with you. I think they were very intelligent with how they, you know, like they were fighting the river pretty much half of the laning stage. But then later on, it feels like the strategy was lacking, or as we said, the just the discipline was lacking. So yeah, we'll see how this game 2 is gonna unfold. But Boom very smartly take away that Storm Spirit. Definitely, I mean Storm and Tiny, two of the very strong heroes of the patch. But something we'll have to sleep through in return.
Yeah, we'll see what Mouz actually gets. Maybe it's gonna be a TA. Mouz asked for first pick again, and Boom went for the Radiant side. So that's what happened here. Mouz had the first ask in the game 2, and this is a good way if they feel confident in their first pick to actually get the victory, right? Winning this 1-0 would be amazing. Something that starting the day you thought OG number 1 and Boom Esports number 2 at the end of the day, but with the start of this series, that might not be happening, at least not for the second series.
Yeah, I really like Boom banning TA here. You see the Phoenix ban. You see Mouz having first pick. That's definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest hero right now, that TA. Mouz even has more of a reason to get the TA because it is Paka's favorite hero. So I think they just realize he has to be banned. Io, though, still in the pool, but as we said, maybe a hero that neither side wants to pick.
Yeah, I would assume Narman should play the Io. I know that Knight told you that he played a bit, but Narman in his Southeast Asia days, I can't help but think somewhere in the back of my head I do associate him with an Io, but he hasn't played a single one in the last 8 days. At least when it comes to pubs, we don't know how much Mouz have been scrimming with some of the other teams.
Yeah, I would expect Io to be a possible pick, but it's probably not going to be first phase. I feel like you get like a Marcy in the first phase, or maybe you get Marcy Io on 13-14 here for Mouz, as they will yoink this Primal, a hero that Force is known quite a bit for, one of his favorite heroes of all time.
Supreme can play it as well, but Force is a force to be reckoned with on this hero. It's one of those heroes that when he gets versus some teams that are on the same level of Mouz, he just wins versus them. And after what we saw in the previous game, these two teams might be closer to equal than we initially thought. So good luck, Boom. It's not gonna be easy playing versus this guy.
Yeah, very curious, this Primal. I guess for offlane, Primal basically doesn't matter that much, having the Colossal Innate, where you do extra damage to buildings. But 40% is a lot, man. I feel like going later into the game, like when Primal Beast gets unkillable, you can like just siege. You just give Aegis to Primal Beast, and he sieges slowly but surely,
Yep, you get the Crystal Maiden. I expected the Shadow Demon, right? Because the Demonic Purge is so good versus the Primal Beast and, of course, the Disruption. It was the go-to hero versus this guy. I guess some teams just aren't that confident in the Shadow Demon any longer.
Yeah, I think CM is probably better against Primal in the lane, but Shadow Demon is better against Primal in the game. They could still pick that for themselves if they want to, but it just allows Pakas to have a stronger laning stage. Feels like in general they always want Pakas to have a good time, and CM still one of the strongest laners in the game.
Which facet do you even go for on the Primal Beast?
I thought you was gonna ask for the CM. I feel like Trample is probably better, right? Passive move speed. Okay. It just seems like the easier one. The AoE thing on Uproar, maybe it's like a support Primal. I don't know. Maybe like an Aura Primal type thing. I feel like the Romp and Stomps.
And for Crystal Maiden, which one do you think is better? I think both of them are actually quite decent.
They nerfed the hell out of the AoE one. Like you get AoE on them. I feel like Cold Comfort might be the better one now. Yeah. Okay. Especially now that it's based on the OT, not on your aura, so it takes a lot longer to ramp up.
So we do see a Dark Willow. Of course, we know which facet the Dark Willow is going to be getting. The bigger Bramble Maze, that is the go-to for Dark Willow players. For people that don't know, the outer Brambles have 50% lower duration, so they end quicker. If you get caught in them, they still do the same amount of damage and root you for the same amount of time.
But you get more Brambles, right? So
yeah. Just the outer ones, the ones that you get more of, they disappear faster. Oh, we're gonna see the Warlock. Okay, you need to explain this hero to me, because I've read through it a bit, but I know that you're more thorough, so you can definitely give me some info on what's going on there.
Well, literally every spell now gives you imps, and those imps do damage to buildings. They do damage that triggers your Q. I have not seen this hero though, so I guess to me the biggest question is: do you get the chaotic offering faster? Or you get the black grimoire? Because like you actually get a neutral black grimoire item, which I have not tested that honestly. I've seen like the
grants
spells.
Warlock the item, which
Yeah.
can be consumed to gain experience. Oh, okay, there's another hero that has something like this.
A wyvern
get
gives
gold.
wisdom rune. Yeah, Alk gets a gold when he spawns. Wyvern.
No. There's the witch doctor. The witch doctor gets something like this, and then the more kills you get, then you can eat that item for the gold. Yep. So this is something similar.
Oh, you're right.
This is experience. Okay.
They go for the jug again here. Pretty strong lane if Warlock's going to be their 5, which I'm assuming it's going to be the case. And they have so much AoE with Fatal Bonds. So this Warlock's going to be really happy. You need backline jump, I think, on the side of Boom to deal with the possible Fatal Bonds alongside the spin and the trample from the Primal Beast.
So do you still spawn the... you don't spawn the imps with just the upheaval. It's just if people die around it, right?
Yes, out of any of your spells.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, basically. And they like rescaled so much stuff, so like upheaval, less cast range, less radius, especially in the early levels. But yeah, I'm still not sure if you get the Champion of Goro Facet or you get the Black Grimoire. Maybe the experience is just better, just like more stable, right, for the Warlock?
Probably. I would assume that's the case. Boom Esports will get themselves an Ember and a Darkseer. Today we saw an offlane Ember not doing too well from Boom the player. Now from Boom Esports we're going to be seeing a Dark Mago Ember with a Darkseer. Looks pretty solid though. You picked a Darkseer into a Juggernaut and into a Warlock. These guys have so much sustain that they don't care about your Iron Shell.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess this Darkseer probably won't die in lane to the Jug though, because you have so you don't really ever die in the lane. But yeah, in the mid game fights, it could be tougher. But maybe if you go for the auras just the same as Force did, you can still like kind of tank through this Juggernaut, right? He just commits in. You tank through and you kill him with all of your other spells. They don't have anything that pierces Blade Fury though, so to me that's what they're lacking.
Okay, so are you sending the Ember Spirit to the safe lane? Because we all know how this matchup goes, right? Sometimes an SF can mess up and die, but I don't think it's going to be happening this game. In my mind, Mouz, they just pick a position 4 that can rotate and help the SF if the supports of Boom Esports are rotating, and they're going to be winning this game. This is how I see it.
The thing is, Dark Mago was probably like, please give me Ember, man. I'm so good. We have Darkseer. It's a great combo. And once you see the Shadow Fiend, he's like, "Oh, Bakaz, do you want to play carry Ember?" And he's like, "No, no way. I want Throw. I want some greedy bastard hero to play." I honestly feel like Boom is in big trouble. I feel like their draft doesn't deal with Jug at all. They got Giga Counter in the mid lane. If they're not willing to flex this Ember, I don't know what they're gonna do. I feel like
They can get that
Dark Mago's
Slark
just
that
gonna-
we talk about. Is that a way? Maybe that's how you win in the later portions of the game with the Slark.
You could try that, but Slark I think struggles a bit against, like, even though you have the pounce against the primal, he also deals a lot of damage through your Shadow Dance, so it does go both ways, right? Even Jug to some degree.
I guess. What are the other like 2 that carries that do well versus the Primal Beast? Are the Void and the Morphling. I don't know how good Morphling is.
Morphling is a great Pakaz hero. I think the hero is definitely worse than he used to be. He got a small buff. Like now you always do physical damage for waveform, just like the talent, but it's only 50% before the talent. Yeah, maybe that's what they're gonna do. I think Morphling has to be one of the best late game heroes that Pakas plays. Tro is
I
not
have
bad
a-
though, if you want to play Tro again.
I don't know. Upheaval is too good versus the troll. I'd rather get like a Sven. I would be okay with the Sven for Boom Esports with a Darkseer on your side. That can actually work out. Extra armor versus
That hero
the
is awful now,
Juggernaut.
man. That hero is like garbage tier now. Because it's just bad. I don't know. They decrease the base that, like, look at the facets. Like, if you get a Wrath of God, you have to decrease your damage by 25. Like, your lane is non-existent. And if you do get it, the heavy plate one, it's like, yeah, you get a barrier. I don't know. They go
That's not too
Shaker though.
bad. That's a solid Shaker pick. It's just a little bit too greedy in between the supports, but if you are a little bit passive after the laning stage and you should win it, so should be able to do it, then these two supports are going to be working really well together.
Great against Ember too. Very hard for him to split push after the blink. So it's gonna be carry Ember.
Yeah, with the Sleight of Fist talent probably.
Okay, well, if there's someone that can make it work, it's Pakas. Is he going Battle Fury? I have no idea. I'm curious though. This game's gonna be entertaining. I have my doubts though. Not sure how good of a carry this hero really is.
How do you win it, right? Sure, the new facet for the Sleight of Fist does make you pretty powerful when it comes to finishing people off, but I don't know, Bowie. I'm seeing a Juggernaut on one side. If you don't kill the Healing Ward with a Shadow Realm attack, you're not killing the Healing Ward, period. You have an SF who still should do well in lane versus a Lesh. Lesh cannot really do all that much to Supreme. I don't know. I'm all in on Mouz.
Yeah, I think they have a way superior draft, and in my mind, they also seem to be more stable than Boom, especially after game one. This is like a 70-30. I would be very impressed if Boom can make this work. This Ember carry thing. I can think of worse matchups than Ember against Jug. Like, you just don't kill the Healing Ward. You never get enough damage to kill him. You don't really have that much lockdown between your heroes. Yeah, tough one.
Yeah, very, very tough one. Crystal Maiden did go for the Frozen Expanse, so does want the extra cast range, which for a CM is pretty strong, but of course you would have wanted for everybody to have that one. Double impact for the Ember, Thorny Ticket for the Dark Willow. The Lesh went for the standard one, as you would call it, the one that gives him mana. What is the tectonic build-up for the Shaker?
That one is the one where you... Let me double check here.
Oh, Aftershock radius is increased.
Yeah, with every 10 hero levels. So level 30, you have 150. You still don't have the 25 talent anymore though. So late game Shaker is worse than it used to be at 25.
What do you think about starting the lane with a enchant totem now that you have the Aftershock on level 1? Is that something that you would want to get, right? Maybe get some stats on the Shaker and just deny everything?
I think it was a thing in some matchups in the past. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, when you look at Ember plus CM level 1, you don't really need to block the lane, right? Are you that scared of that lane level 1? You might just do that. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Let's see, Dark Mago does place down the ward. Force coming forward. His smoke broke, but the smoke of the Lesh didn't break. How? You're the analyst. You're gonna have to figure it out, Bowie, while I'm looking at other things, and I'm not gonna forget about it.
Somewhere else, all right, but
okay. So Dark Mago was smoked, and the Primal Beast was smoked. Primal Beast smoke popped. The Leshrax didn't. The only thing that comes
duration
to mind
ended on.
No, the rest of his team was still smoked.
You're lying.
Yeah, I was just trying to throw you under the bus there, Bowie. I apologize. Good job at not answering my question. As
no, I know you were setting me up, but it was a test, and I did well, right? You're trying to trick me to see if I was gonna create an explanation that doesn't exist. Oh, wait a second here. Fight's breaking out.
Yeah, there will be a Bramble Maze being used, and Force does pick up the runes, so it's gonna be 2 for 2, as Pakazbu is picking up the other 2. Let's talk a little bit about the lanes, right? So we are now looking at the mid lane, so let's focus on that one. We definitely have time. Shadow Fiend versus Lesh, who comes out on top?
Just a wee fairy going about her business.
I think it's kind of a... This one is definitely a farm fast, you know? Leshrax just spamming Lightning Storm.
Okay, so
SF
now
is...
the real question is who's gonna die first, because last time you told me it's a farm fest. People just ended up dying.
If someone is dying, it's the Lash, but I don't think he should.
Okay.
Like, as Lash, you don't want to run in with Edict to kill the SF unless he misuses raises, and the Shadow Fiend, like, very hard for him to hit more than 2 raises because Lash can throw everything from really far away.
What do you think about the new SF? In my mind, it is a very decent buff that the hero pretty much needed.
Yeah, I think it's really strong. The whole scaling thing with Necromancery. I still wonder what the build's gonna be like. Like, what's your actual items? Is it like Dragonlance BKB, or do you go for some actual magic, you know, use scepter type thing? Very curious to see what Supreme's gonna do.
It has to be Dragonlance BKB, right? Because the new spell Feast of Souls doesn't really care much about your magic whatsoever.
Yeah, yeah. I'm seeing... I actually saw some BKB, Blink BKB Kayasha from GPK recently. Maybe that's the way to play it, you know. After that, you get an Ags. We'll see.
Well, would be cool. Would be cool. You get the Yasha early on to farm. Who knows? We will be finding out what Supreme wants to do. He wanted the lane versus the Ember, but that's not gonna be allowed. Boom will not be giving the easiest lane in the world to Supreme. So far, not much happening on the map. Everybody farming, apart from Pakaz with his Ember Spirit, who has 2 CS.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing around with creeps, though. You know, there's a lot of unkilled creeps around the map. He should be able to offset that. At the end of the day, though, the Shaker did go for Fissure, just trying to block and allow... Oh, Sacred getting first blood. I was not expecting that against the Jug.
Huh? I guess they wanted the early aggression. I like it that they made it happen. There's gonna be a Fissure. Dark Mago is going down. You told me a farm fest. No farm fests here. Dark Mago will get taken out. His souls will be taken by Supreme. And
That is a rotation, though.
Get themselves a big one.
Yeah, the rotation with the Shaker and Leshrac dying. Very scary to play against Shaker, and once Supreme's level 3, he does spec a lot of damage.
Yep, you just set up for a couple of raises, and it's pretty much certain that he's going to be going down. Left the Primal Beast all on his own, as he is, well, the wave is in a good position.
Okay, so and that's the thing, like, this Ember just doesn't pressure the Primal at all. He can be by himself. How are you killing this Primal? I feel like Boom just speaking this Ember, man, we saw the same thing with Secret. I still trying to figure out what it is that these teams see on Ember that much to pick it this early.
You were just used to it being good. Though actually, just before the patch came out, he wasn't all that great. Despite the kill in the mid lane, Dark Mago still has more CS than the Shadow Fiend himself.
Yeah, that's what SF does. Like, he just buys 75 mangoes. Like, he's just... Shadow Fiend players are all crazy like that. Sometimes, like, even though he looks like he's winning, he's spending so much mana. Like, he's forcing this Earthshaker to rotate. So there's definitely a price you have to pay to kill Dark Mago in the mid lane there.
And speaking about the Shaker rotations, he's again on the mid lane. We'll see if we're going to be looking at it. While top lane, Sacred will be running away from the upheaval, so it doesn't do anything. Meanwhile, as we were looking at the minimap, Shaker didn't manage to catch the Lesh again, but he will be securing the runes for the SF. So again, no runes for this guy, as Narman is being hella annoying.
Warlock did go for the Golem facet, so no, you know, whatever neutral thing it is that the other facet does. And I mean, I'm thankful because I'm already learning 75 things as the game unfolds. Having another one to keep tabs on would be problematic, to say the least. As Onik actually being bullied here. Look at the
Dark Mago in the mid lane, however. Look at Dark Mago. He's caught. There will be a blood grenade. He does get the Splitter Earth off, but maybe a full range race. Now he's not gonna be getting an Armor now. Caught by Panda a little bit too deep. Wanted too much. Supreme also in a lot of trouble. The Bramble Maze, he cannot get caught by it. Will get slowed down anyways. And with the Split Earth, will get taken out. Dark Mago gets the kill while Bengen puts down the upheaval. Panda, he is not moving and just dying in the end. However, they're gonna stop taking damage. Dark Mago, please don't go there. Please don't
Knight
go
was
there.
taking damage from the upheaval, man. He almost killed the CM there. Okay. So.
Leaves it all on his own. Darkseer killing a Juggernaut? Yeah, that happens.
Crazy.
That happened.
That's insane. I don't know how that's possible. Especially when you just go for the speedy build. Panda, though, might be fissured here. Good block, but Narman doesn't have the follow-up.
He blocked himself as well there next to the crystal, so he couldn't come over. Because, well, it was one carry dying to an offlaner. However, the trample will stop, so Force won't be able to bring down Pakaz.
Pakaz definitely very low HP here. Force, once his cooldowns are back and maybe Soul Ring gets completed, he will have the resources to kill Ember pre-level 6.
If we look at it though, Boom again, they win the laning phase. Like, how are they doing
there
it?
you go.
He's going for it. The chains, however, keeping him at bay. Pakaz ready for it. Still had the Sleight of Fist to play with, so it wasn't even close.
It was pretty close.
No. He knew what he was doing.
Okay, you're one of those guys. So pro players make no mistakes. They always know what they're doing, right?
Yes, exactly. They're like robots, right? They can do no wrong.
We see Panda here going back, trying to help that Jug, that Ember, but looks like Pakaz, I mean, he has to play so careful. He did get a cell for himself, so he's healing now.
Even after that kill in the mid lane from Supreme, the Lesh is still ahead, right? Because they did bring down the SF, and now with the new souls,
Sacred.
he's fine. Will plays down a wall, so hard for the Jug to go through that one. So I think SF now, he is more so like the old SF where you really hate dying and losing souls.
Yeah, probably more than ever. Also interesting to look at the Darks here. Like, he has 2 bracers going Soul Ring, and his innate, where you just get intelligence by having more of any other stat, strength or agility for that matter. It really allows this hero to build in a tanky way without giving up on mana, so he can be useful. I think that's a big part of how Sacred, just having a double bracer makes this hero much stronger than usual.
Towards Force turns around, and with the ultimate he gets 1 kill. Panda will get put into the ground as well. You went versus the Force Primal Beast. Just let him do what he wants. He's too good.
Yeah, that's the scary Ember. Very unsure about that. Is good Requiem here.
Just a defensive one to survive will be able to do so. How does the Requiem go with souls now? It's just the number of souls, so you always have it maxed out. What a block, and with the upheaval, he'll get the stun of the Warlock. Still won't move too far away. Bengen gets the kill. Could have left that one for Supreme. Either way, a kill's a kill. Panda might be next to the menu. Gets the Frostbite onto this flaming demon.
Yeah, you can get infinite souls on Shadow Fiend now. I saw a video of like a Shadow Fiend ulting with 1,000 souls. So technically, there's no limit to how far.
Damage.
Yeah, it is literally 1 billion damage. But he's going for the.
How much do you get when you kill people? How does it
1.
work?
So yeah, it's gonna take. It's gonna take a lot of souls for 1,000, but you know, you could technically get 1,000.
Sure, yeah, if there's 1,000 kills, because that has happened in a Dota game before. Spin from the Juggernaut running towards his team. He has the Omni Slash. He can definitely buy time. Doesn't have the mana, and there will be a Golem dropped as well as a beautiful Fissure. Now Omni Slash onto those illusions just to live. Juggernaut a little bit afraid for his life, while Sacred is running away in fear. No Surge for 8 seconds. Looks like he's going to be living. Narman lets him go.
Yeah, another weird game from Dark Mago, right? He gets ganked in the mid lane, he wins his lane, but then his rotations, like, that felt so forced. You have no vision, you're just walking as 3 into that tower.
It's the same
I'm
thing
not liking
as
the
last game.
execution. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. So, but this time the matchup and the hero Pakaz is playing is just nowhere near how much the troll could give you. That's the thing that scares me the most here. How much can Pakaz really do? Like, if you give him 50 minutes, maybe you can get there, but he's not even close. He's struggling quite a bit.
Yet where? He's gonna be fighting versus an SF and the Juggernaut. This is, like, they don't care about him. Will be going for a Battle Fury, so sure. But we all know that the Sleight of Fist doesn't work with a Battle Fury as well as it used to.
Yeah, and think about this. You have AoE Shadow Heal, you have a Healing Ward, potentially Satanic on the Shadow Fiend. Like, how do you kill anyone? You just don't have burst damage. No hero inside of Boom can do that.
For me, this Darkseer is the X Factor. I'm looking at him to win the game. Going in, pulverizes well into the ground. The Ember should survive, however, uses the chains, misses the Sleight of Fist completely. Again, not even close.
Very much calculated here. But now, doesn't have a TP, will be bound, will be forced to stay in this bottom side. And with a rotation here of Supreme and Catapult Wave, I'm not sure Boom can defend this without more numbers.
Maybe just go through the Twin Gates. There will be a Frostbite onto the Primal Beast. Supreme standing his ground, has the Requiem if need be. Siege Creep still alive, but the push will stop with the 1 TP there from Boom. It was enough for Mouz to give up.
Alright, and just look at Narman. He is 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Minute 10. He's having such a good game and getting farm.
I mean, it's a big deal with that Aftershock, right? When you have it level 1, now you don't have to skill it up at all. You just max out the Fissure.
Yeah, you get to use it more frequently. You get to do more damage. Definitely a scary game. And I mean, this Ember, that's the hard counter for the Ember. If there were not enough counters, just, you know, Smoke, Blink Echo combo. The only way to save him is either Auras from the Darkseer or a really fast Terrorize from Panda. I'm sorry, from Knight.
Think is that Terrorize just isn't that fast of a spell.
Yeah.
Takes some time. Shadow Fiend, Dragonlance, AD Rune. This time around the tower will fall. Shadow Fiend just needs 2 hits to make sure it is dead. Boom. They are setting up, however.
Yeah.
Scary for the SF. It's an easy hero to kill. Wall will be used. Requiem, he needs it. We'll stop it with the vacuum. Still goes for it. Hard to leave the wall. Curse Crown connects as they will get the Omni Slash onto the Darkseer. SF is running towards his teammates, and the Terrorize will get there onto the 2 heroes, but none of which are these 2 cores. Look at the other side. Lesh coming from it. Cores from Mouz, still alive. Onlit standing his ground. He's the hardest one to hit. Freezing Field gets used, but this does isolate Dark Mago completely. Onlit, no spin at the moment, goes for it, goes through all the brambles, doesn't care about it whatsoever, but Dark Mago escapes as well. What a weird fight as Boom trying to sandwich Mouz, who stood their ground. Fissure from afar, Narman keeping the Ember in place. Here comes the onslaught and the Bedlam used on Pakaz. Force doesn't want to get too close. It is very scary. Frostbite getting him low. Trample still going strong. Has the Pulverize. Gonna be getting this poor
Also
Dark
close.
Willow, smashing her into the ground. They have to stun her. They have to start her now, or that Shadow Realm attack will kill him, but they did manage to kill her beforehand. Pakaz going a little bit too deep. Uses the chains. No spin on the jug at the moment. Pakaz still alive. Has the Remnant back. Beautiful raise just before he gets himself away. Dark Mago re-engaging the fight. Uses the Diabolic Edict going forward. Gets the stun on Bengen, but you're going high ground versus an SF. The upheaval will be used with the vacuum. Yes, I do want to go versus an SF with the spin TP. The Juggernaut survives, but everybody else on Mouz is dead.
Alright. Oh, Panda, be careful here. Oh my god, Panda's just dying on the creep wave, but he'll survive with 20 HP. That fight was crazy. I feel like Mouz forced it a bit too much. Yeah, Boom definitely the winners of that, even though they lost the tower. Gold-wise, experience-wise, Ember lived through almost all of that. I can't help but feel like the fights still will get really hard for Boom once Mouz has more items. Once there's Blink on this Shaker, Blink on this Primal, it doesn't get much easier than that. So I feel like Boom should have been snowballing right now, and they're barely holding an even net worth at the moment.
You know, we had a couple of complaints about Dark Mago and his plays, but he won that last fight. He came in from the side, then he went away being super low, and then he returned with the shield rune to end it and to win it for his team.
He walked so far away, actually, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, look at it.
Just looking at the minimap, he's getting a wizard. That's like 40 seconds of him away from the fight, but still pays off at the end.
And Pakaz not dying is so huge.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually he did die there in the end. I mean, up until this
Yeah,
point.
he got the double kill before dying, so it's all right.
And the impact on the shield room. You turn around with an SF. This is a high damage dealing hero. It just doesn't matter.
Knight was very clutch in that last fight. Before we got to see the replay, he destroyed the healing ward instantly. And I think Dark Willow's job this game has to be killing that healing ward every time she can.
Yep. Usually what the Dark Willows do. He actually has only 1 point in the Shadow Realm and might just leave it at that, right? And then you max out your Cursed Crown, you get the shard, you get the Yules, and you focus on killing the healing ward rather than really doing damage with that spell.
Yeah, the attack range is the same all levels, so the max attack range at least, so you don't really need more than one hit. As Mouz will smoke here. I think this is the blink reveal on Armon.
Yep, has the blink on the Shaker. You still need to find somebody. Sacred would be a perfect hero. Blink in. Fissure connects. He's out. Bramble Maze gets used. Terrorize is available if you want to protect Sacred. Then Mech was nice baiting them in. Puts the Primal Beast in an uncomfortable position. Still way too tanky to get turned around upon.
Okay. So they will chill for now here. Did the Ember finish his battlefield from the net turf? I'm assuming he did. Yeah, he did finish it. Huh.
Yep.
What is the path here for this Ember? Like, it's so wonky, this carry Ember. Like, do you go, like, Daedalus?
Manta Daedalus, I think.
Huh. Okay.
It has to be Manta Daedalus. There's
like, you need
no
more damage,
other way.
right? Manta gives you pretty much nothing.
Is
Manta even good here for him?
No. I actually wouldn't go Manta in this game in general.
Right?
Because is he in trouble? Actually dodges the Fissure. Sixth Sense. No, not the Sixth Sense. He had a ward on the lane. He was just baiting them as much as he could.
No. That's Sixth Sense. He cannot make a mistake. So it was obvious the Shaker would Fissure at that exact moment, Harry.
Okay, Bowie, I deserve that. There's a 2k gold lead for Boom. All three of their cores are at the top of the chart, but overall it is a relatively close game, and Ember is committing onto that Manta. I still don't know why. There's nothing to this spell. I guess it can help you a bit versus the Omni Slash, but not really the main concern of the Ember in general.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can always just run it away. Even Slide of Fist breaks the Omni Slash if you get more than one unit, so... What are you even dispelling here? Like, Fatal Bonds? I don't know. This feels a bit weird.
Yes.
Are your Manta Illusion split push very good? Wouldn't say that, so...
Nope.
Yeah. Huh.
Wait, is it... his innate ability... is the Flame Guard just another level, so your illusions do not burn. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell he's doing.
Yeah. Well, he's playing carry Ember, so no one knows exactly what's happening. So let's just assume this is uncharted territory here, and Pakaz might know better than us. But it is definitely weird. Like, I understand that just rushing Daedalus is also kind of wonky. But Manta is so expensive. It even got nerfed, the cost of it all.
There's gonna be a Bloodstone on the Lesh here, Bowie. So that's a big deal. Nothing to reduce the healing on the other side. I guess the pipe from the Primal Beast. Yeah. Just in a different way.
Guess the SF can maybe get a Scotty considering the build he's going for. I'm assuming he's actually going for some sort of right-click SF more than the magic one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, imagine a SF with a Scotty Daedalus. You use the Feast of Souls. You're literally gonna rip everybody apart.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty much completing the BKB. Smoke here for Mouz, looking for Pakaz. So far, he has not fell prey for this Earthshaker. His split pushing hasn't been punished too much, but this might be it.
Echo Slam onto the Ember Spirit. They have the Onslaught. And, well, Pakaz is gone. That was a very clean kill coming off from him. When I saw the Echo Slam, I was like, can they actually kill him? but Force was always there. Look at Boom from the other side. They want to reveal this Bloodstone. Going for Ulnit. As the spin, will be dodging the Splitter quite nicely. They do deal with the healing ward instantly. Onslaught away into a Bramble. So that is a very dead Primal Beast. Nice turnaround with the Warlock. Needs to run away with his Glimmer Cape if he wants to live. Running through the trees, going to the left. Terrorize being threatened. You do see him, Yule's up into the air. And this time around, he will be set up for a Split Earth. So you do bring down the Ember at the cost of 2 of your heroes. Very nice turnaround. And the Golem dropped as well.
Yeah, some big cooldowns being used. Unfortunately, though, Boom's draft is also going Roche, so even though they could potentially try and force that, there's no chance for them to do that. And Jug's still farming, so they lost a couple of heroes on Mouse, but at the end of the day, this Jug Shadow Fiend duo seem way scarier as time goes on than Boom. So Boom, they need to keep this gold advantage, potentially even increase it a bit more.
Are you gonna ramp up the aggression now on Boom? They have a 4k gold lead, bring down the mid lane tower, so they can definitely apply it. Will they?
Yeah.
Will they be more aggressive?
I love these Linkens that Pakaz is going for now. I can't help but feel like the build is actually like Sunjin Yasha Linkens this game rather than the Manta. Just for the Shaker, you know? Though. Yeah, I mean, I think he got it. He has it flying out.
Being delivered. Speaking of Mantas, Juggernaut has his as well. So far, though, nobody wants to fight. There is a shard on the Shaker, so those are some big items that are coming out. Force did make his presence known. Slide of his chains, Pakaz not gonna be chasing forward.
Always part of the Dread on Primal Beast. That's huge. It's already doing a lot of damage. And that pipe just makes the fights really hard for Boom. They already lack damage. And okay, so they're just gonna force Roshan against the Darkseer lineup, understanding that they feel like Boom don't have the damage to keep this fight, and I kind of agree with them.
The thing is, whichever team is set up is gonna do better. Whichever team is standing their ground and the other one is running in is gonna do better. And top lane Boom are set up, bottom lane Mouz are set up. Also, we are setting up our viewers for success with these amazing odds. And if you use the promo code Universe2, you're gonna be getting yourself a 100% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below. There it is, Aegis for Supreme, but another tier 2 will fall on the top lane.
All right. At least they get that. Looks like Mouse is not gonna punish that tier 2 taken. But Mouse could do the same thing. So I want, like, do you try to poke high ground as Boom just to defend your own tier 2 tower? Because if you try to defend, like directly defend, you're still fighting into an Aegis with all cooldowns but the Golem ready for Mouse.
They think they have what it takes because they are coming in with the smoke.
Oh, that's risky. They need to find a good opening. You have to find a Warlock.
That is a crappy opening when you go for the illusion.
Yeah, it's already over. You can't really take that fight anymore.
They're still forcing the issue. Threatening with the Requiem.
They have a ward.
Running forward. There's the Fissure as well. Nice Bramble Mace to stop. The Onslaught Force won't be going forward. Curse Crown onto the SF. Still has the Aegis. Threatening with the Requiem. Curse Crown does connect. He won't be getting it off. He might just accept his first death. And look at the position of Fend on the back of him. Is going to be amazing. Immediately they stop the momentum there with the Golem and the Fissure. Focusing on the Ember. Pakaz just keeping them at bay. Nobody has died as of yet. Requiem for Supreme. Trying to finish off the Lesh. Not going to be successful at doing so. And they finally lose their first hero. It will be on his Warlock, and now the SF has been found, but also the Ember is dead. Does have a buyback, Curse Crown as well. SF in so much trouble, will get taken out. Explodes there as the Souls doing some damage, not enough. Narman trying to roll away there onto his totem as Sacred is running in. No mana on him. The vacuum once again. Only
look at that.
He needs to spin away. Has the healing ward as well that will be taken out by Dark Mago. Now looking towards Force. The Glimmer Cape protecting him, but immediately the dust and the frostbites are there to take him out. Boom Esports, they just run in, and boy, they were stronger. They were quite a lot stronger.
I have never said a bad word about Dark Mago in my life. He carried that fight so hard. I mean, Pakaz, great usage of his body. He just moves in. He forces everyone to go on him. He forces the Echo. He forces the Pulverize. And this allows this Last Strike to run rampant. Knight, great usage of his spells, using the Brambles as the BKB is ending. So they pretty much take all of the lives of the Shadow Fiend when he's away from everyone, because Mouz was setting up on the Ember. Yeah, and the buyback on top of it on Mouz is just the cherry on top here for Boom. 8,000 gold lead. I am pleasantly surprised. this Ember, like, he's playing so aggressive using his body. And, I was thinking of that Ember that's just sleight of fists and never shows his face and trying to do damage. That's not at all how Pakaz is playing.
Mouz are having damage problems, which is weird to say with
Yeah.
Shaker, Warlock, like 2 heavy damage dealing heroes. Then you have a Primal Beast, which is a heavy damage dealing offlaner. But it just seems that the SF and the Juggernaut at the moment are not pulling their weight. Until you have the Aghanim Scepter on the Jug, his damage output is just not that high.
I think the biggest problem is also that Mouz is not fighting, like, Boom is splitting Mouz apart in these fights. So the Aegis advantage just got lost because the Ember dove everyone and the Shadow Fiend wanted to frontline. So he just separated the entire fight. Very nicely done by Boom, trying to force something there in the mid lane. Yeah, the damage problems should be on the side of Boom, but now with 9k goal lead, I don't think they will feel weak at all.
No, definitely not. Panda is level 12, level 2 freezing field. We've seen some good positionings on that spell. If you use your Golem and the Fissure, it's pretty much certain that Panda is going to be getting that freezing field off.
Yeah, for sure. They had to Golem for Panda, by the way. It was a solo Golem on him to stop the freezing field that, yeah, was looking super impactful. Both the Primal Beast and Shadow Fiend trying to kill that TM. And it does way more attack speed slow now, right? They took away the armor, but it does even more attack speed slow as they will slow Narman's life.
That's just an easy pick-off. Mouz without their Shaker, they definitely feel pretty bad about defending the bottom tower, right? So this big team fight lineup with the 2 supports that have big cooldown spells, they're not gonna have a tower to fight around.
Oh yeah, and that's also relatively close here to Pakaz level 20. There's so many timings, like that 60, the 55 Sleight of Fist hero damage, definitely gonna synergize with the double impact facet that he picked up. They're going high ground.
Jugger finished the Aghanim Scepter. Okay, last time this didn't work out. Let's see how this is gonna be going for Boom. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Choke them out. Shove in 2 waves. Get the next Roche. There's no reason for them to force the issue now.
Oh, sure.
What's with the Ember item?
What did he buy?
Satanic.
I guess it makes him tanky. Why does he have
so
2D
cool,
spells?
right? You go
Yeah, I mean-
in, you get low, you Satanic, you
Yeah,
Sleight of Fist,
yeah.
get high HP again, and then you create space. I think that last fight actually gave him an idea for the item.
Like, you just use your body. Like, you already have so much HP, so your barrier tanks so much damage for you, and you eventually just reset your life pretty much. You don't have to remnant away. You just tank through everyone. Oh, and fight
this is a
Supreme
cool play.
here.
Only
Oh,
to
the
stealing
chains
the
missed, though.
Supreme.
Okay. Own it.
Oh.
Trying to steal the... He actually can't steal the
the
wisdom,
shard.
but... Nice.
So Shadow Rays, every single time it connects, it reduces the cooldown by 2 seconds. That's a big deal. You can just spam this. The thing is, he didn't really go for that kind of a magic build, so it's not really his main damage output, the Shadow Rays is.
Yeah, he has the Shadow Ray stack damage talent, but not the damage at 15. Which is weird. I guess it's just that the other one is so strong, right? The effects buildings is incredible.
Very true. Still very, very weird that he doesn't go for the Shadow Rays damage, especially because he's not getting close to the buildings. I heard an Echo Slam, and it was so irrelevant that our observer didn't even want to go there. It was just the illusions of
Oh
the
no, it
Ember.
never happened. If a tree falls in a forest with no one, did the tree actually fall? Probably not.
Yeah, but what if I come into the forest and I see the tree that is down? It means that it didn't fall.
Oh, do you see Shaker? He's smoked up. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't.
He
be
doesn't
seeing
have
him
an
right
Echo Slam. I see no Echo Slam.
now. Wow, thank you. Are once again just spreading lies here about Narman. He's the best Shaker the world has ever seen, in this
Very true,
Echo
very
Slam
true.
will be ready for the next fight because Mouz will not force any fights.
Obviously, they are also gonna hope that the Roche isn't gonna be spawning instantly, because then they're not gonna have one of their big ultimates to play there.
Very true. And even though there's vision here for Supreme, it was very scary here. Boom were kind of going towards that area, but eventually they will give up. You want to guess the row spawn timer here?
17 seconds.
2 minutes and 41 seconds.
I don't know why you go against me. I'm never wrong, bro. It's gonna be 17 seconds exactly.
Oh, okay, you were
than
closer. Congrats, you won.
Basher on the Ember, that's the next item he's going for. There's also an Aghanim Scepter on this Darkseer, a really big thing. Creating 2 of those Jagger Illusions in a fight, it can be a big problem. Narman is creating a lot of space. They really want him dead, but probably will be surviving.
Yeah, also has a ward, so can potentially get some vision around this Lotus area here. Has Own It being chased by an Ember. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, he also got punched right now. Goes for the spin. He might have to Omnislash that he doesn't
What
have.
is
Own It
this?
is actually gonna die. He died to an Ember. Literally the biggest counter to the Ember in the game, and just with beautiful itemization from Pakaz, he's an Ember who right-clicks you and actually wins.
Our pubs are gone. There's no hope.
No.
Yeah, just
you
stay
mean
away
there's
from
no
pubs.
hope?
Anyone watching,
Dude,
stay away from pubs.
Are you talking that I'm gonna play the Juggernaut and lose to an Ember? No way, I'm not allowing that to happen.
Well, I hope you feel like you're better than Own It here, because Makazi wants to force this buyback right now, despite Roshan being up. So they will force this. I mean, this is eerily close to what happened in game 1. I hope Boom is aware of what's happening here.
No glyph available. There's gonna be a vacuum going straight forward onto Force, trying to protect himself there. Going for the trample. Bengen dropping down the golem. The upheaval as well that nobody will care about whatsoever. They are buying time for their Juggernaut. Range racks gone. Melee ones. They're gonna try. Yeah, they're gonna succeed.
Alright, Boom. Getting Rex for free, and potentially Roche as well. This is night and day difference from their performance in game 1.
It's looking easy. I can't help but feel that Mouz are helpless. They will be going for a smoke. They know they have to fight. You lost your Raxes. You have all of your ultis apart from the Warlock Golem. And this might be your last chance to change something in this game of your own accord and not just wait for the enemy mistake.
Yeah, but there's already some wards here. Really good. Oh, Knight, great
Mike
position.
is a genius in the
Oh
vacuum,
my.
getting them all in. The Fissure there, getting forced into a really bad situation. He does turn around with the Pulverize. There's just no damage. And look at what the Emperor is doing to them with all of the Sleight of Fists going in after that Requiem was used. Doesn't care whatsoever about it. Force will escape, but you're just losing this fight so heavily. Even with the spin, the Juggernaut is in trouble. Yules on Narman being hunted down by Knight. No spin TP for you versus a Basher on the Ember, as Pakaz is everywhere. And this carry Ember is the scariest thing I've seen so far in this patch. Even that Tiny I don't think compares.
Dude, he got trashed in the lane. Like, they didn't snowball at all. They're just farmed the Battle Fury and ran into Mouz. Like, they took a fight against Aegis, and they absolutely stomped the ground with Mouz. Wow.
It's also genius itemization. I can't help but feel that his itemization is amazing on the Ember, and just clear understanding of what his role is at the start of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the actual playstyle in the fight was more... I'm not sure I'm convinced by the meta yet, but the way he is dragging Mouz and getting vision, knowing his hero is elusive, that to me is the biggest... like, I didn't know you could play Ember that way, right? Because in the past, your carry Ember was your Eternal Envy, Double Rapier, Daedalus, minute 60... type hero, and they just played in a really different way. I think the Darkseer enables this playstyle way more because you have the Surge, you have all of the auras making this Ember even tankier. But even still, I'm impressed because after game 1, I didn't feel like Boom had the, let's say, the finesse to execute to this level.
Yeah, this is just a beautiful execution coming out from them, and I think we just underestimated them because of a little bit of a mistake in the previous game. Sure, they could have done even better earlier on in the game, but their laning phase is so good And this game, they just showed how well
Look
they
at
understand
Pakas.
what's going on. Going for Narman. Do you have enough damage? The Terrorize is coming, or do you have to kill Pakas? And you're not gonna be killing
Satanic.
him. As everybody's afraid with the vacuum of the 4 heroes. Bengen, he's gonna be connecting all of the enemies together, and finally the Darkseer will fall. So Shaker for Darkseer, but at what cost? Finally, there will be a golem being dropped as Pakas being charged down by... or Supreme being charged down by Pakas. It's so easy for them to win when this Ember is doing whatever the hell he wants. You brought down the poor Darkseer, but he just bought back. And the thing is, this is not the hero that you started on. It was Pakas that you wanted, and you didn't even get close.
They knew exactly what's happening. They were on Roche, and Pakas throws the Remnant on top of the Twin Gates, just positions himself to break the smoke. He gets insta, like, it was insta echoed all of the spells on top of the Pulverize, and he still survives the Satanic and turns the fight around. Mouz. Yeah, they got read like a book, and now Sacred is chasing down a Juggernaut in the tier 4. What even is happening here?
Olit is happy that they got the super creep, so he has something to Swift Slash to run away. Buyback from the Primal Beast. Olit running forward, standing his ground versus this Ember. I would advise against it with an Arcane Blink. Pakas is just being super annoying. Sleight of Fist chains with the bashes there. You are kind of caught in your fountain. Even if you get all of the stuns in the world on Pakas, you cannot kill him. You don't have the damage.
You really don't. He's 6 levels ahead of a Juggernaut. You just never get to see something like that.
Yep. Well, we're seeing it now. Mouz will try to fight again, and look at that. Just once more, it is gonna be the vacuum onto 3 heroes, trying to protect them with Dark Mago running in. It doesn't care. You don't do damage to the Lash. You don't do damage to the Emperor. Who are you gonna kill? You need to call somebody, Mouz, and who you gonna call? Where you need a lot of help in this game, as it's just gonna be Pakas and Dark Mago running in, Terrorize, scaring Mouz out of game 2 and forcing out a game 3. That will be a very nice Echo Slam with the Fatal Bonds. Looked pretty amazing with Dark Mago getting an ultra kill. 2 ultra kills for Pakas, 1 for Dark Mago in the end. Even with the beautiful Echo Slam, Mouz will get wiped, and Boom Esports will get the victory in game 2.
Alright, this game... I mean, this patch is just challenging so many beliefs I have in this game. It feels like a lot of your preconceived notions of how some heroes work right now are being thrown away, because literally the entire game has been revamped from the ground up. I'm still impressed by Boom. I think they played this game pretty much flawlessly. The laning stage was a bit weird, but past minute 15, they didn't really make a lot of mistakes. I think they played around really well. The heroes, itemization is great, as you said, and Dark Mago just redeeming himself hard this game too.
Yeah, the way that he approached fights, got out, especially that fight when he was trying to sandwich them and coming back for the shield rune, it was, for me, the turning point of the game. Sure, losing that Aegis on Supreme and that fight being completely split, but at that point, I think Boom Esports already understood what they needed to do from a couple of previous fights. That first one was where they got the idea of how they should actually play the game.
Yeah, definitely. You could see, the numbers running through Pakas' head, and he played really well, as he usually does. I think Ember is a more stable hero in the sense of you have more control on how you want to take the fights over Tro, but I still didn't believe in the carry Ember, but I am now humbled. Pakas definitely knows what he's doing. In game 3, very excited, because I don't feel like a lot of the heroes they had on Boom were OP, so I can't even say the draft was really the reason why they won.
The first series of the day went all the way, and the second one will follow in its footsteps. Who's gonna be joining OG in the upper bracket final here of Group B? We're gonna find out after the break. And we are back with the last game of this series between Boom and Mouz here with Harry Freak and Bo3 in the FISSURE Universe Episode 2. And Bo3, we saw two great games. Both of the games, however, Boom looked like the better team. But in the first one, they made some key mistakes that cost them the game. Still, going into the third game of the series, do you think that makes them the definite favorite?
Honestly, after game 2, probably. They were the favorites for me in the beginning. Game 1, they clowned a little bit, but the way they won game 2 was very impressive. Not a lot of mistakes. Pretty bad matchups, honestly. And the Ember still looking amazing. As you said, great itemization, great playing around the fights. It's Pakas. He has his off days, but when he's on, he's on.
Yep, that is true, and he is on today, especially with that Ember, something definitely out of the ordinary. But how many times can you catch the enemy off guard without the ordinary picks and items? I don't think too much. Maybe the new patch allows it a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. I think to me, it's not even about the Ember, it's about the Darkseer. So if you take away the Darkseer, I don't think that hero could feel as enabled, feel as impactful. To me, that's what you should ban. I don't think you take away the Ember. Either get the Darkseer for force, or you just ban it. To me, that was really the key part of how you don't really get to talk much about Darkseer, but there was so many good vacuums, like consistent 3-man vacuums throughout multiple fights.
Yeah, we never mention the Darkseer. We just say vacuum, 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 and it just goes beautiful. No dust in your home if you vacuum all that often. In general, I think that it is, for me, it was more so Pakas enabling the Darkseer than the other way around, because Pakas creates chaos, and heroes that have these big AoE abilities, they thrive on chaos, because the enemies are going to be making more and more positioning mistakes, and then you get 2-man vacuum, 3-man vacuum, 4-man vacuum, and people just die. So I think I still am looking at Pakas as the main guy who understood his role, perfectly itemized that well, and then enabled the rest of them. But yeah, if there was no Darkseer, his jumping into the backlines might not have been as impactful.
Yeah, and same for the Leshrac, right? So many fights where Dark Mago was getting 3-4 kills, and it's the end shell damage. You just assume it's mostly the Leshrac spells, but end shell does a lot. You have the surge as well to maneuver. I think somehow the itemization of the Darkseer also made it that the damage was lacking for Mouz, even though we kind of expected the opposite to happen. I think, Pipe is a really good item. It's just that not a lot of heroes in the game want to buy it. And, there was even a Pipe on the other side. The Primal Beast felt compelled to buy one just because there's so much magic damage coming from the Ember, the Darkseer, as well as the Leshrac.
So, what about the two ladies on my left and right here, the Drow and the Dawnbreaker? Do you think those are heroes that we might actually get to see?
Yeah, Timado spamming Drow, so definitely a strong one. Not that sure about Dawnbreaker. I didn't see that many pros playing Dawn, but Drow Ranger. Now that your proc is not tied to your OT anymore, it's not broken. So even when people close the gap on Drow, she can still do a lot of damage, and I think that's one of the biggest changes she got.
Yeah, for sure. Overall, though, I really like the innate ability of the Dawnbreaker, the one that gives vision across the map when daytime comes. It's something that if you forget about, if you do not pay attention, sometimes can cost you the game even, or a team just before the Roche is spawning or changing sides, and then daytime is coming, can just use that as a great way to just change the fight. And I would really like to see that being utilized by a team in the game, though not every game is gonna be allowing you to utilize that, as we do get ourselves into the draft of the deciding game here. Loser gonna be facing off versus Secret tomorrow, and winner gonna be facing off versus OG. I wouldn't like to be facing off against any of those teams, so I guess it's much better to give yourself double chances.
For sure. A Secret that made OG, struggle, at least, that made them bleed. So Secret definitely not looking weak, despite having a new position 4 player. And now in terms of bans here, I think Boom learned a lesson, taking away the Storm, taking away the TA. What did Mouse first picked game 2? Was it I actually
TM?
forgot. Maybe it was CM. Yeah. Because I think Phoenix was banned, and it is not banned just yet. So will Boom take that one away, or is actually Mouse that picks it up?
CM, sorry. They picked up a Mouse picked up the Primal Beast. What the hell? There was CM was
Oh yeah,
for
yeah,
Boom
yeah, yeah.
Esports. But it was the first pick for them, right? So
I think Primal looked pretty good despite being first pick. So I'm not mad against that, but I also love when Primal gets a bit more love and can be picked later into the draft. It's just that I think it's such a kind of an icon of Mouse that he gets banned if you don't brush it early.
yeah, pretty much. You know what I hate in the post game in Dota? If it is a captain's mode, it doesn't show you. It says
Yeah.
pick, but only how fast the players clicked on it, rather than when the hero was actually picked. So that's kind of
Because it made for pubs, right? It's
Yep.
the pub order is fine, but it's not really made the same for a competitive, unfortunately. And they yoinked the Leshrac. I like that. I think this is one of the strongest heroes of the patch, and Dark Mago played it really well. With the Tiny being banned, you're already reducing his relatively small hero pool.
Yep, I like it. It's first of all, it's a deny pick. Supreme is a big Lesh player. It has some flexibility as well. I think Narman is one of those one of those position fours that can actually play it. I don't think he will, but when you have an option, it's always great.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, now I'm wondering here, what is the obvious response? Because Doom's still in the pool, though pretty bad against Slash. Phoenix is in the pool.
That's good. I like to see a Phoenix. Ooh, okay. So they feel super confident in the Ember.
Now, do you ban the Darks here? Because I feel like if you don't second phase ban this, they will probably pick it up. Will they second pick it, though? That's the question. There you go. Yeah, I think that's huge.
So why is it just that that double impact facet does it just make the Ember good again with the right clicks?
It might be. We didn't got to see Ember that much. I feel like the other one is not awful either. It even was played when Ember was played in the offlane in the recent tournament. But yeah, I think right click Ember.
I mean, we saw it
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
Boom
yeah.
was playing it on secret, and I mean, he lost, but
I mean, it looked decent.
it's hard to track actually those chains, right? Because the remnants are everywhere in the fight.
Vereska has arrived.
Dark Willow again. IO is open. Can you IO Lash here if you're Mouse?
Do you want to IO versus a Dark Willow? You're getting into the Brambles and the Terra. He's just pulling somebody into it. So I wouldn't want to see an IO.
What is the path then here for them? Crystal Maiden still in the pool. Not bad against Ember, but not that good against Willow.
I mean, out of all of the Spirit heroes, Ember deals the best with the CM, right? Because he doesn't have to get all close and personal.
You could Ench for for the Flame Guard. I think Ench in general looks pretty strong. At least we saw Gaming Gladiators play a lot of it.
What does Bengen play? Does he play a lot of Ench? He does play Oracle. Come on, let's see Oracle. This is a perfect Oracle pick game, right? First of all, you don't have to ban out the Darks here. Versus an Ember versus the Dark Willow. The Purge is amazing. Also the Fate's Edict as well. You have a Lesh. He does rely a lot on the runes. Come on, it's an Oracle pick, right? Bengen, he plays a lot of Oracle. And they go
There
for
we
an
go.
IO.
I think I prefer the IO, and I think if you're banning Darks here, like you're not picking Oracle, right? I think if you want to pick Oracle,
they
you don't
banned the
ban it.
Darks
And
here.
you-
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Makes sense.
I know you dislike it for the Willow, but I feel like IO, the current IO with the spell wamp is just ridiculously strong, especially if you can get another core that utilizes the buffed attack speed better. So we're gonna just get a Rubik for now, but yeah, there's still a couple of heroes open.
I like that because you need some lockdown, some extra lockdown for the Ember, considering that IO doesn't really contribute all that much, and Lesh's stun is very unreliable versus the Ember in general. So the other side gets a Centaur. That is a good deny pick because there's a Rubik on the other side as well.
So now you need a pause 5 or 4, depending. They did play the. Oh, that's great against the IO.
It's amazing versus the IO. This is a really good pick for Boom Esports. First of all, the Ember lanes really well with an AA, right? Because you get the chains with the cold feet. It's gonna be insane how much damage is done. What is his passive called? I forgot.
The new one?
Ancient Apparition one.
Oh yeah, it's the Death Rhyme.
Death Rhyme, yeah. It's gonna be insane how much damage it's gonna do. And there's the permanent silence if you get the Aghanim Scepter. However, when I see these two supports, even the Ember Spirit, all of these heroes hate the Night Stalker. The problem I see though is a Stampede. You can always run away from the silence.
Yeah, you gotta kill the center, right? And right now they like the damage for it, so I hope that whatever carry they pick will offer the mobility or the damage for them to kill the center throughout the duration of the Night Stalker silence.
I like the Razor Band because that's a good hero to stop the Stampede, because you're constantly pulling him towards you. Even with the massive movement speed, he still cannot run away from you.
Yeah, that's also a strong lane against the center. Ursa is... I think I like Ursa. I would love to see an Ursa. You jump the Night Stalker and Ursa on center. He's always dead. The supports, just the apparition is like food for a hero like Ursa. Probably the best ban here.
You have the Purge within Rage.
Yeah, I really like Ursa here.
Yep, and they didn't ban it out, so yeah, you could go for it. Plus, you have an IO to lane with you. You won't care much about the center and the Dark Willow constantly getting damage into. Yeah, it looks like a really good pick for Mouz. And it is a Yulnit hero. Let me check if he has played it recently.
He played a lot of CK, but no Ursa. Actually, he played one game. One game 2 days ago. Yeah. Is CK better than Ursa here? Honestly, I don't think it is. I feel like Ember deals much better. Like, all the cast points of CK are slow. His stun is low. Ursa just gets a basher, can like solo kill Ember if he's farmed enough.
And it opens up the Roche for you, which you would want to put on your Lash, at least for the second Roche. So considering that you don't have a Roche taking hero, CK is not bad, but he's not as good, definitely.
Like, what hero could, like... There's a world where Boom plays mid-Ember and picks a carry that's really good against Ursa. I think that's what they're trying to figure out here. What that hero is. Oh, they banned it. Oh, okay. I don't like it as much. It is probably a better hero in this patch, but I think Ursa would be a better hero in this game.
So, something to deal with illusions or something to win versus Lesh in the mid lane. I think there's a lot of options now for Boom Esports, especially because Ember is flexible.
Yeah. I think you probably can play this Ember carry again, and you just pick a strong mid hero.
What's a strong mid hero? He has played a ton of Zeus on Dark Mago. That is his hero, and it is banned out every single time.
Counters Desire, maybe. Some Storm is banned. What about Void Spirit? Is that hero? Like, I've seen some teams dominate with it. It's kind of hard against Night Stalker, but... Oh.
That's the hero that you hated, but they still are going to be going for it. I guess you just want the barriers and extra armor for your supports.
Yeah, the bear is definitely nice. Looking at the win rate here, want to guess what's the win rate for Sven right now?
Because you said it's so bad, I'm going to say 42%.
39% win rate on carry.
Below
right
40
now,
is too much.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. Not a fan, but it is Pakas, so hopefully he has a plan here. Honestly, I was not really digging Mouz's draft as much, but now that I see this Sven, I feel like there's a chance here for Mouz. If this Night Stalker gets good enough of a laning stage, he can shut down everyone but the Sven. And I feel like Sven scales a bit better now. With honestly, I'm not even sure if he's going to get the armor talent, you know?
He got
maybe
the armor
he's just
talent.
Gonna go... Oh, okay. So that's nice. I think that's better than the other one. But not feeling it. Not feeling it. I like Mouz a bit more. If they play better than game 2, I really feel like they can take this one. I
What's
give their draft a
Phantasmagoria
65.
for the CK?
So all of his illusions are strong
illusions.
illusions.
So the same as they
And
used to be.
yes, but his Manta illusions are also that way. Illusion runes are that way, and he also creates illusion. Like he has a 50% chance of creating an illusion every time he creates an illusion. So he can get like
That
he
is
can
his
pop
passive,
Manta, pop
right?
OT, and have like 8 or 9, and he also gets illusions from his shard. So it's crazy.
Okay, so if there's too many illusions, the Dota might be crashing for all the players. So let's see how that one works. There's a really cool set on the AA, so hopefully our viewers are going to be able to see it once we get into the game. Bowie, you saw the teams there. Have you made a definite decision on who's winning here? I know that you are a big Sven hater, but is Boom going to win?
I'm going with Mouse. I think their lanes look so powerful, especially the top one. This CK hero should slap. Maybe not the center, but I feel like the Willow can definitely die a couple times. The Ember lane against Leshrac shouldn't be easy. I feel like Dark Mago can maybe get away with a lot, but I would be surprised to see him ahead of the Leshrac.
How do you feel about the innate ability of the Night Stalker? I think it makes his laning stage, the first 5 minutes, actually very, very hard. For people that don't know, during the night, your regen is up by 40%, but during the day, it is reduced by 20%, which makes sense. You should be burning to the sun.
Yeah. You have an IO, but the IO is going to be with the CK. Thankfully for them, I think this Sven AA is weaker than the Ember AA. I don't think it's that easy to get the combo going. But yeah, Force, he's definitely gonna struggle in the beginning of the game.
They're going for a move. It's nighttime and Force is just gonna see them clearly. Also, we saw the odds there. Boom Esports are still slightly favored, which makes sense coming into the series they were. Of course, Bowie here, he doesn't agree with it. And I don't know. I think I'm in favor of Boom. I think that this AA is just a problem for the IO lineup. Even though Mouz has, I think their lineup has a higher ceiling potential of making plays, right? Because the Night Stalker is just, the vision of that hero is insane.
I'm very curious to see the build of the CK. Like, I wouldn't hate seeing a very early blink so you can jump this AA. To me, like, he should be food every fight because there's so much damage and lockdown on the CK that even if the Stampede goes through, like, you just die before you can even think of running away.
Armlet Blink Manta or Armlet Manta Blink? That's the, in my mind, the build for the CK.
Yeah, I think both are good. If you're far ahead enough, you can get away with the Blink first, but probably Manta, I think.
It's so good, right? Cold Feet, Chains, Bramble, even the Curse Crown, all of those spells are very good to have it for. Ancient Apparition, taking a lot of damage. Started off with the Chilling Touch spell, and he did take the Bone Chill one, so each Death Rhyme stack also reduces the enemy's strength. That's actually quite cool.
Huh, that's pretty cool. I've seen a mid AA. It lost terribly, but you know we might get to see that in the future. It used to be played by Thompson, played by Dendy, a couple of games.
I mean, if you get an Aghanim Scepter, it is actually insane, and you get the 300 Chilling Touch attack range talent. You become a sniper with a shotgun, very good at snowball fights.
Just pick Wyvern AA. High ground's impossible.
Yeah. You just buy a blink and you kill them, basically, because they're super squishy. Overall, looking at the CS, the Ember Spirit is kind of struggling versus the Lesh, but it is to be expected. A lot of the melee heroes do struggle versus the Leshrac. Well, they were pressuring a bit right now as we saw the Centaur's HP dropping low. Definitely not enough to bring him down. In general, we're just looking at Dark Mago being super annoyed. There it is, the top lane where we see a Centaur that's gonna get pulled in, stunned up, and there it is, taken down easily. And I just saw that reality rift and I was thinking it's way too fast how he pulled him in. And then I look at it, cast point increased from 0.3 to 0.25. You know, I would literally tell somebody, don't bullshit me that you actually saw the difference, but it really looked different than what we used to see. And speaking of which, they're gonna be going on to Sacred once again. The minus armor is there, trying to finish him off. We'll be smacking down Knight. It goes inside of the Shadow Realm, thinking maybe they can get on top of Sacred, but he will survive using the healing salve. The Centaur will be able to return to the lane. So far though, this top lane, it's starting to be a big problem for the Centaur. Arman does get caught by cold feet. Pakaz a little bit too low to go forward. We know that during daytime the Night Stalker is not the strongest, but he still has solid stats. So running through him as he's right clicking you to kill somebody would probably be a bad move. And nighttime is coming in just 3 seconds. It is gonna be dark, and that's when vampires are at their strongest. That's when they go for a play. We'll see if Boom are gonna have a stake to deal with this guy, as Sacred is gonna get targeted. Blood Grenade used already. Hoof Stomp was there. Nice Bramble though. Placement was ideal to make sure that Yolnit cannot chase. Yep. It really is. 12 HP regen just from the flag bearer creep. Kill it faster, Pakaz, please, so that this guy is not full HP from a flag bearer. That's pretty problematic. Mid lane, pretty equal. In terms of CS, we're looking at the lanes and everybody's very close to each other. Of course, the top lane is where the Centaur got pressured out the most, but in general, he got some farmed as well. So in terms of the laning phase ending, this is probably the closest one that we've had so far. Running forward, Dark Mago is level 6. You probably don't want a Remnant right now, as you do want to leave it in their team. He's just gonna accept his death rather than try and escape. He did have mana for it. Now that just leaves Panda as a kill, as you do have illusions to tank the tower, and of course the Wisp to heal you up. Supreme gets himself another one. That is a very weird move from Boom, and Dark Mago in particular. It's time for me to mess up now. Pakaz is dying. There will be cold feet. And there it is. The Fade Bolt from downtown. Narman dunks it onto Pakaz, giving the 4th kill to Mouz. And this is as good as it gets when it comes to the start. It's only the start of this nighttime as well. Sacred on the top lane will be getting low as well. Will be able to survive. Healing Lotus was available. So really his life was not in danger. But this is still low enough so that he cannot get close. now. They can't do it. The tower is dead. Maybe they're going to be able to bring down Onlit with Supreme being in the vicinity. Maybe his ally damage can make a difference. And now they're going to be turning around, losing the Lesh in the process. Till the chase is on with a Blood Grenade, the Onlit will be in a lot of trouble. Chains connecting as well as the Chaos Ball. From the other side, Panda comes over to get the kill himself. Finally, Boom are going to be responding. It cost them the tower, but 2 core kills are quite worth it. On Arman, lift him up, lift him up. He doesn't even have to. Now he's probably gonna be very cocky there on the Rubik. Imagine if he could invade the Sacred's jungle there. Poor Centaur has to go back to the base, very low. For people that don't know, the blinding void facet for the Night Stalker takes away the vision from enemies. So that's what you see there on the left corner on Pakaz. When his icon is dark, it means that he does not share vision with his team. There was a hero in Heroes of Newerth that would do this. I'm not sure who it was. That game, I haven't played it for like 5 years, but I like that. I like that this kind of an idea is being added to Dota, as they are gonna be going for poor Panda. There he is, gonna be caught, not sharing vision with his team, so he's not gonna be seeing where his teammates are while he's dying. With the Stampede being used, Dark Mago runs himself away, but that's gonna be a very defensive usage of the first Stampede. No, Panda! I mean, he saw that the Rubik was there. Maybe he was just baiting in, but look at the heals from Bengen, not allowing Supreme to drop low enough, as Sacred is going to be caught on the other side of the map. Nighttime ends, but so does the life of the Centaur. Nice relocate out. Even with Night coming from the side, Narman will stay in the vicinity. Sleight of his chase. The help is coming. Cavalry is here. Yulnit, there's 2 of him now. And if the stun connects onto the poor Ember Spirit, he gets the Sleight of Fist just in time. That was so scary, Bowie. Is life like this even worth it? Is gonna be very sad for the Centaur. We'll see if and how fast he's gonna be getting that Blink Dagger. No boots on him, so hopefully we'll be getting back into it. AA finally has level 6 Bowie, so maybe with the Ice Blast they can finally start getting kills.
Yeah. They have one. It's so tough. Like, what is the... Who's that up? Oh, they don't have Blink on center, have 1 point in chains.
Slow?
I guess.
You have the Brambles, so there's the chains. That looks like a pretty easy kill to me.
Alright. Okay. Very nicely done by Dark Mago. Yeah, this is gonna buy them some time for sure. The CK has his armlet, and he is going pretty much for the build we talked about. The Manta and the Blink. I think this is... Whether he gets the Blink or the Manta first is going to dictate a lot of the movements here for Mouz, because if you have Blink on both the CK and this Night Stalker, although I think Force is going BKB, the fights are so easy. Like, you relocate the Night Stalker, You just blink in with the CK.
He bought the diadem, so it is gonna be the mantle first. Panda, slow down. There's gonna be the refresh on the spells. Force coming over. Stampede, however, might allow Panda to live. Nah, this guy is not stopping until he kills you.
Armor.
Actually, nice armor and barrier from the Sven will make sure that his buddy lives.
Okay. Very curious to see how strong this armor is going to be. Because, yeah, when you get armor and barrier, the effective HP you're gaining is through the roof. And I guess that CK, it could be the difference maker. It's all about whether you get the Warcry off before the initiation of the CK. But there's for sure a lot of value that this Sven can bring in the 5 versus 5s.
And the question is, if you're gonna be engaging on the Sven first, you might engage on somebody else and then he just gives them the barrier.
Yeah. Supreme just working towards that Bloodstone, despite the AA being on Boom.
If you run forward, if you are the ones attacking, the AA blast is much harder to hit. Of course, it's easier when you are the one engaging, but if you're being ran down and enemies are the ones dictating the tempo of the fight, it's not gonna be the easiest to catch the Lash. With the Bloodstone, you just have the confidence to run forward. There's the stun onto the poor Night Stalker. No Dark Ascension, no life. Instead of going into the air, he's gonna be going into the ground.
All right. Do like Dark Mago's build, just getting that Mage Slayer. Not that good against the CK, but very strong against the Leshrac. And you're already gonna prevent the lifesteal from the Bloodstone, but you're also gonna take away damage from the Leshrac. This game is all about Pakaz, I think. You just need to give him time, and he will have the damage.
I think this is very smart from Boom. If I look at Mouz, you can see that their heroes do a ton of damage, but also that damage is very, very preventable, right? And then once there's no Dark Ascension, you can actually turn it around. And with the AA Blast on the side of Boom, you're always going to be able to take a hero down, no matter who it is, unless the relocate is available. So I'm actually starting to understand more and more how this Boom lineup is actually gonna work with all of the damage reductions. They're gonna be impossible to kill, even though their support seems squishy.
Yeah, but I think also both sides have ways to reset the fights, right? You have the Stampede on Moon, and on Mouz you have the Relocate. You just have the move speed of this Night Stalker. For Mouz, if you can set up good fights with the vision of Night Stalker, that's when, like, if you kill the Centaur, the fight's pretty much over for Moon, I think. It's really about locking down Sacred. And I think you need one Blink Dagger so that the Night Stalker, you know, can have the damage to do that. Unfortunately, the CK is keeping his, so it has to be the Relocate. You need to bring the Leshrac and the IO as the Night Stalker goes for the Centaur.
Speaking of Night, oh nice, Shadow Realm knew that they were waiting on the high ground. We'll just reveal them. It's time for Mouz to bail from this territory as they have been made. The enemies know you're here. It's time to split.
Yeah, that's crazy. Really good awareness. Just understanding exactly here what Mouz wants to do. And yeah, Boom will hold the tower. Wait, why did he lift their structures? Is that a mistake?
Has to be?
Yeah, right? That's just a random glyph.
Yeah, for sure. Earlier, the CK illusions were sent to that tower, so versus that I would understand, but the CK illusions died, and you still glyphed it right afterwards. So yeah, it has to be a mistake.
Maybe they're baiting Mouz. They're like, oh no, we misused our glyph, and they want to take a fight regardless of having glyph or not.
You bait a Mouz with the cheese, not with a glyph.
Oh, that's a good one. So smart.
Sacred, focusing on the tower, has the blade mail, not the easiest hero to kill, but you talked about it, he's the one that you want. And if you can get him down first, pulling him in with the CK, A Blast gonna be used, Sacred still alive, gonna be going for a stampede and running himself away. That's gonna be a disaster. 2 of your cores are already dead, the tower will follow, and even the chase is on with an Emperor with a haste. He wanted more, not gonna be getting it, going to the other side. He understands where the enemies are, Sleight of Fist chains, relocate out, IO, saving his buddy. But that is not ideal for Mouz.
We kind of didn't talk about this, but they are playing CK into an Armlet hero into AA, right? So as he tries to reset that fight, the Armlet Toggles just dies.
Oh, that forced that from Narman into a hoof stomp, but what the hell was Sacred thinking going there all on his lonesome?
I mean, I guess he didn't have vision, right? So he thought he was a solo hero. Just G-baits himself.
It is still nighttime, and Force is going to be trying to go forward. You don't have Dark Ascension, but you still have nighttime vision. Mouz, pretty scared.
Bloodstone about to be finished here on Supreme. Yeah, this AA Blast from Panda. They're gonna make or break these fights. If you can just hit the CK, he just doesn't get to play. He doesn't lifesteal. He is afraid of armlet toggling. Mouz, like fighting the center and the AA is crucial for the fights to work their way.
I think not getting the Blink Daggers on the Night Stalker and the CK is a mistake. Or at least one of them needed
One
to
of
have
them
it.
for sure. Because you get one, and then you relocate whoever other core you need to get the kill. I really feel like they slowed down a lot of their tempo by not getting a single blink.
And at least you can apply pressure and force some things out. Just blink in, spook the enemies, they use Stampede, and then reset, go for a smoke. Right now, Boom are not afraid of anything. They can do whatever the hell they want, and what they want is to take away your towers. This now equalizes the gold.
Exactly, and that's a game where you are playing CK into a Sven, so you do want to be snowballing a little bit. You don't want the Sven to be ahead of the CK, and right now, that's exactly what Pakaz has. He got totally shut down in lane, whereas the CK absolutely destroyed his lane, and all that advantage is gone.
It's still the Sven greatly factor, but yeah, it could have gone better for Mouz after the start that they had. But it did not, as the game is completely equal right now, Bowie, but I don't know. I see counters on both sides. On one side, I am always on the late game of a Night Stalker, as Vision is the ultimate tool in Dota. But then I look at this AA versus heroes that really hate the AA.
Yeah. Well, they are getting closer to those blinks. Manta is done on the CK. Force.
He dead. They have the Yules. Terrorize will be used. It's gonna give him extra movement speed, however. So Stolen Terrorize as well with the Rubik. Narman has a 4-step. Gets himself into a safe position. Sleight of his chains and the brambles. You need to kill him. You need to kill him now. He's gonna turn around with the Terrorize. Might have saved his life in the backline. Panda is dead. Now looking towards the Ember. Silence is there. Stun as well. Oh, the damage was insane from Molnit and Mouz. They bring in 2 more as well. Movement speed is there. Looking towards Sacred. Already used the Blink and the Stampede. We see you. It is nighttime there with the Dark Ascension. Sacred is in so much trouble, and dead as well, just as the relocate does end. So maybe on the top lane they can kill this Dark Willow as well. Knight, he might not be expecting it. He is very much in trouble. Has the Yules maybe to protect himself, use it onto the Lesh. Knight is still gonna get chased down, has the Shadow Realm TP out, decides not to go for it versus a Split Earth. Would be a huge mistake, and at least the Dark Willow lives.
Yeah, very quick on the use scepter there, but at the end of the day, Boom just overestimating how much damage they could have done. Night Stalker gets his ulti off. Fighting through that nighttime is really hard. And yeah, Mouz on a sizable lead now. And Blink Dagger, 200 gold away for Own It. I think that's really the timing. BKB already ready on Force as well. Once those 2 blinks are up, that is probably going to be the strongest point for Mouz in a while. This, to me, it's like one of their strongest timings in the entire game.
Narman is saving that Terrorize, as of course now the odds are going to be favoring Mouz for a good reason. They're in a great position right now. Of course, if our viewers want to use the odds, they have a banner down below with the promo code Universe2 for a 100% bonus on their first deposit. There it is, BKB on Force, Blink Dagger on Olnet. The items are coming through for the side of Mouz. What is the response for Boom Esports? What is the thing that they were waiting for that can actually change things?
It is definitely BKB on Sven, but that's gonna take a while because they go for Blink first, and I guess probably BKB on center. I wonder if he feels like that's necessary. He's going for he's just going for Eternal Shroud right now. I'm not sure Shivas is really what he needs, even though it's very strong against the CK. I think being able to cast the Stampede in those clutch fights could be more important than the R itself.
The smoke from Boom. Trying to find something. The thing is, Bowie, they won't be finding anything.
Yeah, Mouz playing the map really well. And even if you find something, you always have to fear to relocate. It's not that easy, especially Force that has his own BKB. So, Mouz is... They're slowing down the game. I still would like to see them playing faster. It's Boom that's trying to make the moves. Sure, they don't find anything. But I get the feeling if you just drag this along, Boom should still have the advantage. You have a lot of CK responses, right? December, the Sven, eventually the Ember could get a Radiance. There's going to be Shivas on the CK. Sorry, on the Centaur.
Let's say BKB because uses God Strength and, well, goodbye Tormentor. Let's see who's gonna be getting it. Who do you want it more on? I guess on Knight. Get it on Panda.
It's okay. It's definitely...
Is it
It's
better
alright.
on Knight though? It's good on the AA as well. For people that
I
don't
think
know.
Willow's better. I feel like Willow's better.
Probably. When you hit the Ice Blast, you stun enemies with the Cold Feet debuff for the 60% of the duration, which is actually quite nice.
Like the CK illusions get so angry at dealing with those Brambles. Even if you dispel it, you still get to proc it. It's really strong. As they will get Narman's Shard. That one is amazing this game.
And the CK wants to go for a Silver Edge. That's actually pretty interesting.
What?
I guess it's just for the burst damage, right?
Yeah, but... Huh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're not sure about it.
I guess, you know, Orchid is good, but there's already a new Scepter on the Willow. The spells available for the
On
Sven.
Dark Mago, he's gonna get into the silence. No, he won't. He knew what he was doing.
Does reveal what Mouz is up to. No sides really forcing Roshan. This game is pretty slow. Definitely the slowest game we had the entire day.
Yeah, for sure. Nobody wants to go for a fight. Everybody's just shoving out the waves. The thing is that this was during daytime, Bowie, and sure, you did decrease the gold lead, but you did not get ahead if you're doing esports. And Mouz are waiting for another 20 seconds when their offlaner is going to be becoming one of the strongest heroes on the map, and that's despite him having very low net worth. And then we haven't talked much about the net worth of this Rubik. Like, why is he has the same amount as a Night Stalker?
Well, Rubik players, they're just greedy little goblins. And
They get the shards from the Tormentor, right?
yes, that's definitely a part of it. So let's say he is 1400 gold behind. He should have the same net worth as the AA. And I
Greedy
guess the
little
AA does
goblin.
have a shard, so probably should be just one shard ahead as the... Yeah, they're gonna force Roshan or maybe kill... Do they know about Bakas? They seem to be aware. Oh, both sides fighting. It's gonna be huge.
Let's see who's gonna be engaging. A nice BKB gonna be popped there, trying to finish off Supreme. Not gonna be happening. They see that clearly AA is already dead. So now maybe you can save Supreme with the heals. Here comes Bengen. The Sven is trying to do the damage. He's not gonna be able to with the Bloodstone being active because he's in so much trouble. Actually, finally does get the kill on him. Jumping in from Dark Mago, Sleight of Fist is very powerful, trying to go for Ulnit, protected there by the Glimmer Cape.
Oh, Manta
going
dodge.
for a Manta, beautifully done. Sacred also lifted up into the air by Narman. You have two more heroes left, Force Staff out. Night Stalker with the Glimmer Cape will be protected. Narman with all of that net worth, he's
Linking
keeping
for?
his offlaner alive, but who's gonna keep himself? Maybe he can use the Hoof Stomp. Nope, not gonna be doing it. Should have precasted. That's a double stun.
He's blocked.
No Force Staff, no Glimmer, and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Turn around by Force, running in, sees Dark Mago, and even the CK is coming. We all know how much burst damage these two have. They won't go to the high ground, especially with the AA being back in the world of the living.
I mean, that was a good start for Mouz. They find the AA. They straight up kill him. I'm surprised that Boom tries to take the fight at nighttime. Oh, look at that. That's what we talked about. This AA stands no chance.
Okay, now he knows which is the real CK. Going for a TP out. You might need another armlet toggle, and he won't be able to get it.
Dude, that Sleight of Fist, without the innate, you don't get that kill. Like, that extra Sleight of Fist with the 40%, that's exactly how he died.
Did he catch the, what do you call it, the siege creep in it? Because you have to connect on two targets for the,
Yeah,
for
he
the
did,
double
he did.
one to connect. Yeah, beautifully done.
Yeah. Really nice here, Dark Mago. Yeah, I mean, December, once again, just looking very impactful despite the super slow start. Roshan is on the dire side, and it looks like they will force it. No CK for 25. Can Mouz defend? They are in the vicinity.
It is nighttime, coming in with the smoke. Gonna approach cautiously though, and you might need to do it faster. they might catch the AA again. Look at the AA coming. Oh, Panda, you're so lucky. You're so freaking lucky. Okay, his luck ran out. The poor guy just cannot play Dota. They do use the Stampede, maybe trying to turn this one around. Going on to the Rubik, Glimmer Cape protecting him. They don't see him at the moment. Terrorize being threatened will connect only onto the Lash. He doesn't care. He's running to the direction he wants to. Bloodstone already popped with the Ember coming back. He already dealt with the Aegis, so that's not bad for Mouz.
Yeah, I actually really like how Mouz played around this fight. Never mind here as
Ice Stalker?
they might be going for more.
He sees them clearly going in, and there's the double silence as well. Sacred is going to be keeping them at bay away from this Ember Spirit, trying to finish off. The Split Earth will connect. Where's the fall-off stun? It's not going to be happening. Sleight of Fist, Dark Mago gets himself out. Look at the other side, and the damage from the CK. Dark Mago will get ran down anyways, despite all of his nice Remnant usages. And CK still going forward, wants both of these supports. They have the dust to keep him at bay. Yule Scepter was available as well, so he was never going to be getting any more kills. Mouz, what a nice approach to that fight.
Yeah, that fight was so nice because instead of fighting Roshan, which could be hard since they were missing the CK, they wait the Aegis out knowing that God Strength was going to be on cooldown. So even though you give them Aegis, you know you can still take the fight with God Strength being on cooldown. They take the Aegis away, they get the tier 2 tower, they know Pakaz is not going to be able to fight, and that was very nice. It felt like they were being overly patient, but they just understood that for them to take Roche, they have to pop God Strength, and you just take the fight afterwards.
3k gold lead for Mouz. Definitely not the end of the world for Boom Esports, but Mouz making sure that that earlier lost fight doesn't change the game all too much. So they are still in the lead. Of course, 4k gold, Bowie at 30 minutes in. It just doesn't mean all that much.
I mean, Gaben thinks it does. He's giving them 80% win probability.
Pakaz, they're catching Pakaz in the bottom lane, as even with the Stampede, he's not going to be able to escape. Pulled back in. Sacred also puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. It's still nighttime, so they see him clearly. Ogre Seal told him to run away. Blinking forward instantly. Sacred, he doesn't see his teammates, and you're going to see the Sven in your fountain. Stolen hoof stomp. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's pretty tanky, but his life will run out, as his luck has already. Boom Esports, they lose 2 of their cores.
Well, as I said initially, maybe it's not that Sven is garbage rather than CK's too strong. Like, have you ever seen a game where 30 minutes in, it's a 4k goal lead for the CK team and they have 80% chance of winning?
That's too much, yeah. There's a Glaive here onto the IO Lash. You do need an AA Blast if you're gonna do something here, but it will clip the IO at least. Oh, actually, it did hit both of them. Dark Mago keeping them in place, just buying some time, but you're gonna be going into the hands of the Night Stalker. Dark Ascension flying on top of your head that is gonna get destroyed. And now they see Panda clearly, who has just been a victim in this game. Even with a perfectly placed Ice Blast, they do nothing.
Now, they can just force high ground here. No Ember
No
for
cliff.
50.
This
Yeah, I
is a
mean,
lane
look
for
at
sure.
Pakaz. He's going bottom. Like, he's just gonna let this fall.
I mean, there's nothing that you can do about it. You are gonna have this timing when there's no Dark Ascension, when there's no nighttime on Boom Esports, that you can maybe do something, but it might be your last shot to do so.
Yeah, at least there's a tier 2 middle, so Mouz is not gonna force this too much. But that's still a tier 2 tower for free, it looks like. No response whatsoever from Boom. They want to finish the Daedalus on Pakaz.
See if and when he's gonna have that one done. His career is actually dead, so he does have the money for it.
Alright. Oh, on it though. Hunting, but shouldn't find anyone. Yeah, this game looks really tough for Boom. They, I don't know, didn't felt the impact of the center. Like, ever since he rushed the Blade Mail, I didn't really got to see much from Sacred. He felt like a non-factor.
Yep, it is not looking good for Boom here, while Mouz coming into the series as a slight underdog. are looking very close to winning this game and playing one more series today versus OG, where they're gonna have a shot. They're gonna have 2 shots of going into the playoffs here. 2 teams will get eliminated in the groups. 2 teams go to playoffs. And here in Group B, OG won the first series. Secret is in the lower bracket here in the second series. It's still open. Mouz in a much better position, however. Lit, running in. Dust is gonna be used. They turn around with the Hoopstop, trying to finish him off. The A blast will go through all of them. Gets the BKB off. That's a 9-second BKB. Still has to be very careful. Running in with the Stampede. Lapier onto all of them. It doesn't stop the IO relocate, but guess what does? A Sven with a billion damage. We're just gonna get them all down. Mouz got annihilated in that fight.
That's crazy. They saved the CK, but such a good jump from this Sven. Okay, at the end of the day, it is still got strength on cooldown, no Roshan up. But it goes to show that with good positioning here, Boom can still kill this Mouz hero, especially the IO. It feels like he wasn't really being targeted that much, but that's definitely the target for Pakaz. I feel like that you gotta kill this IO before any relocate, anything really gets used.
That's an 8k gold swing, just like that. The fight itself was 6k, and then just with the amount of farm that they got afterwards, from 10k to 1k. It is insane just how much Boom have turned around the game in just one fight.
Yeah, it really, really is. And as we said, they're not going to, like, map control wise, things are not going to change that much. They might get this tier 2 tower. Mouz can still, contest Roshan and everything, but they even force a glyph. Not too shabby.
I mean, all the tier 2s are still alive, so you just have to use it there. No reason not to. Remember, you and me were casting some South American Dota, and a lot of teams just weren't using their glyphs for some reason.
No, baby, this is a Fissure tournament here. Everything on the line. You want to make sure that you use every single ounce to win the game, and Roche is gonna be up all nighttime. This really favors Mouz as they try to initiate.
Speaking of nighttime, there's the Dark Ascension. Nice initiation, but Force won't be able to get the kill. The Stampede was used, and that's the solo Stampede. That is a really big deal. Sacred giving that away. Ember has been caught, but the Sven is there with a nice stun, keeping it at bay. Trying to finish off this Supreme. Yeah, he does get a relocate off. There's 2 heroes that instant buyback onto the Dark Willow. Panda pushing away the Night Stalker. He doesn't want to get caught by the Cold Feet, but the Hoof Stomp will connect anyways. Lift up on the Sven, trying to get him onto the high ground. There's the buyback from the Ember. Now it's time for Mouz to get out. Force is trying to give vision of what's going on. Losing the Rubik in the end. Finally, Mouz, they lose a hero, but at the cost of 2 buybacks from Boom. This time around, it will be Mouz that comes out ahead.
Yeah. Good usage of the initiation there, the nighttime vision from the Night Stalker. Maybe if they get extremely lucky with the Roshan respawn timer, Boom can punish or maybe force a Rubik buyback here. But yeah, they have to be extremely lucky with the respawn timer and being there at the correct time. I'm not sure that's going to happen. As Mouz,
probably
they're just going to get a Tormentor as well.
Yep. One side got the Tormentor for the Centaur, the other one will be getting it for the Wisp. So what does that one give? The Overcharge, 30% slow resistance and 10% spell lifesteal. So if there's no AA blast on the Lesh, it's gonna be an even bigger deal in terms of healing himself up.
Yeah, the slow resistance matters very little this game. I guess against the AA is alright, but the lifesteal
Stampede as well. Not too shabby.
That's alright. But it's definitely about the lifesteal. Roche, very long respawn timer. Still going to be on the dire side, but I do like that Boom is posturing. Like, you need to be here before Mouz if you want to take this fight.
Yep, and you have to play the top lane because there's super creeps there. If you're playing the bottom lane, the super creeps will push too deep in and you won't be able to do anything. I guess it's just that kind of situation. You're in a bad spot. The enemies are coming. They're gonna have the nighttime vision advantage, but this is where you have to be.
I'm pretty surprised by the hero damage that production was showing. The Centaur is actually ahead of this Sven. And I guess it just goes to show that Pakaz struggling to really find the openings in these fights because, he had some clutch kills, but at the end of the day, the Centaur doing more damage is very impressive to me. I was not expecting that.
I think Bakaz was just not fighting for the majority of the game. That's just it. He has participated in 8 kills, while the center has participated in 13 and died 6 times. So the retaliate itself did a ton of damage. Now he has the shard, so this center is no longer a weakling.
We'll see about that here as Roshan is 30 seconds away from spawning, and the entirety of Boom showing bottom. So they have to go through the twin gates, but it's not going to be easy when their vision gets taken away.
I don't think they're that crazy. I thought they were just gonna smoke because they left a really good ward on the top lane.
Yeah, I guess they finished the Swift Blink on Pakaz, but if they get unlucky, if this Roshan gets spotted instantly, I'm not sure they can get here in time. I guess they're sending an AA Blast. It's slowly, very slowly flying out, and they find Io? What?
Ooh, play.
Huh. Oh, can they? Oh, they're gonna be able to Rosh. It's up. They just don't know.
They have a God Strength. You should go in right now. Go in right now if you want to get it.
There
if
you
you
go.
lose the God Strength, you lose the Rosh.
There you go. How long are we talking here? Is it enough? It is enough.
Yeah, look at what the Sven is doing to the poor Rosh. He crits him for like 1/15 of his health. Dark Ascension being used, but the Rosh is already dead, and he will be finding the backline Nullifier as well. The Stampede doesn't care about the Nullifier. That cannot be dispelled. It's time to bail. Let's see if Boom are going to be able to do it. They lose the Centaur in the process. Panda will be the second casualty of war, but you did secure the Aegis and the cheese for yourself.
Yeah, giving away the Aegis for December. Obviously makes sense with a transformation hero. And yeah, this December slowly scaling here. Has the Kaya Sanj, has the Gleipnir. Even the Cloak of Flames, pretty strong against CK. I guess pretty strong is a stretch, but pretty decent.
That is going to be the Sven caught. Force trying to run him down. He has that Nullifier. Sven will be able to escape.
Yeah, the Nullifier just taking away the barrier, taking away the armor. Very good. The supports are living much longer because of it, especially when you add the Greaves that this AA has on the mix.
Just buy some time now for your center to come back, and you have the Aegis cheese advantage, but Mouz still slightly ahead in terms of win probability. Dota Plus is still favoring them. Why is that so? Is it just because of the strength of the CK that you were mentioning?
Yeah, I feel like the cooldowns, like the way Mouz can fight, the only cooldown that really bounds them is Dark Ascension. Like everything else, I feel like Sven is so reliant on cooldowns. And same thing for the center. Like, what is this center really doing in the fights? It's really hard for him to get an initiation. And even when he does, it feels like despite having 5k HP, he's still dying in the fight somehow.
It will be a Bramble Mace.
Wind Waker?
Wind Waker to run away. It is a 16-second cooldown now. Force Staff from the Rubik getting his left rec back. There's the BKB. They didn't find the IO. Instant lift up. Narman is trying to save everybody, and Bengen just goes away. Hold my hand, Supreme, please. Now both of you will die as you are holding hands with an AA Blast connecting. The Rubik has been caught as well in the backlines. They lost the AA. Narman, beautiful stolen Terrorize with the Ghost Scepter, and the Force Staff actually does live through it.
Still, they got the big boss. This Leshrac is so important. I think prior to dispatch, he would have a second Wind Waker to maybe buy some extra time. But at the end of the day, Aegis cheese and no buyback on this Lesh means that they, I guess, only get one lane because there are tier 2 towers. Do you hope tier 4 here?
Yeah, you might be able to force that away with the Glimmer. This Rubik is trying to survive. It has the Hoof Stomp stolen. Dark Ascension gonna be used. Sacred stunned up underneath the tier 4s. You don't have the glyph, however, if you're Mouz. So Boom can maybe continue. Sacred pulled in. Once again has the Blade Mail. Hoof Stomp is gonna be amazing. Narman, he was expecting him to cast that one out, but it was the Centaur whose hooves were stronger this time around. Instant buyback for the Rubik. He has to help.
One lane of backs. I'm surprised Mouz is even spending the buybacks right now because
good thing.
Oh, gets chained up.
They just stampede away. That is so smart. So now you equalize the racks count. You will be taking both of the racks here in the middle lane. There's still tier 2s for Mouz standing in the bottom and the top lane, which is a big deal. But Boom Esports are ahead, and they have that mid lane taken.
Yeah, I think another aspect here of Dota Plus giving so much more advantage for Mouz is the sieging, right? Sven, notoriously awful at it. Ember, notoriously bad at it. I guess Centaur can get towers relatively quickly, but not the same for Barracks. And Boom will smoke with the last 1 minute of their Aegis.
CK cannot burst people down any longer. There is an AC on the Sven plus the Warcry.
Shivas.
You're just not gonna kill people.
Yeah, there's Shivas on the center as well. Greaves with the extra armor when you're low HP on Panda. They have so many armor components.
And every single time they were able to catch Panda, but even despite that, against all odds, Boom Esports, their performance in these fights, their targeting has been impeccable.
Yeah, I think it didn't start out great, but once Pakaz started joining these fights, finding the IO, has become really important. And he's going BKB on Bengan. Very interesting approach.
I guess you need it. You just don't want to get stunned all the time. As Mouz do go for a smoke. Where do you go with this? Aegis will expire, so it should be a red flag for Boom that something is going to come their way.
Yeah, but they are feeling very confident here, Boom. That did bite them in the ass in game number 1, so hopefully they will be prepared for this.
Look pretty prepared. Ember comes back onto the Remnant. As Mouz own it, leading the charge.
Kaz gets
Dark
found.
Ascension, gonna get used. He does have a BKB, gets it off, turns around with the Ghost and clears out the illusion. So now only doesn't have his ulti. Bengan next on the menu. If they can take him out, it's because whoever he gets on top of will get instantly demolished. Supreme dropping low even without the focusing from the Sven. Own it on the other side is unstoppable. Now they're gonna be focusing on him. Stolen Stormhammer. The Sven is gonna be surrounded. Here comes the Emperor to help. And Force, you have to run away. Where is Olnit with the TP out? He doesn't want to be a part of this fight any longer, even with a stolen Stormhammer, even with the bashes. You're not gonna be able to get this Sven down. Rubik, he's so annoying on Narman, but ultimately his life will be taken by Night.
The itemization on Boom is so good this game. Like, they got all of the armor components they needed. It took a Leshrek and a Knife Stalker to kill this Panda AA because of the Warcry, because of all of the auras, because of the Greaves. If you have to commit that much, you're bound. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Onit gets 3-1, but they're still going for a Barracks here. There's 4 heroes with no buyback on Mouz.
Yeah, that's gonna be the racks for sure. Maybe you can even go throne here if you want to. Yep, Boom. Range racks, melee racks. Are they gonna try?
Yeah, you have to. Oh, own it.
Man, I really love these blinks. Today we have seen so many Centaurs in particular just blinking away from these stuns. You have a glyph, you can buy time. There it is. 7 seconds, Makaz gonna get caught. They need the follow-up stun. There will be one onto poor Olnit who got annihilated.
Oh, the relocate
has a buyback.
never got in.
Blast gonna be going through Supreme. They know about it. Pakaz running in, has the BKB as well. Olnit running away from Sacred. The Stampede will be expiring fairly soon, as well as this relocate. Focusing on the throne, it's half HP. Olnit trying to fight. There will be a Gleipnir on him. Finally will be forced to use a 6-second BKB. As Mouz are getting all of their heroes back. It will be a 5 versus 4 fairly soon, so it's maybe time for Boom to run away. Panda gonna be caught, but Force cannot kill him all that easily. He's way too tanky. Meanwhile, a little bit 2D from Dark Mago, making a huge mistake. That's gonna be him being dead for 2 minutes.
Yeah, they just did the Latino America right there. I'm gonna hit the throne. The other hero's gonna dive tier 3.
They could have won this game though, Bo, if
Yes,
they didn't go
they
for
could.
the axes.
They literally could have won this game. But, you know, it's the South America special. It's the fiesta moment right there. I don't think it really changes that much, right? Unless they get extremely unlucky with the Roshan spawn timer. It's not awful, but, you know, it is one of those things that if Boom wants to go far into this tournament, they're gonna have to fix.
Yeah, Mouz. I don't know how they stack up against Secret, but probably like one of the weaker teams in the groups. If you look at it, Boom, Secret, and OG, Mouz should be the one that is the least known, at least for sure. And Boom is struggling versus them because of some bad decision making, especially when it comes to ending the game.
Yeah, it feels like those clutch moments have big, especially sieges. It feels like Boom struggles a lot. So I don't know who's really calling the shots, or if there's too many people calling the shots, and yeah, things get too crazy. That said, Roshan is up, so 42 seconds here. There's buyback on the Ember, but even forcing this could be good for Mouz, and that's what they're gonna do.
Blightstone on the ground.
AA Blast flying out though.
It's gonna connect onto only the IO. Doesn't even clip force. But now they know what's going on.
Oh, Boom. You don't
That's
want
a
to give
refresher.
chances like
No,
this
that's
one.
an Hacken Scepter, right? Who gets the Axe? Is it gonna be the CK? CK Axe is actually good to stop any kind of initiation.
It is pretty good this game. Oh,
Going for
toss.
Kaz. They thought that they were in Roche. You have the Basher as well, so BKB TP out is not gonna be happening. I don't want to TP out. I want to kill all of you. Aviana Svedder, sure, you can be in the air while I kill you, but now he doesn't have a BKB, so maybe this time around they will be able to kill him. Focusing on him, the move stomp onto all of those illusions, trying to finish off the Svedder with the Satanic. It's so hard, lifting it up into the air. A couple of more hits. Can they finally do it?
Eggs
With
on
an
the track.
Aghanim Scepter on the Lesh, they will be able to do it with the Nihilism. Stolen Storm Hammer from the Rubik as well. Nice Wind Waker to save their Night Stalker from the AA Blast. Gleipnir, however, onto the poor Wisp. Bio will get taken down, and the Lesh will follow suit immediately after. Boom Esports, they're just that many times stronger than their opponents. Will be finding the Night Stalker, who's still flying, not for long. The Stolen Storm Hammer slows them down, but only after the kill was already done. Trying to kill the AA Yules from Night, doesn't matter. That Shard illusion will be getting a kill. Manta being used, Curse Crown will still connect onto him, and all of his illusions. Aviana Svedder, so maybe he can get himself onto the high ground. Not gonna be allowed. There it is. No. Dies to the overtime damage of Dark Mago, who now has a chance to get a rampage. Nice double stun. Fall up from the Lesh. Not gonna be doing the Nihilism. Still doing a ton of damage. Move some, however, is there. Here comes the rampage, and there it is. The first rampage of the tournament, at least of Group B. I haven't been following Group A here on the stream. Boom Esports, they're buying back. They feel that this is the end of the game, and the creeps might do it for them.
Yes, they will. There's so many. It really feels like Mouz was an inch from winning this, or at least turning it around. They have buyback on Sacred, so he should be okay.
On the A Blast, still clipped. Supreme will be losing the IO. Where's the Night Stalker? He needs the help coming in with the buybacks. They want to finish this one off immediately with no cores. Having buybacks, just focusing on the throne, making sure that they go to face OG for that spot in the playoffs.
Alright, so Boom, although scrappy, they take this one. I feel like they're gonna have to improve some of their decision making, but you know, they still took this one, even though the start was awful for them. Pakaz didn't really had a game. The Centaur was struggling a lot. We didn't really see much of the Ember, but when it mattered, when their timings clicked, they took a lot of really good fights. I was very impressed with how Boom kind of outsmarted Boom in the mid-game fights.
Yep, both of the teams had their shining moments, really. But for me, the Gleipnirs from Dark Mago setting up for Pakaz and Sacred were the big thing, right? On the side of Mouz, their ability to find this AA was amazing. But of course, you mentioned it multiple times, Bowie, and I'm gonna mention it again. The itemization for Boom Esports in this game, and even in the previous one, was impeccable. For me, that's the thing that decided the series.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they also played really well around each other. AA was always close to someone, so even if they tried to commit to him, there was going to be 4 steps, there were going to be auras affecting the AA, and if Panda, you know, if it takes 5 seconds to kill him rather than 1, that's already a win in their books. He just places his ulti, he presses all of his spells, and everyone else will get the vision they need to find their targets, and that's it. Like the IO constantly being chased down by Pakaz. And yeah, it was a close one. I'm not sure Boom is at the level of OG. You know, this win wasn't super convincing, but we'll see. Maybe they can grow in this tournament and showcase even better Dota.
I think at their best, Boom can beat OG, but they do tend to make some mistakes. Overall, though, we know our 2 teams that are going to be playing the next game. The winner bracket is going to be played between Boom Esports and OG. That's going to be the last game here on the FISSURE ENG2 for today. Stay with us. It's going to be a little bit of a longer break. Allow Boom Esports to rest and then go into the 3rd and final series of the day.
respect. From 1xBet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
And we are back with the last series of the day here at Group B in the FISSURE Universe Part 2. I'm Harry, joining me is Bowie, and we're going to be taking you through the action of OG versus Boom Esports. Whoever wins, Bowie, is going directly into the playoff after just 1 day of gameplay.
Oh yeah, just securing that is huge. You're going to be securing yourself a pretty decent chunk of money and also a chance to be playing the finals here for $40,000. So for such a fast tournament, this is a huge amount of money. And yeah, I mean, OG, they took Secret in a pretty, I would say OG defeated Secret easier than Boom defeated Mouz. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think I would, because both of the games that Boom Esports won, there were some chances for Mouz to win it. A little bit less so in Game 2, but Game 3 was definitely closer, and even looking Mouz favored for the majority of it. So I think you are right on the money with that one.
And I would also say that Secret's probably a stronger team right now than Mouz is, which makes this, I'm curious to see how the odds are looking, because I would assume OG probably, it's tough because Boom did better than Secret in previous tournaments. So maybe the odds are going to be closer to Boom than it was for Secret. It was 1-3, right?
I don't know if I can agree with that one. On that one with you, the thing is that it's very hard to tell in a new patch which team is better until they play each other, right? Sometimes they're stomps one way, they're stomped the other way. Just a couple of days in a different tournament, Falcons lost to Gaming Gladiators, then they crushed them in the Grand Finals 3-0. Just things can change that fast, right? In one day, in one series, things can get completely out of control. So I don't know. I think that this is anybody's game. Boom Esports, in my mind, have a good shot versus OG.
Okay, all right. So you think the odds are going to be closer then?
Yes. Not only the odds, but in general, like even if the odds show that OG are the favorites, which on paper they should be, I think that Boom Esports actually has a pretty decent shot, and this is hard to predict.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I can see them taking one game, but I also feel like they're going to have to improve some of their gameplay aspects, which, in such a short period of time, it can be hard. You also have OG watching throughout all of it, so they have this, let's say, advantage in a way, because they're just waiting for this match. They got you rest, they got you eat. I think OG, I still consider them favorites, maybe not by much, but yeah, I mean, this is obviously not a stomp. I just mean, like, I feel like OG does have the track record and also some advantages here just because they were the first team to play.
Yeah, probably, though. I don't know. You South Americans seem like you have a lot of energy, right? That you can constantly draw it out. So in my mind, I don't think that playing 2 series in a row is going to be a problem for Boom. And sometimes you can get sleepy. Boom, they won 2 games in a row now, and they are coming into the series. While OG, they might have gotten sleepy. Like, when are these guys going to end? That series did last for around 4 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty long day, and we're still have this third series that could go all 3 games. So yeah, maybe this could become a problem later down the line. But yeah, hopefully the teams are well rested. We're gonna get the best Dota that we can get. Looking at the heroes that we had, I think we had some pretty similar heroes, right? Ember seemed to shine through both series, even though Secret did lose with it. Teams seem to perceive the hero as a very good one.
That makes sense. Both of these facets are good. I think it is one of the heroes where you actually do get to choose between the two. Both of them make a lot of sense. And then you're going to have different approaches. It's not going to be core versus support, but it is definitely going to change the way that you itemize and that you play with the hero. And I like that. I like that because it just gives a lot of room to individuality.
Oh, for sure. Looking at the players here, I feel like Magnus might be a hero that gets contested a lot. Whisper loves the hero. I'm sure that Boom can also play this on Sacred. In the mid lane, I would say this is probably like the mid laners of each team are the most different. You have like Dark Mago with a very narrow set of heroes he likes to play, whereas you have BZM playing mid Batrider and just like trying different things. I think Dark Mago is the total opposite of an experimental type player. He has like 5-6 heroes he wants to play, and that's about it. So I'm curious to see how OG might approach the mid lane. I think out of the heroes players on Boom, he might be the one that you can outban, that you can maybe force him into a bad hero.
I just want to see that Drow Ranger that you mentioned from Tomato. I think that's the one that I'm looking forward to the most. That is the one that I would like to see. Tomato, you know, speaking of players that have wide hero pools, I think he definitely has one that is impossible to ban against, that he can play almost anything at a very high level, and I think that makes him a really, really good pickup for OG in general.
Yeah, he's definitely, you know, it took them a while to fully commit to Timato, but he's definitely, like, he feels very stable. And I think for a lot of people, he didn't felt stable in other teams, but maybe it's, you know, OG, the way the team is kind of working right now allows Timato to be this anchor of the team. And I definitely like that. Out of the heroes he's been playing, Drow is actually the hero he played the most the last 100 matches. So I think there's a fair likelihood here of this Drow showing up in case heroes like CK and Ursa.
He won one game out of 6. He's not picking it. Now you just baited me in.
No, he has 4 out of 5 here on strats.
Where?
Yeah, like his recent ones, like his real recent ones, but he has 9 total games of Drow in his last 100. So yeah, but he's 40% win rate. It's decent.
Sure, right? Imagine you're a captain of a team. The carry player comes over and says, yo, dude, I have this Life Stealer 70% win rate. I have the CK 70% win rate. I have this Lycan 100% win rate. What do you want to play? Drow Ranger 40% win rate, please. And
they're going to be banned, my friend. CK is not going to go through. Tiny is not going to go through. Maybe the Life Stealer can. That might be one that I think the teams aren't really considering that much.
Okay, so
his Lycan looks solid, though.
You would give them the Drow. The last 6 games, he has won 1.
Dude, if it's a good Drow game, right? He likes the hero. Pubs are not that great of an indicator of a hero. Like,
okay, let's go through it. Liquid, TI7.
Did you know if they grief his games? Like, you don't know if there's some party queuing going on there. Just
Lost with. Game. Let's see who would have griefed his game. Lost with Pantomime, Cordon, Immersion against Chu, 1J, Ari. Like, who griefed his game? Then lost with Ducalis, Thompson, Immersion, got the juice.
Okay,
you know?
I mean, you're okay. If you really wanna badmouth his Drow Ranger, that's on you. Okay,
no. I want to see the Drow Ranger. You just baited me into thinking that he has been having amazing success with this hero and he's gonna show us how it's done and all of that. And then it's just...
I think the Drow is good. I think the Drow is better than people give it credit for. But I was very impressed with the Lycan, so I think that's one that they're probably going to be maybe trying to force a bit more just because it worked. He's also playing some Wraith King, which is a hero... yes, he lost the 3 games that he played with it recently, but it's a hero that has 2 very distinctive facets that I think both are viable. When we're talking about Ember, I think Wraith King is kind of in the same ballpark where both can be pretty good.
Also, while we're waiting for the draft to start, which should be fairly soon as the sides have been chosen, Boom Esports are going to be on Radiant, and OG will have the first pick, so that means that they're going to be there. You can use this time, guys, to go to the 1xBet Esports X channel, and there you can win awesome prizes by participating in our quiz game. So just answer the questions, and you're going to be getting some awesome prizes. Also, while you're there, you can follow Harry Freak or D2 Bowie on Twitter as well, as there we will also be posting when we are live in the next 3 days, because that's how long this tournament will be lasting. And I saw the lobby being started, Bowie, so fairly soon we should be seeing the draft on our screens.
And this is a game where IO is definitely going to be contested. We saw the hero being ignored in some of the games of the last series. As you said, Seb playing 120 games in the last 8 days, and he played IO the most out of every other hero. So for Boom, they might try to squeeze it, but it's first pick for OG, so I think they are the ones that have to ban it.
Well, let's see if they are going to be doing it. Boom Esports, you already talked about it. They don't play it all that much, so we probably won't be seeing it there. But we will see a Storm ban, Bowie, and we saw it once today. We might not see it ever again in this tournament.
Yeah, it's very strong. And, Boom, they played against an IO, and they won with that AA. Do they feel confident against Seb's IO? Because that's definitely, higher tier. TI winner twice. Do you feel like that AA is going to feel as impactful? Especially because if you don't get this AA in the first phase, maybe OG even bans it, and then you're just stuck playing against an IO and not a lot of great responses available.
Let's see, that's the TA, the Phoenix ban. So, 4 heroes
Slaughter,
taken out.
Ursa. I guess first phase hasn't been banned that
Probably
much,
not.
but it's a fairly strong one. So many strong heroes right now. CK can be banned. Tiny was banned a lot as well.
I like the Tiny ban. I guess it's for Boom Esports to remove, as OG, they do have the first pick, and why wouldn't they want to pick it?
Yeah, I mean, IO, right? I guess maybe if you leave enough OP stuff, you can still get something for you. But yeah, Tiny just looking really strong. We saw a little bit of DK in the first series. Maybe could show up again, although I wasn't very impressed with the DK, to be honest. Ember was
for people seeing BZM missing from the lobby. There was some crash for him, so we're probably just gonna be. No, actually, the lobby is being remade immediately, Bowie. Yeah.
Oh, are we? Oh, okay.
Yep.
So do we just disconnect here?
Yep. I'm pretty sure everybody else has left, and you see that the reserve time is just being used. So yeah, we're gonna be getting into it once again. I think it was not actually a mistake starting that he crashed it just before the lobby started.
Yeah, it happens. Definitely can happen with the best of us.
Yep. So it is what it is. We're going to be waiting for everybody else to join the lobby, and then we will be coming back into it. Most of the players are inside, so guys, don't worry. We are going to be getting ourselves into game number 1 of this best of 3 series fairly soon. This is the upper bracket series of the modified GSL format that we have here for our group stage. For people that don't know what it is basically 4 teams double elimination, and 2 teams will go through and 2 teams are going to get eliminated. So basically you have a best of 3 between all of these teams, and if you win 2 games, you go through. If you lose 2 series, you go through. If you lose 2 series, you get eliminated and don't go into the playoffs.
I think it's pretty cool. Like, it makes the groups exciting, having the lower bracket, and it also allows a team that does really well in game 1 to also kind of secure a position. So this is what we are playing for right now. It is the winner, someone that gets the 2 wins of the series is here. They will already be in the playoffs, so it's either going to be OG or Boom. Whoever loses here will play the winner of Secret and Mouz, right?
Yes, exactly. So now you have two chances, right? You need to win one out of two best of threes that you're going to be playing here between these two. You're already secured yourself a really good position. So the stress is off the chest here for both teams, and I think that kind of favors Boom, because OG, with all of the experience that they have on their side, I think stress is something that is gonna hit them less, even though when you're a favorite, more is expected of you.
Yeah, for sure. I think, just because they also already have a win, OG are probably chill here. They're obviously playing for win, and they are the favorites for this series. But in case they lose, I don't think they're going to feel that much pressure. But, Boom also coming from a 5th place in their last tournament, I think the stakes are definitely high, especially when you swap your mid laner for someone else, right? And if you start not doing as good, what's your perception? Sure, there's going to be an adaptation period, but we're getting close to TI here, and just getting those convincing wins in tournaments is so important for even your morale if you don't get invited in, like automatically.
Okay, we are getting ourselves into the draft once again, so it's going to be on our screens fairly soon. Bo3, I just want to pick your brain a little bit about what's going on in Group A, where Nigma did win versus Virtus.pro 2-1, Entity won 2-0 versus Tundra, and now in the winners match, Nigma Galaxy is 1 game ahead of Entity. So basically, Group A is good, might just actually end before we even start here, but Nigma, they're doing great.
I mean, that's crazy, right? The Miracle Sumeo stack, they didn't really click instantly, but it's awesome to see them looking this good. And I think for a lot of people, you wouldn't expect either Tundra or Virtus.pro to have dropped their first series. So in a way, we have a dark horse decisive match there. And Nigma going through, I'm pretty sure it's going to make some waves on Reddit. If they just get a 2-0 win here against Entity. But yeah, they're still playing Group B. And we do still have this series, as LC seems to be ignored just as IO. So one of the two heroes.
Whisper is an LC player, right? And speaking of Whisper,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you this, and I forget every single time, or our conversation just drifts the other way. When Esports are from South America, you have one South American player on OG. Is he gonna be giving insight on the secrets of the region to OG that will allow them to win?
Oh, yeah, he definitely has a lot of information. He played with a lot of the players on Boom as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he can get a lot of information. Although, wow, that's I was not expecting the Willow ban here, especially when LC is open. And now Boom is like, all right, LC is open. What the hell do we do with it? Do we even like this hero? Does Sacred play it? I'm sure he can. But first phase Legion seems a bit wonky, right? Especially after it was nerfed significantly. Like, how good is it really now?
Yeah, I don't think it's all that good, right? The barrier is half as strong as it was. So they're just gonna go for the ledge. They take it away. When you have only one ban, you have to have at least one deny pick, right? You have to get that deny pick in the first phase, and this is pretty much perfect. Lash would have been something that OG would have gotten 100%. BZM loves playing it, so this is a beautiful response from Boom Esports.
Yeah, I definitely like it a lot, and it's also something that Dark Mago showed to be very good at, anyways. And Lashek is great against Aya, right? Just having that AoE damage, having the split earth stun, you can prevent relocates, you can surprise IO as he relocates in if you're in a good position. I definitely like the Lash pick a lot, as they take away the standard pairing for the Lash as well, for the IO as well.
Do you think we will ever in our lives see an IO Tiny mid again?
Mid?
Yeah, remember the IO Tiny mid? Remember it? Like when it was 2 versus 1?
Maybe. How many more years do you think Dota has left? Like, are we talking 20 years? Are we talking 5?
Forever. Dota will never die.
Forever?
People have been saying that Dota has been dying for ever since it started. So, I think that it will never die. You just cannot kill it. It's already dead.
But will Dota 3 be released? Is Dota 2 going to continue?
I don't think there's no need for Dota 3, right? You can just get a new engine in, just like we did at, 2015. So there's really no reason to create a new game altogether.
All right, okay. That's cool. Chan's gonna be removed here. They also take away that AA we were talking about. So because Boom felt forced to deny pick the Lash, this AA will be available as they also remove the Marcy. I mean, I like what Boom is doing. I think they are pretty much handling this IO perfectly. Do you get like a disruptor now? Like, is that something you would consider just because of the IO?
I think not. Glimpse is good, but I would always go for the wall talent, and the wall talent isn't all that good versus the relocate.
Yeah.
Sorry, the wall facet. We need to be specific with our speech here, Bowie. So many things to keep our eyes on.
Yeah. I mean, Static Storm's still pretty good against it, but I guess you are right. If you want to counter this in a different way, then what's the approach with the current heroes we have? I guess Crystal Maiden's in the pool. They're gonna go get the gyro.
Okay, so some flexibility. I like this, right? Because you're uncertain what you're actually dealing with. OG are probably going to reveal something. You also got it as a deny pick, because Tamato loves his gyro, and IO gyro is probably like one of the best combos between the IO and the +1. So I like it for Boom. It's a flexible hero plus a deny pick.
I gotta say though, if they're gonna flex this to support, which is very likely, gyro support got nerfed very hard. The fact that you only get that afterburner bonus when you hit heroes instead of enemies, I think nerfed gyro significantly, especially in the laning stage. So curious to see, how good this hero still looks after that, because that hero was just cruising, just getting the rocket barrage in the creep wave as you chase down, as you run away. The hero felt unkillable. Oh, the Spirit Breaker as well.
Well, that's going to be a lot of levels there for OG. They already played it today. So, Bowie, when you say Afterburner, I know what it is because, it's my job to read the patch notes with my eyes open like this and just implement it into my brain. But a lot of people, they didn't go through it. They just went to play. So can you explain the Afterburner to the viewers?
So every time you Rocket Barrage, every little instance of the Rocket Barrage damage gives move speed here for the gyro, which technically can be infinite. So you can have like 10,000 move speed if you keep on casting it. Well, I guess in the past you could. Now you can't anymore because it has to be hero, so it's even harder to get that going. But yeah, gyro just it was already a very fast hero, and it's even harder to catch now. Although in this patch, not as much. So Boom. What is your 16-17 response here? I think Morphling doesn't look bad. Any mobility type course looks really good, but I think Morphling on 17 is not that good.
If you want the Morphling, you're gonna have to pick it right now because usually it's gonna get banned out. But ever since the patch, I haven't seen a single one. So why are people staying away from it? I would say that the Morphling was nerfed, and people are just feeling underwhelmed currently, especially because of what they were used to that the hero was capable of.
Yeah, maybe people have to figure out how it works before it really gets picked. Timbersaw is also in the pool. You're playing against Spirit Breaker, playing against Io, a lot of burst damage. Spirit Breaker is annoying for you, but they don't have that much control on the other two.
Io Razor would destroy you in lane though, right? So you don't want to go that route. So you pick up the Shadow Demon and the Mars, which is pretty decent versus everything that OG has, right? You have a repositioning spell versus a Razor. I think now when you see this, you might actually decide to put Whisper on the Razor, which he's more than capable of playing.
Yeah. Arena very good against charge as well, just preventing the charge to complete if the target's inside the arena. Have Spear to stop the charge.
The interaction between arena and charge. He charges. If he's charging inside of the arena pushes him inside and stops the charge. So it's like the worst thing in the world. Just stop before you hit the wall.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, I like the Mars pick. I think it's not that popular of a hero right now, but there's a lot of value here. Just you actually break the IO away from whoever he's targeted. You stop the static link if Razor has no BKB. You stop charge multiple ways. It's definitely a great Mars game, even though the hero might be untested or not as prioritized at the moment.
Oh, awesome. There's two facets on the Mars, right? One is if an enemy hero dies, you get healed. And The other one is inside of the arena, the heroes inside don't know what's happening outside, right? So it's another spell like the Void from the Night Stalker that just takes away your vision from your teammates.
Lifestealer, even better against Mars now, because even
Like
if you
it.
get Spear, you can rage out of the Spear. Can obviously rage out of the arena as well. So the only thing that he has to worry about really is the Shadow Demon, at least so far.
And now you ban out the Morphling would have been so good here for inside of
it's
Boom
insane.
Esports. Razor, Spirit Breaker, Lifestealer. Like literally you don't know which one is better. And I think that Lifestealer now with an IO, you can just definitely go for the Rage talent or whatever it's called. Wait,
The
Unfettered.
Yep. I think Unfettered is all in general better, but yeah, just because of the that hard dispel is really strong. Also because you get boost speed now instead of slowing people down with your Go Frenzy, it means the eye also gets really fast. So he's maybe better partner for Lifestealer than he used to be.
That's actually really cool. That's a good point. There is a last pick now for Boom Esports. You're gonna be able to respond to this Lifestealer. Is this looking like a good illusion hero for Boom Esports? Something like a Terrorblade, let's say?
I don't like Terrorblade. I think PL might be decent, but I think I prefer Ursa. Like, you don't care about Razor accepting your damage. You have status resistance for the Breaker. You just destroy the IO, destroy the Lifestealer. To me, he seems like the best one.
Oh boy, I'm not sure about the Ursa. I mean, at least you care in the laning phase about the Razor zapping your armor. I like the burst potential of the Ursa, but versus a Spirit Breaker as well, it's one of those heroes that the Spirit Breaker just sits on throughout the fight and doesn't care.
I mean, you get the status resistance. I see what you mean, but you know, there's gonna be Shadow Demon protection as well. We're gonna have the Mars to like help you. So I think the fights are more complicated than that. I would be surprised to see OG. So what else could they ban? They could ban Wraith King, right? Wraith King. Oh, they ban Weaver instead. Okay.
That was a good ban.
They need a mid/offlaner here for OG. A BZM hero probably.
Yeah, something bursty I'd like to see. It would be cool to see a Queen of Pain, the new one with the increased damage dealt. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Puck at all. You know, with the curved orb and whatever.
Did you try it? I tried it in the lobby. It's actually quite cool.
I tried it. Yeah, it's cool. Is it good? I'm not sure, as they don't have a lot of reserve time. Oh, so it's mid-Razor.
Yep, and this is good, right? You are making sure that all of the illusion heroes that might have been good versus OG, apart from the Lifestealer being able to pick up the Radiance,
Ursa. Or maybe Elk? Is Elk good here?
Elk, no, it takes too much time to do the damage with that hero. Ursa is fine. This is a rough one.
I don't think there's a better hero than Ursa. I know I've been, trying to really get that. I guess anti-mage is possible, but I haven't seen Pakas play that here in a while.
Anti-mage. Screw the Ursa. Ursa sucks. Anti-mage is awesome. They go for the Faceless Void.
Will we see the new facet, or are we gonna see boring old Faceless Void?
New facet for sure. Slow people down. That allows the Lesh to just run in and kill all of them.
Oh, it's the time zone. He got it.
Well, let's go. This is gonna be amazing, right? So this is the first time I'm gonna be seeing a Faceless Void without the Chrono in a competitive game, and I'm very happy about it. So Gyro goes for the Afterburner. Shadow Demon goes for the Promulgate. That's the that the one with the illusions? No.
Wait. Promulgate, I think, is
The Disseminate.
Yeah, you might
one.
be right.
Is the Disseminate one.
Okay.
So that's cool.
Just gonna have that HP increase or decrease depending on who he selects. Nothing too crazy, right? Afterburner. I guess Mars we didn't get to watch that much, so it makes sense here that he gets the Blood Sport.
That the people inside of the arena won't get to watch much other than what's happening inside of it. I guess that makes sense, right? When there were gladiators.
It stops relocate,
back in the
right?
day.
You can save people inside.
Yes, you can. Just the people that are inside of the arena, they don't share vision with the rest of them, but you can see them if you're out of it, right?
Okay, yeah. So if you find the IO inside, okay.
Yeah, if you find the IO inside, he won't be able to tether to somebody else, but that was already the case with the IO anyways, because he's not going to be going through the arena walls.
No, but if you can actually get, if he's not that far away, you can still get the tether and relocate out if you don't get stunned, right?
Faces Void changed his mind. He went for the temporal impunity. Okay, he just baited us in, right? These guys are gonna be so psyched, right? The casters and the viewers, and now I'm gonna pick up the boring talent. It's right. 1 second after the time walk, you backtrack everything, right?
Yeah, basically.
That's actually quite strong as well. I'm not gonna lie. It actually sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, it's definitely more impactful throughout the game, I think. This game, how impactful is it? Like, yeah, I guess you time walk and they keep doing damage to you. It's definitely interesting. Maybe you change your talents as well. Like, you get the time walk backtrack duration. Like, does that increase your...
Yeah, I think so.
You know? Yeah, right? For 1.5 seconds? That would be crazy.
No, I think backtrack duration is just gonna be 2.5 seconds rather than 1.5 afterwards, because
yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep. Looking at the odds here, of course, OG are gonna be favored. We'll see how it works out for the teams. But do you agree with these odds? Do you agree that OG have a better shot in this game, or after seeing the draft, you actually think that Boom Esports are stronger?
I think that this is pretty much the odds I expected. Looking at the draft, this Void to me looks good. It's a decent Void game, but I'm not sure they have enough damage. Just like it really depends on how good of a game Dark Mago is gonna have. Because
you need to translate for us here, Bowie. Falta one borracho aza, one del prime.
So Borracho is someone that's drunk. So he's I think he's saying that, like, how can I translate this? I think it's like we have one less player because he's drunk, but I think he's just joking, obviously.
Okay, obviously, yeah. So, was that Portuguese?
No, it was Spanish.
Okay. I actually can't tell the difference, but luckily we have a polyglot here on Bowie. I know 10 languages as well: Serbian, Montenegrin, Croatian, Bosnian.
I can speak Mandalorian, and I can speak whatever language the elves on Lord of the Rings speak.
Oh, really?
Were you a Lord of the Rings guy? I
like it.
But
I like it.
I had a friend that had her master's degree on that language. She's a linguist.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, as we all know. First, the language was created, then the story. But in Dota, here's nobody cares about languages. Nobody is gonna be translating the warlock language or something along those lines, or making a PhD off of it. Here, we just want blood, death, and destruction between the teams. So far, nothing like that has been happening, but what has been happening is this Razor crushing the mid lane so far. Overall, where are we gonna be seeing the most action or most discrepancy in terms of farm on the map?
Probably bottom. I feel like the Spirit Breaker Darks here, like, I guess you have time dilation to stop their aggression, but Jarcopter, I can see him just being dove and killed if level 3 is acquired faster here in OG. To me, that's the scariest lineup. Looking at top, the Zio Lifestealer, it's annoying, but I don't think it should be scary. In fact, I feel like Sab could die if he gets speared away or just misplays a little bit.
Yeah, but you mentioned the bottom lane where the Darkseer is crushing it at 6 denies. 6 freaking denies, Bowie, and that's way too much for a Darkseer, which is a hero that
He
you
also
usually see.
got quick wit instead of the move speed, so he ended up going for the other one, so he's gonna have a lot of attack speed.
Are we gonna be seeing something weird from Whisper, like a bash of the Darkseer?
I think he's going crazy here. You know, he doesn't have his Dagon Rubik anymore, so It's gonna be the right-click Darkseer that he's playing. That's cool.
Very cool, very cool. It was only a matter of time before they turned the Darkseer into a true boxer, right? He has skip rope, he has normal punch. It only so happens that he needs to have some combination of punches as well.
Yeah, it would be... Oh, Honda really low.
Oh,
Here,
the bash in a perfect moment. These are one of those situations where if you're Panda, you actually cannot believe that happened.
Yep. 17%, alright. Okay, so Pakaz is farming okay-ish, but you're definitely gonna struggle. Like, now the Darkseer just gets that extra intelligence no matter the... Like, whenever you get stats from, you know, agility and strength. And he's universal. Like, his base damage is crazy. He has, like, 85 right now, and with no talisman flying out to him, it's gonna be even more.
Yep, that's looking really nice for the Darkseer. His laning phase is going amazing thus far. At least the Faceless Void did start to get some CS himself. And speaking of, just a second ago, OG were winning in CS on all 3 lanes. Now they're kind of losing on all 3 lanes. And Disruption will get used. They want to find Seb. And the spear, nicely done there by the Lifestealer. But Seb is still going to be taking a ton of damage. The 4th stack, nope, 3 was going to be not enough. Knight gets the kill, and that's going to be equalizing the count on the kill score.
Yeah, that innate from Shadow Demon definitely making a bit of a difference there. You get 6% amplification of damage with your right clicks as you go for that play. So it scales so well in the laning stage where you have a weak support like Io. Shadow Demon just wrecks poor Seb.
Yep, so he hit him 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then with triple Shadow Poison, that's so much, right? You imagine you get 5 right clicks and 5 Shadow Poison stacks, people are just going to die.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. A lot of people were, you know, talking about maybe Shadow Demon being a core. Maybe you can play it in the offlane. Maybe it's a mid-hero. So far, haven't seen anyone trying it out. And even Dark Mago that you said was taking a beating here from DCM, now ahead in CS. In fact, maybe going for...
Nah, you can't reach him. Razor is too fast.
Yeah.
Wait, his passive is now unstable current with the extra movement speed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Per level, he gets 1%, I think? I think it's about that.
Exactly. As Gyro is going to be dying here, especially with the surge. Here comes Whisper. One more punch, and no! He gets eaten by wolves.
Oh, that's crazy. That was exactly at the right timing.
Yeah, it reminded me of that movie where they where their plane falls and then they get eaten by wolves one by one. Very cool movie. Not sure what it's called, but who the hell cares? As that's gonna be 1 kill for OG, 1 kill for Boom, and 1 kill for the wolves or neutral creeps in general.
Looks like that's a TP here from Panda as they will force Dark Mago in the mid lane. Yeah, this first mid rune is gonna mean a lot. If Dark Mago can maybe get a Haste rune and Arcane rune, it can
Nobody's
totally
rotating.
change.
No supports are rotating.
Yeah, I mean,
they're just diving the bottom lane here. Ari and Seb, they want Panda once again. He's pretty speedy himself. The glyph will be used. Now the TP in from the Shadow Demon. It is time to run. The Bale Panda just able to escape Whisper in a lot of trouble, and they get the disruption off. He's so freaking dead. The Split Earth will connect. Maybe it's gonna be the neutrals that get the kill, but no. Knight with the illusions, he is the one that secures it.
Alright, so Dark Mago rotates at the expense of losing the rune. Probably worth it though. Knight though, it's gonna be charged.
Do they have enough damage between the two of them? With the Blood Grenade, they might just have enough. Panda running in. Gonna try to keep them at bay. At least dissuade them from going forward. Another disruption gonna be used. The Knight is out. He wanted to go deep into the enemy triangle, place a ward. He got caught and still managed to survive, but this does leave Sacred all alone, and the rotation of the Razor will be successful. BZM gets him down.
Alright, very important kill there. The Mars was having quite the nice time in the top lane. What about this Faceless Void? Going for Ari.
Oh, he's getting a kill. Bashes, but the Iron Shell is doing so much. He does have the time walk to get himself to a safe position right after getting that kill. That was close. But in the end, you do bring him down. Also, when the Mars died, he was using the TP, which makes sense, right? You see a Lifestealer Razor and you think you can TP away as Dark Mago. Thinking about getting the Wisdom Rune. They are protecting it. Is he gonna get it? Gives it to Knight just to refill the bottle.
What a bro. I was like, okay, Dark Mago's so greedy. He's gonna get it for himself, but waits for the support, just gets the bottle refill instead. And yeah, the supports, they definitely need it. I feel like it's almost grieving if as a core, like unless someone's gonna steal your Wisdom Rune, I feel like you pretty much always give it to your
But nobody cares about the Shadow Demon Gyro. It's not that important that they get level 6s, not gonna lie. So
Shadow Demon for
wouldn't
sure.
mind.
Gyro, I agree. But I think Shadow Demon actually matters a lot.
Lifestealer didn't go for the Unfettered in this game. So,
really?
Yep, he did go for the Rage. It's Panda charged up. His homing missile gonna stop this poor Spirit Breaker from blocking him, and either way, BZM runs him down. He's the highest on the network chart, 1,000 gold away from any other enemy core. Just having a hell of a game.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? You're playing against Void, so you want to survive the Chronosphere. So I do like it this game. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Buhari almost put himself in a very uncomfortable position there. And they decide OG not to chase. They are 2k goal ahead, all 3 of their cores topping the network chart, and 2 supports of theirs ahead of the enemy support. So it doesn't get much better than this out of the laning phase.
3k goal is a lot. They already lost the tower, as you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, that rotation from the Leshrac, even though you get a kill out of it, you lost the rune, so you can't really rotate and do a bit more. I guess they had a couple of stacks. The Leshrac can maybe go towards that. But yeah, you need a lot of time. You need Pakas to get back to at least get a Mask of Madness, I think.
Do we get Mask of Madness and just go for a Chrono? I think his team needs him.
Yeah, I think so.
Hopefully they go that route, because currently Boom Esports, they need a little bit of help from their carry. They've already lost the bottom tower, however, so that's gonna be hindering his ability to rotate and not be spotted that he's missing.
Leshrac also needs a little bit of time. Like, he's very far away from his Kaya. Yeah, the next minutes are going to be very slow, whereas OG, having relocate, having charge, having max iron shell, they are ready to kill anyone in any side lane.
What's happening with this
fact, Panda.
Mars? With his Mars cape? Somebody pulling it? Is his wife saying, "Come back home, stop fighting," and some other wars there, the other parts of the world? As Panda gets ran down again, this poor Gyro just can't get a break.
Yeah, that's his version of the bald Lina. You know, instead of being bald, he just gets his cape stuck somewhere else, just dragging it around. I mean, some good stacks here. The Knight is making it. I mean, even with the Wisdom Rune, he's still level 4. So, oh, they're gonna steal it. You have to do something, Boom.
Do it now. The scan was used. OG got spooked a little bit for a good reason, because Dark Mago is running in. But what is he running into? He does have an Illusion Rune and a Fairy Fire. Gonna get pushed into the hands, but there will be a Chrono Pakas just protecting him. Seb has the relocate. Didn't even try to use it. Look at the damage from BZM. He actually finished off Dark Mago before dying himself.
I mean, they get the Razor kill, but that's so expensive. You have to rotate this Void, use the Chrono. Boom wanted a better outcome, but yeah, the mech on this IO makes the fights really hard here for Boom. I'm surprised they even got the kill, to be honest.
I'm surprised he didn't try to relocate out, though. I understand that you probably feel like you're super strong, but if you save the Razor there, he is the highest net worth hero, so his life is really worth a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he was out of mana at the moment. I didn't click his hero, but...
No, he had it. He had it for sure.
Alright. Pakas, though, is recovering here. He actually had a terrible laning stage, but is now ahead of the Lifestealer somehow. He's having a decent time. Whilst Timado, pretty slow build-up for him. Stopped for a lot of intermediary items. Doesn't even have an armlet right now.
I mean, it is a lifestealer, so you just want to have a very, very long laning phase where they cannot push you out of the lane, and he's accomplishing that. So in terms of what he has done in the laning phase, I think he's quite happy with the outcome.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we saw a lot of straight-up Radiance lifestealers, but in a game against this Void, you just want to max out your HP, so armlet definitely going to help a lot, and he already has 174 extra HP. I have no idea, like, how much do you think he's going to have at the end of the game?
Like 1,000 at least.
Yeah, I think it's possible, right? 500 CS, definitely possible when you have Radiance.
I still think it's a great facet, because Lifestealer always struggles in terms of HP. His strength gain is 2.4, which is pathetic for a strength hero.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty bad. And yeah, OG will force this mid tower here. Sacred has been very passive, working towards his Blink Dagger. Do you think he's gonna get this U-Scepter before the Blink? He does have both queued up.
I think he should. There's gonna be an Orchid on Whisper. You should know about it right now as it is being delivered. There is a Spirit Breaker, as well as the Darkseer in general. So many things to purge off. I think the Yules is actually the right choice.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. It does slow down the fights, and it means that if he's not in the fight instantly, you might never get to use the U-Scepter. But yeah, it's going to be about Boom positioning well and predicting these OG moves, which are very hard because you have Relocate.
He's not buying any components though, so I'm gonna start assuming that he actually needs the Blink. And, you know, maybe if you look at it, Boom are losing right now, and they don't have an initiating tool. Maybe that's their only way to really come back into the game, even though it's the riskier approach.
Yeah, I mean, their supports are really bad at setting up fights. You have no reliable stun. If you just initiate with a disruption, it just sets up the relocate beautifully here for OG. And it's OG. The Orchid is there. Oh no.
Yep,
oh, double bash!
That faces Void. Yep, he got the double bash. Nobody cared about it. There will be an arena with the spear as well. And here comes the call down. The missiles are raining down from the sky as well as the demonic purge, so no way to run out. The Orchid reveal kills their carry, forces out so many rotations, and relocate in. Razor wants to fight, dodges the split earth quite nicely. Spear will be keeping him away, and very soon the relocate will end. They go back to farming.
That double bash is... He got double bash, gets the charge at the end. Pakaz is probably really angry about that, and will at least get the Wisdom Rune. Can they maybe punish this life stealer?
Oh, with the Chrono, might be able to do so. Here comes the homing missile as well. Timado uses the rage.
Oh, he can't! It's an engine!
He's actually
he
turning
forgot!
around now. He cannot infest. What is he gonna do? He's armlet toggling out of it. The blood grenade connects, and he dies to
Yes,
neutral.
he died!
These neutrals.
AoE of the dragon gets that kill.
Oh, Pakaz might get silenced up. There it is. Vacuum into a silence, into a charge, and a couple of more hits should take him down. Disruption! He should be able to get the time walk off. Pakaz to the left. BZM super fast. Here comes the plasma field. Finishes him off. Panda will be next on the menu. He was trying to keep them at bay, but still his carry was dead. And now that's trying to save Private Pakaz is just gonna cost you so many heroes, even with the spear into your tier 3s. Nobody cares. He has the illusion rune Sacred. Where do you think you're going? Another plasma field will slow him down. OG in their own style dominating this game, wiping the enemy team.
After killing that lifestealer, I guess, I mean, they didn't even get the kill, right? It was a deny. That's so sad for Boom, losing the Void twice in a row. And OG, they were very quiet with their moves. Like, yeah, they killed the Void bottom, but they weren't like forcing things that much. But once they had this Orchid, Whisper is just guiding them through these mid-game fights.
So you cannot infest Ancients at all? When was that changed?
Only level 2 infest, because
Yeah.
in the past you would infest the dragon and just farm and you couldn't be killed. That's why they changed it.
We're looking at Ari while the fight is happening on the other side there. Arena was dropped. Boom Esports already losing 2 of their heroes. OG every single time coming out ahead. The amount of pressure they're outputting onto Boom is insane.
Yeah, I mean, they got a fair amount of gold from the Whisper kill. It's almost 900, but it's Knight that gets it, so it does leave a sour taste in your mouth, and he might be heading up for a kill here.
Stops the charge with a spear, and a couple of bashes from Pakaz makes sure that Ari is gone.
Look at OG. They want to respawn. Already cruising here. They have a pretty good idea of where Pakaz is.
But they're under enemy vision, so they're not going to be able to catch him. They will be catching Sacred, however, taking his damage away. The body blocks from Seb are beautiful. He will not move an inch.
Yeah, I mean, even under vision, a bit awkward. I guess he got a glimpse of them initially, but didn't know they were coming back. Very unfortunate that their Sacred dies again.
The static link when you have an IO looks so cool. It looks like a love triangle, right? But somebody in those triangles always does get hurt, and doesn't seem to be either the IO or the Razor, but the third one. As there will be a charge with a Shadow Blade reveal, has the Nether Strike as well if he wants to use it. Rage will get used to dodge the Split Earth, and there will be a Chrono saving his buddy, turning it around. Nothing to save him. The vacuum is amazing, but not amazing enough. Pakaz now turning around to Ari, getting a lot of bashes. Where's the Nether Strike? Pushing the Faceless Void away. He still dies, and there's the turn. If maybe he can kill these two as well. Now there's the live triangle as well. We'll be using the arena, running away from the static link. Pakaz trying to kill the Wiz. They might be able to take him down just in time, and now it's a T-wipe on the other side. BZM will get a mega kill, sure, get more gold, get fat for Christmas for Dark Mago post-mortem to collect all of the presents. OG, they give their lead right back.
What just happened? That's a 5k gold swing. That's a 5k gold swing. I mean, it was a clutch chrono, but at the end of the day, they just forced that too much. They relocate so late from OG, and yeah, this is gonna buy so much time here for Boom.
They didn't have it. Look at that. They didn't have it right now. That's why they didn't go for it instantly. And Ari just being hesitant with the Nether Strike, that's what cost them so much.
Yeah, the Whisper. We kind of expected a very defensive type build from this Darkseer just so that the Chronosphere isn't that impactful, but because he ended up going for this more aggressive Orchid type build, he doesn't save his allies inside the Chrono, and it also means that, there you go, they just kill everyone here.
Yep, Dark Mago unfortunately died, but he got his revenge with the dying Diabolic Edict. For people that don't know, it does persist through death when you have already used it around the spot where you died. Because he's level 14, this Faceless Void is not to be underestimated. Once he gets the Manta, even Yasha itself, his damage output inside of the Chrono is going to be amazing.
Dark Mago gets bound here. He's low on the wall.
Kaz dies. It's a big deal. This time round, there is no Faceless Void to save you. Surrounded by 4 heroes, Dark Mago will easily get gobbled up by Tomato. 2 cores of Boom dead just like that.
That's... How did they kill both cores in different areas of the map? That's crazy.
It's the Spirit Breaker plus IO combination he sets up, and if there's anybody there to do damage, easy.
Yep, that's really tough. I mean, it felt like Boom was bouncing back, but OG ruthless here, chasing down. Spear's gonna be nullified.
1 versus 3, or now it's gonna be 3 versus 3 with the Spirit Breaker charging in. Sacred gonna be using the arena just defensively to try to survive, but the tire shots onto Ari doing some damage, threatening with the Nether Strike. For now, will be surviving there, especially with the Holy Locket being given to him by the IO.
Dark Mago getting pretty close to his Bloodstone. Being charged though.
He's so annoying, man. Playing versus the Spirit Breaker, people in competitive gameplay have probably forgot about it, just how annoying this hero is. And then when you have IO on top of it and the Darkseer, you just understand that the enemies are always there. Nether Strike will be used. Shadow Demon is coming, but look at the pushback here. Comes Pakaz, Disruption is there. Chrono at the ready. There will be a silence onto the Faceless Void with the vacuum. He might actually die without the Chrono being used. Even with the Splitters, it's gonna slow them down. Trying to finish off the Lifestealer will be allowed. Dark Mago overtime damage doing quite a lot, turning around with the Bloodstone. His HP, a lot of it is back, but he has to be careful. BZM also has a healer, a very capable one behind him, as Ari is chasing forward, dodging the Spear. Whisper running in as well. Not that much mana to work with. The BZM gonna get surged up, doesn't really give him all that much movement speed, and he's almost maxed out anyways, draining the damage from that Disruption. The Spear will be perfect, but really it doesn't change the fact that your Lesh is dead. Your cores are just dying. There's nothing you can do about it. Sacred, he turns around, but your shield is gonna get broken, just like your helmet and your head as well. Glyph gets used, and maybe it's gonna be enough for BZM to die. Just attacking all of them. Seb going for a TP out will be disrupted and stopped, but he still will have a tether just in a second. Ari coming in, I'm gonna help you, buddy. Protecting Seb as they're trying to escape, not gonna be allowed. Knight gets himself a double kill. Ari next on the menu as the TP in from the Shadow Demon. There will be a Chrono. Pakaz is mad. He has the Mask of Madness, and he will make sure that this guy gets bashed into oblivion.
Dude, Knight is doing so much damage. Like, he's with this Blink Dagger, he's getting to right-click these heroes, and his Shadow Poison is doing insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, look at his damage. Oh no, that's
it
the
felt
left.
like they could have just lose the game right there, but he gets a double kill, buys time for Picasso to come back and get that chrono, but it's still an 8k goldie here for OG. Things are not gonna get easy too fast. You still need a lot of time for Picasso. He needs that 20. That's when he starts feeling like a hero again.
Every chrono is used kind of defensively. You're not using it
Yeah.
to get a tower. You're not using it to control the side of the map. And that is why OG are in such good control of this game. That will be a shard for the Lesh. A big deal, actually, right? If you use that splitter inside of the chrono, it's gonna be big.
Chrono and Arena, you get so much value. You can
Actually
like
quite
split
big.
Earth, Shadow Point, Disruption, then you get it again as well. So probably the best shard they could have gotten the entire game. I guess the Arena, the Mars one is also right up there.
Disruption. Demonic Purge as well. There's the Arena. Silence onto the Mars. He has the ult to protect himself. Nether Strike on Pakaz. He just stands his ground inside of that arena and he's winning. With the Manta, he's way too strong. Panda is losing the damage, but nobody cares about that. And the relocate will end, saving the Razor's life. But OG, they're losing their edge. Now finding Timado onto the bottom lane with Disruption. Running in, nice blink away from Knight. He's just setting up for Pakaz to do the damage. Doesn't have the chrono, but the bashes might make a difference. BZM comes over. Now he's gonna be infested. Dark Mago, you don't know what you're going up against. These three are very powerful, almost unkillable heroes.
Mask of Madness into a Desolator Lifestealer. Definitely. Oh, Sacred.
Oh, but wounds are there. He has the ults to remove it. The Sacred, will he be okay? Just runs out. Dark Mago running in. He does have a Bloodstone, pops it there, but he's being pulled in by the Shard, the Razor, the Spear. Onto Timado in a lot of trouble. No infest on him, and Dark Mago is almost full HP. BZM, even with this BKB, he's incapable of standing his ground. The Splitters will be there. He does finish off Dark Mago at the cost of his own life, and Seb next on the menu. A little bit of miscommunication there with the spell users, and here comes the charge. Wants to save Seb. Ari going into the fray, gonna get healed up immediately, purging off the Bulldoze. He doesn't have it. Turns around with the Nether Strike, gets the kill, but loses Seb in the process. From the other side, the Darkseer is also wanting to join the fray, but he will be too late to the party.
I gotta say, this Lifestealer with the HP thing, it might eventually pop off and like come back. I feel like he's just dying in ways I did not expect him to be dying. You know, the fact that you don't have the hard dispel, maybe he's like, yeah, there's not that much control on Boom, so I shouldn't care about that other facet. Like, how many? He has 4 deaths this game. I feel like that with the type of lane that he got, I don't think he should have died 4 times. And I feel like maybe it's just him not having the other facet.
I have seen so many times OG diving and Timado not being with them. I think he's trying to play level-headed and his team is going full Dawai, right? And I don't think that's the way that you can get away with it, because a couple of times when OG were diving and literally annihilating Boom under tier 3s, he was farming. If he was there with them, a completely different outcome. He saves his buddies, they even get 1 extra kill, they wipe the floor with the enemies.
But I think that's the problem, right? If the IO is always playing with the Razor, how is Timado gonna be? Like, he has to be playing as the most aggressive hero, right? For the fights to be close to him, or else he's gonna be sharing farm in a pretty small area with everyone else. I think that's the problem they're facing. How do you enable Timado whilst at the same time he gets to farm? Because if this goes too late, the Faceless Void will carry him.
That is true. And speaking of close, you saw the odds there, 187 for both sides there. The game from our sponsor side, it looks very equal. Dota Plus says so as well, 44 to 56. It's anybody's game at the moment.
And Kaz getting to scale more and more. We'll get his 20 eventually, going for a Lincoln Sphere just so that those charges aren't too much of a problem. The Leshrac will get his Shivas at some point, reducing all of the healing from the Lifestealer, from the IO. You're gonna get some key items here in Boom, and OG, you know, even though this Razor is incredibly powerful and probably the best, one of the best IO pairings, I wonder if it's going to be enough, because the Faceless Void, I still feel like Faceless Void is going to be the strongest hero of the map.
Should be, but still you have the IO relocate out. That is one thing that you have to keep in mind when there's a chrono, when there's arena. Of course, disruption can disruption stop the relocate if you disrupt the target of the relocate?
After his staggered, I think he still goes through.
Yeah, he
because
still
just like
takes
we
him
saw,
away.
like he got it being speared as he's disrupted. Like you still move through if you got hit first.
Yep, that is true. So there's shard now on the Spirit Breaker. That's gonna be the charge. 100 increase in movement speed. That's actually quite nice.
Yeah, I wonder if you're gonna see Planar Pocket. Definitely a bit stronger than he used to be, but he will finish his BKB. Although he could still use that Ogre Axe for an Axe if he wants to. But look at that Roche being taken.
And Roche is going to be going down with 3 poison stacks. Once he gets the 5th one, that's going to be it for the Roche. Clenches his fist and makes sure the Dark Mago gets the Aegis instant smoke.
Smoke breaks.
Away. There is an Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer Sacred. As the BKB uses it on the Razor there with the Arena Spear. Still going to be protected by the BKB of his own and the Eye on the other side. They found Knight. He does go for the disruption himself as the Razor is taking a lot of damage, healed up by the Eye up to full. BZM, no more BKB. Dark Mago, even through his Bloodstone, will die. No chrono as of yet. Oh, okay, he already used it.
Used the chrono on the IO, I think.
Yep,
I didn't get to see it.
Nope, not really all that important overall. As Boom Esports, they lose the Aegis, they lose 2 heroes on top of it, and OG, you only lose the Wisp. Not that big of a deal. Charge forward, the chase is on, pushing in out the Faceless Void. Pakaz, however, will be able to escape without any help coming there with the Spirit Breaker.
That's pretty sad for Boom. They sneaked that Roche and never got to take the fight they wanted. Chronosphere only to kill Sab.
You
Not,
take it away
not
from
the
the
greatest.
enemies, right? It's not too bad because at least OG cannot go high ground for at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I feel like the potential of getting that Aegis was way higher than what they got. Sure, I mean, you deny it, but I think it could have been better for them as Sacred gets found.
Well, let's see if they can kill him. It is a very hard hero to go for. Disruption not needed for sure. Is that the shard on the Shadow Demon? Yeah, he does have the Demonic Cleanse.
Pretty decent against the Orchid, against the open wounds as well.
Charge. Dawn onto Pakaz. Goes through 2 of them. Uses the Bulldogs instantly dispelled. However, Panda is way too squishy. Poor Gyro. It has just been a punching bag in this game. 13 deaths.
Dude, Ari is level 18. He is ahead of Dark Mago in levels.
Herd mentality.
Yep. That's insane. Like how level? That's way too high.
Him and Io are both level 18. Yeah, I wanted to see this innate ability in action for people that don't know. The hero that has the lowest experience on the map on your side is getting 50% more experience from all sources. So basically, when you are level 5 on Spirit Breaker, and let's say the other support is level 6, you pick up the Wisdom Rune, you literally get a level. That's how it works. Pakaz gonna be found. He has the Manta to remove the silence, but maybe they can lock him down long enough. There's the Nether Strike, as well as the charge. The disruption is available, doesn't get it off. Infest onto this poor Faceless Void, as Pakaz, even with the Manta usage, won't be able to get himself out of that. BKB from Sacred, running away from the arena. They pop BKBs of their own. Sacred will be fine. Buyback from the Shadow Demon to try to save somebody. Panda buys himself 2.5 seconds of time with the Yules, but dies afterwards just as easily as the other 2 heroes that OG were able to hunt down in that fight.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I feel like if the team wants to save Void there, he needs to commit Chronosphere, or else you accept you're gonna die and you don't force everyone else there, because there's no BKB on Mars, so Sacred
That is looking
is
easy.
gonna be unable to fight.
Demonic Cleanse, Disruption, both of that on Dark Mago. He's still going to die. Nether Strike pushing him super far back. Actually, he's standing his ground and winning. Timano is going to be the one to die. Dark Mago not taking any damage. BZM, he still does have that
No mana,
Satanic.
though.
A lot of damage is being drained. Yeah, without mana, he could be in trouble. 400 mana to work with Spear onto BZM. How did this happen? OG, they looked like they were going to crush their enemies, but Dark Mago is a little bit too strong. BZM, super speedy. Here comes the IOSEP joining in on the fray. Has the Greater Healing Lotus as well if he wants to give it to his buddy. No need for now, as the Blinks are going to be there again. They don't communicate this nicely. That Spear would have connected onto both of them. Sem protecting himself with the Glimmer, but the Yules is there. BZM not going to be allowed to take away that much damage. Satanic was already used, but he doesn't get a single right click off. Seb now hoping to get a tether on one of his teammates, but the Spear and the Yules will connect. Before that happens, just a couple of bashes are needed. Sentry is there. Glimmer Cave this time around will not save his life.
What a back and forth game. Every time it feels like OG finally has full control, Boom somehow gets this miraculous fight. And I think a big part of that is that OG is so mobile that when they go for some plays, the other side of your backline, the other side of your team can be weakened. And Boom is infiltrating. They're finding those weak spots when OG goes for moves like that. And so you see the IO crossing the map trying to help there, but he's just way too late because he just did relocate to the other side.
They were literally 5 versus 1, the Lesh, and the Lesh won with the help of Demonic Cleanse, basically.
Yes, and Bloodstone, right? And obviously they also didn't had. It was 4 versus 1. I think they didn't have.
Oh, okay, now that's fine, right? Yeah, okay, now that's okay. If I see a guy beating up 4 people on the street, I'm gonna say, yeah, this is normal.
Yeah, that's why you don't fight Mike Tyson.
I know some YouTubers do, so I'm not sure about that. As Whisper, level 20, has the BKB going for Shivas. He is actually gonna get it delivered. Has the full thing right now. Really big deal. They were lacking a little bit of stop on those heals on the Lesh, because we saw what happened. He literally out-sustained 4 of them.
Yeah, even the attack speed's low against the Void is going to be great, although Pakaz already has that extra attack speed on Chrono Talent. Finish his Orchid as well, so much harder to be brought down. Mjolnir on the way. And, I mean, the next objective is going to be Roche, so Boom, you probably have to... Oh, they're going to smoke that.
Know how Automo says Mjolnir? Molonir. And I just cannot understand if he's trolling me or if he really says it that way.
Millennier.
That's
obviously the right way to pronounce it.
Yeah, for sure. There is a refresh on the Razor now, so that's double BKB, double Satanic, double Manta. Double Eye of the Storm, of course, let's not forget about that.
With IO amplification, so gotta be very careful here. And in fact, they have level 20 on Desire, so he already has the overcharge max HP region bonus. Oh man. Really good wraparound. They're gonna find. Oh, look at Pakaz though. That's a great position.
Yeah, I'm Arteezy, guys, which means I'm the best carry ever. Gonna be jumping in on the IO. Instantly goes for the Chrono. Wants to kill the little ball pulled out of it. This is so weird.
Oh no!
Why? Why? And the charge through stops the arena user. Sacred will use it, but die immediately inside of it. What the hell? It was so beautiful from him. Because you did everything right with the setup and then everything wrong with the execution.
Yeah, you know, he flew too close to the sun. He's like, guys, don't worry. I know what's happening here. Just hold my beer. And, yep, he chronoed with his allies.
What the
4K range away. And this is a free Roche now, probably, for OG. We'll see how long it's going to be of a respawn.
That's such an eternal envy play. You mentioned him today.
Yeah, it really is.
For the Ember, and then that's kind of what he does. Oh boy.
So no creeps. They will buy some time, and there's the less shard, so it's definitely hard here for the high ground to be taken away.
Look at the attack speed on the Lifestealer though, and Seb, both of them make Tower is no more. Dark Mago has to be careful about approaching this because the Nether Strike pushes you into the enemy team.
7 seconds here, but they know there's no Chronosphere. It's still hard for them to defeat us. Boom. Oh wait, what? They got hit.
Yeah, now
Again?
the follow-up stun. This is gonna be a problem. No, he got the range off. They were just baiting. We couldn't see it. Nether Strike, he uses knives, protect himself there. On Sacred, God's Rebuke, healing up a little bit. Here comes Pakaz, but he doesn't have the Chrono because he used it in a bad way earlier. Dark Mago, can he heal through all of it? The Shiva's Guard, it is protected, but the Disruption still keeping him alive as the Faceless One. He's trying to find the time. Walk, it is there. BZM running away. The movement speed, it is huge, but the homing missile will follow you forever. Seb will make sure that it dies, making sure that his buddy lives through that. Boom. Again, standing their ground and winning.
I gotta say, out of everyone on Boom, I think the player that gets talked the least is Knight. And to me, he's probably the MVP of this game. Like, the pressure he created in the lanes, the amount of clutch disruptions and, like, turnarounds he had in fights. It's crazy. Like, he's 6-4. Out of everyone, besides Pakaz, he's the positive hero on the side of Boom in like, kills. He's been having a great day and a great game as well.
Seb just stole the Wisdom Rune from the enemies. Considering that you have a Spirit Breaker on your side, just imagine how much experience OG just got.
True. Very true. They're also gonna get a Tormentor here, so Timado getting his new shard. I guess it's fine, right? You're gonna get like some AoE open wounds action going.
That's cool, I guess. It helps with the Razor, right? And you also have a ton of AoE damage with the charge, with the Iron Shell, all of that. All of your heroes are going to be healing quite a lot.
Well, Boom, they somehow sneak the second Aegis. Let's see if they're going to have a better time utilizing this. Because today, at least, I think, whenever... they're playing better when they're behind. And when they're ahead, they struggle to really... have the confidence and have the discipline to maintain and increase their advantage.
I have a question, Bowie. It says here third Roche. Was this the third Roche or is the next one gonna be the third?
I think this was the second, right? First one was the one they got and instantly got wiped by OG.
Yeah, nothing happened before that, right? Yeah, OG did. No, Aghanim Scepter, only cheese right now. Still hasn't been picked up, however.
Yeah, so we'd probably give both to Dark Mago, I would assume. Maybe. Oh no, never mind. Pakaz did get Aegis.
I guess you just get the cheese on Dark Mago. That should be enough, right? Especially look at him. He has a Paladin sword. He has a Bloodstone, Shivas, Yules. He's so defensive, and if you have that cheese, you're very likely to get it off. If you look at OG, their ability to stun somebody to death doesn't really exist.
Yeah, it's pretty much just this Razor. And I think that's the problem. How do you lock down... Because, like, you have to kill the Eye if you want to kill the Razor. And I guess Sight of Eyes on Mars is really... Oh, he actually had it queued up, but he changed his mind. He has Wind Waker and Octarine selected. Not sure I like it. I feel like it's not a hard game for either BZM or this Lifestealer to get a Nullifier. In fact, it's actually queued up already on Timado.
I don't know. I still think that the Abyssal Blade is better for a Lifestealer in this game. You just don't have the lockdown if you're OG. It's all on Ahri. And sure, Vacuum into charge, it can happen, but it still doesn't mean that you're gonna be getting those kills. And Disruption is just being so annoying. This is it is a hard game to itemize anyways. Whatever Timado would get, it would feel like you always need another item.
For sure, and one thing that's gonna be clutch is Aghanim Scepter here for Knight, the quiet player of Boom, is pretty much ready. So in 500 gold, they're gonna have it, which is why I'm surprised they're forcing the smoke that much.
Cause he
finds Timado.
Timado instantly goes for the Chrono. Where's the Io? Nowhere in the vicinity. With the bash, they should be able to kill this guy. Vacuum as well. Goodbye, Timado. Whisper could be next on the menu as well as they get the Yules on the Io. Seb just used the tether, so his life is gonna be given away. At least he has saved his Razor, while Darkseer dead as well.
Yeah, the missile shard got him. That's crazy. That one ward on the right side got vision of the Faceless Void and just a clutch, fearless jump from Pakaz. No, this time it worked out for them, this confidence, and they might have an idea of where BZM is as well.
Find Ahri first. BZM gonna be cutting some wave there with the Manta instantly TPing out. Nicely done. Bottom lane also shoved in. So Boom Esports might have gotten themselves a beautiful fight. But in terms of getting objectives, not going to be getting much.
I mean, they have one creep.
Yeah,
in the mid lane,
they got
so
the
they
tier 2. That's so cool.
Okay. This game's crazy. Like, it felt... I honestly, after watching the first series of OG, I thought that once OG got like a 10, 12k goal lead, they wouldn't never let go. But OG definitely overextended and didn't really play their cards as well as they could have. So
they made
this
a chaotic game versus a South American team, Bowie. That's what they did.
Yeah, that has a better scaling draft as well. I think that's the biggest problem. Even though this Razor is gigantic, there's a limit, and it's not as easy to play. This Faceless Void is just such a good Faceless game here.
That looks amazing for him. He's going to be having a chrono again in no time with the Aegis Cheese. Still going strong, charge away. Ari is a little bit too fast. You do have a Shadow Demon with a Demonic Purge. He has an Aghanim Scepter as well. This is huge. So Bowie, how's it looking for OG at the moment? They're 2k gold ahead, but it seems like they are not in the greatest position that they've been in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like they should be the better team, and that they have the tools to turn this game around. But yeah, they're lacking the control, as you said. This Darkseer did finish a Nullifier, so it might open up Lifestealer to get the Abyss we were talking about.
And he has that attack speed, so he's gonna be punching quite hard and quite fast.
Right.
Now they have found the most important kill. Spear completely off the mark. The arena used for absolutely nothing. The two supports will die without any chances. Panda! Invis! Somebody give him vision! Panda is gonna try to run away. Now you cannot TP out. There will be a vacuum charge, whatever is needed to finish him off. Some rockets, and there's a gem on the ground, but in a very weird spot. They might not see it. Ari's
Yeah, now this Aegis is wasted. No buyback on those two supports. 70, 80 second respawn timers. OG, they pretty much secured that there's not going to be any aggressive moves from Boom with these Aegis.
Maybe they can make aggressive moves of their own. Maybe finally get a lane of racks that they were so desperately trying to get without the two supports. You talked about it. Knight was the main hero, is the main hero of Boom. Oh, here comes Ari. They found Dark Mago. He's not the one with the Aegis. He's the one with the cheese, however. And last time it didn't work out too well for you. He's gonna be standing his ground. The refresher gonna be used by the Razor. There's the cheese being used. Dark Mago back up to full. Even with the Bloodstone, BZM is destroying this time around. He's gonna do it all on his lonesome. Next on the menu will be the Faceless Void. Still has the
buyback
Aegis.
on
Time
anyone.
Walk doesn't really do all that much for him, as BZM still wants the skill. The time dilation slowing him down instantly, using the Manta with the spear. Pushing Ari back.
Dude, they're gonna take this fight. They're gonna take this game with the Aegis still on the side of Boom. There's no buyback on anyone.
Oh, guys, they have Aegis. Well, moving on. Nobody cares. He's just pushing in.
They really don't. They really don't. Aegis is over in 4 seconds because gonna get a Wisdom Rune, gonna get some farm, but the barracks are all falling.
Without the Lesh, you're not going to be doing all that much damage. And look at Seb's positioning. He's ready to relocate out anybody because they're getting mega creeps. 7 seconds glyph. Okay, you're buying some time for yourself. Otto?
Okay, you just gotta go. There's no other way around. If you don't initiate now,
He got the bulldoze off, doesn't care about the spear. Arena will get used. That's one thing that you can't get out of the Nether Strike. He used everything before going down. Pakas standing his ground, going for BZM, trying to get the kill. Satanic is used, doesn't care because there's so many bashes. The second that they see EIO, Pakas takes a step back. Open wounds are on him. You still have a range rack. There will be a chrono connecting on the eyes. Oh, but the vacuum pulling you away, and actually
Spear out of the chrono!
Out of the chrono, BZM got infested. Now the life center comes out. Pakas, you're next on the menu with the bashes there from Ari, who just bought back. They will be bringing down the Faceless Void. That should be it. OG should be getting the victory in this game. One Sacred is trying to stand his ground, but even with the Bulwark, it is not enough. Damage of the enemies is a little bit too high. They don't care about the Megas. They care about the throne, about the Jugular. Oh, Ari with that bulldoze, he just doesn't care. The disruption doesn't last on him whatsoever. Vacuum will be amazing once again. OG making sure that they show their enemies who's boss. Your fountain, your base, your throne, your game one is ours. OG get themselves the victory.
all right, closer than maybe we anticipated here. But after this game one, I kind of have a feeling this could easily go to the games. I don't feel like any team played particularly great. You know, OG definitely played a bit better, but a lot of hiccups, a lot of wasted aggression. So I think, you know, there's definitely hope for Boom. Even though they lost, I think, you know, they had their ups and downs just like OG did.
I think both of these teams, looking at them, they have the idea and the potential to be one of the best teams in the world. The thing is that they play well, but they also make mistakes. They do not play clean. In my mind, though, they both have great ideas of what they need to do. They have great understanding of how the fight should be fought. And if they just make it a little bit more crisp, they are going to be amazing, Bowie.
Yeah, just we actually lost the stats there, but have you seen how much damage Razor did this game?
Billion?
90,000 damage in a 40-minute game.
That was close.
So if you want to give away IO, I don't think you can give away Razor. I think this combination is just way too strong. Like, you're playing with Shadow Demon, Faceless Void, a Mars. Like, you're supposed to have the means to prevent this Razor from gap closing. But yeah, when you have the IO in the mix, I think it just makes it way too hard.
I mean, Lesh only did 68,000 damage compared to the 90 of the Lesh. And really, when you look at this game, it was 5 heroes jumping in on the Lesh, him using the Blast on all of his spells, and he doesn't even come close to the damage of the Razor. It just goes to show what BZM did in this game. His performance was amazing. Timado, even though a little bit underwhelming, his ability to heal the Razor in some of these fights has changed it up quite nicely.
Yeah, and you know, I think his idea was definitely nice with just getting tankier with and you know, I think that's what we're trying to go with the facets. So I like that at least we have two different play styles of the Lifestealer. Maybe he could have had a better game with the other one, but you know, they do get the win in the end. And game 2 is ahead of us.
Is ahead of us, and in the end, the win is the only thing that matters, the only thing that people remember. And OG, they've won 2 very distinguished tournaments in their life as a team, but for now, we're gonna be taking a short break to allow these teams to recuperate after this amazing game 1, and then we're gonna be continuing with the series. What an exciting game one here between OG and Boom. Though it has been an exciting day so far here in Group B of FISSURE Universe Episode 2. I'm Harry, joining me is Bo3, and we're going to be bringing you the potentially last game of the day. As Group A, Bo3, it is already concluded. The team that is going into the playoffs is... drumroll, give me... Nigma Galaxy.
Thundra.
It is Nigma, Bo3.
Oh,
yeah,
and
people...
oh, okay.
Yep.
They're back.
Yep. They are back.
Okay.
They're
I mean,
definitely back.
2-0, right? 2-0 is incredible. So, kudos to them. Can OG do the same thing? Can they have a shorter day and 2-0 Boom? Probably, but there were definitely moments there where Boom could have taken the lead, taken the win.
Do we want to have a shorter day, Bo3? No, we don't. We want a 15-hour stream, so give us a 10-hour game right now. Boom and OG, that will be very fun to cast, but obviously, most likely not going to be happening. But there is a chance that Boom Esports take the game. It was shown in the previous one. Despite OG early 10k gold lead, it was a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, it definitely was. And it looks like Boom, they learned their lesson. They thought that stealing the Leshrac was better value than letting the IO through. But because they did that, AA gets banned, and that IO was such a nasty hero for them to deal with. So I think they took the better route, not only banning the IO, but banning the SB as well. But that means we get some possible new heroes here. Chen still in the pool. LC was ignored, but is also in the pool here. Storm, though.
I know which new hero we're not going to be getting is the Ringmaster. That one hasn't been added just yet. So we get the Phoenix. We still did see him today with the ban of the Snapfire. That was kind of obvious.
Yeah, of course. They actually buffed this hero twice in a row. So I'm kind of getting the vibes that this Snapfire might just be useful not only as a, egg hitting counter, but also a core, maybe. And they get the Marcy. All right, that's not the response I expected with this Phoenix.
I mean, it's a pretty good response to the Phoenix. If you are left alone versus it, you will destroy it. You've been mentioning the Mirana, but her faithful sidekick will be the one that actually joins in on the fray.
All right. I mean, it's definitely a cool hero. I'm assuming you get a Dispel when you OT, right? Do you
Yes.
get a Dispel? Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I think you do, right?
Wait, I think you have to have an Aghanim Scepter to dispel yourself with the ulti.
Yeah, okay, you don't. But you get the like 7,000 attack speed, so might not matter anyways to break the egg.
You get a 1,325 on the last level. Yep, that's insane.
Like, is that... No, go on.
What?
Like, that's more than max attack speed, right? So like it's
Yes.
compensating. Even if you have like minus 500 attack speed slow, you're still attacking max move speed.
Exactly. And also now you have 5 attacks always. So on the last level it is a little bit weaker, but on the first level you're actually very good at killing the egg. Actually insane.
Yeah, I can pretty much solo kill it. Curious to see if they're gonna play this as a core. Usually when you get the IO, Marcy, in the off lane and the safe lane is very popular, but maybe it's just going to be a support here for Boom. Probably going to be their position for Knight.
Makes sense. How do you feel about the facets of the Marcy, the sidekick and the bodyguard?
Yeah, that's a hero I actually didn't get to see at all. I'm assuming if you're playing position 4, you get sidekick, right? I'm assuming that's what you do.
So you
And this special delivery is crazy too, right? You actually start with flying couriers.
Yes.
And now couriers are harder to kill. Like Marcy is now a good response against like your Mirana's Weavers, just so they don't get to like
Tinies.
kill. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool as well. I'm trying to see what the difference is between the bodyguard and the sidekick. Bodyguard gives armor as well on top of the lifesteal and the attack damage, but protects an allied hero for 6 seconds. Whenever the ally attacks or is attacked by an enemy, Marcy counterattacks that target if they're within her attack range, plus 125. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, from the games, Sidekick is the highest win rate, but it's not that big of a difference. So especially these pro teams, they can have very specific ideas of why they're picking a hero. So you could maybe still see a different one being picked up as the Weaver here. So a lot of flex. You have 2 heroes that can be supports in cores. And also Weaver
Both
being
of
very
them
good
good
against
versus
Phoenix.
Egg.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I like that. I like that they're thinking about it. They're just probably gonna see what the enemies go for and then decide where they will actually put these 2 heroes. And there's the Slardar. You've been calling for it for the entirety of the day, and finally it's here with the Hoodwink also joining in on the fun. So a lot of burst potential right now. OG started off with great team fight, and now you get burst and damage plus insane laning phase. I like it.
Yeah, like it feels like for Slaughter to show up, you need to have Phoenix on your side or ban Phoenix. And usually Slaughter gets banned second phase, but Boom deciding on taking away that X instead. I feel like that probably... I don't think you can play Weaver Core when you have the Slaughter. Like I feel like you need to play it as a support and pick a better hero. I feel like Core Weaver gets demolished by a Slaughter.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really man up ever. Like, you get bashed, he can get the armor facet as well. Like, it's not like Weaver can burst his Slaughter, so he just gets a ton of armor. Doesn't really fear the Weaver whatsoever. I wouldn't like it. I think it's better as a support here.
So do you play a core Marcy, or do you just play both of these as supports? Maybe one of them as an offlaner, pick something like a troll. Is that what you're saying? I could see it happening for the laning phase, but when it comes for the game, you are gonna be lacking so much in the teamfight department if you're not careful.
Yeah, I feel like you can get 2 aggressive heroes for Dark Mago and Sacred, and that shouldn't be a problem. You can get like your Mars plus, I don't know, Mars plus Centaur, or even something else. But they're definitely burning through all of their reserve time here. They're kind of confused, and the 16-17 is really hard because if you pick your carry, it's still kind of a precarious position. So you probably pick mid plus offlane here if you're Boom.
A mid laner I'd like to see. There's the offlaner first. We'll be seeing a Darkseer who has been picked up over and over and over and over again. This time around it will be Boom Esports that plays it. They've already played it once today with good success. They won, right?
That was pretty good. Gonna dissuade some illusion heroes here that OG can possibly pick up, but they still need to pick this. I'm assuming mid hero. Maybe you can get something that flexes, like a DK. I wouldn't mind seeing the DK just for the armor against Slaughter. Tiny's banned after all, but they go troll.
There's the troll. This is why I like the Darkseer, because it does give you team fight. It gives you a ton of team fight at every point in the game. Also gives you the ability to reset if you sending one hero or going with the with Darkseer himself. You can search yourself away. Plus, we have seen troll in... Well, today, Pakaz played it, where he is just standing his ground and taunting the enemies to go for him. Currently, OG, they don't have the burst, but the face is voided. It is going to be there. And actually, no saves for the Chrono. So this looks like a pretty decent game.
Is, do you go insensitive for the armor against Larder, or do you get bad influence for the egg? Because I think both facets of Tro are good this game, and you have to figure out what is better.
Let me check. I have to read them again. Man,
yeah, like you get 30%. It's pretty much the old Troll OT in the sense that you give a lot of attack speed to your allies, or you get extra armor whenever you man up.
You go armor. I think you go armor here because Marcy has her own attack speed. Weaver has the Geminate attack, doesn't benefit all that much from the attack speed as you would like. Darkseer obviously is gonna get his own attack speed if he wants to go that route, but in general, Marcy's gonna kill the egg, and you as a troll, you need to be surviving.
Okay. All right. We'll see if that's going to be the route. Both, I mean, yeah, they both need mid heroes. We're going to see a lot of the attractive mid heroes been taken away. Out of them, there's
Queen of Pain is really attractive, as well as the Lina.
I'm more of a Wind Ranger type guy, but yeah, sure. They're all very attractive. Is Husker a possibility here if you are playing OG? Because actually, maybe even Boom, because you get a Dispel on the Corrosive Haze.
Nobody likes your crappy hero.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. If it was Gaming Gladiators, you were gonna believe me, but sure.
Yeah, the toxic freaking mid laner with his Vipers and his Huskars. We don't want to see that. We want to see something cool. Like the Queen of Pain, like the Lina, like the Wind Ranger that you mentioned, but we'll see.
No
where,
one has played that hero. I think OD looks good for Boom.
Yep.
Right? You're playing against the Chronosphere. Always nice.
Actually looks really good. Right, you can also dodge the egg stun as well quite nicely, save anybody from the sharpshooter. Looks like an amazing pick in general.
Yeah, they're banning these spirits that are gap closers, and they have overall last pick. So for Boom, I think they have a pretty good shot at picking that. I wonder if OG would pick it. I know that BZM is an OD player, but picking it on 23, it can definitely get punished.
Not by a lot of things, right? Because you're the ones with the slaughters. You're fine. We will be seeing a BZM Invoker. Invoker got changed up.
Totally changed up. Like
what?
Yeah, like it's totally changed. You either get static bonuses with your exhorts when you get the, I forget the name, or you get like damage amp with your right click for exhort. You get I guess lifesteal with Quaz, and I forgot what Wex does.
Yeah, no more cooldown reduction with the Wex either on any of the facets. So they just reduced all of the cooldowns on the spells. But
because like the spell wimp, was whatever. Like if you had it on, it would give you spell wimp. Now you have to right click the target. So I feel like it's much harder to utilize those. And they got a Kunkka. I mean, I like it for the damage reduction. I mean, I like it. I think it like they need a good team fight, and they got it.
You know what they really need to put here? That when we hover in Dota, when they get their facets, when we hover over them, that we see immediately what they do. So Invoker will have the elitist one.
Yeah, that is the one that you get the bonuses. So it's the damage amp, the spell lifesteal, and whatever Wex does.
Okay, so each Wex instance. Okay, so it's which orbs that you have on that makes the difference, right? Okay.
Exactly. I haven't checked Kunkkas though. So you get Facet for Tidebringer, or you get the X mark. You get a Rum buff. Interesting.
Yep. Every single time around the X mark, there's a Rum buff. Which one did he go for, however?
High Tide, so it is the Tidebringer
that's the
one.
Yeah, that's the Tidebringer one. It is gonna be cool if we see just the double Tidebringer coming out. So every single time, every hero that you get with a Tidebringer, your cooldown gets reduced by 0.8. So if you hit 5 heroes, you actually can just double Tidebringer, right?
Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty much that. They did nerf Torrent, so it feels like the Torrent Storm route got nerfed again, especially because the level 15 talent also got nerfed. So in general, they're trying to force this right-click Kunkka a bit more rather than the tanky Kunkka with all of that. So yeah, maybe we can get to see some Rapier Kunkka, some right-click stuff going on. I'm all down for that.
Yeah, for sure. So what's like the first item for a Kunkka? Is it something like an Orchid? That seems to be a solid route if you would be going for that build.
I like that. I think Orchid's good if you have good timings, and the lane should be fine, I think, for the Kunkka. I have not seen this new Invoker lane, but if I had to guess, it should be decent. It should be maybe better. Kunkka. Yeah, you definitely lose as Invoker.
Looking at the odds here, OG favored to win, not by a lot, of course. And again, we saw some Portuguese/Spanish in the chat. So Bowie, please. Ese héroe si tu queda bien, panda. What does that mean?
He said, you're pretty good at this hero, panda. And then he just used his little confused face. So maybe panda's spamming this?
Did I read that nicely, or?
It was a 7 out of 10, I'd say, for a non-speaking. Yeah.
No, don't give me that for the non-speaking. That just means that it was a 1 out of 10 in general.
For a potato, that was
like for an idiot.
Nice.
Like for an idiot, Terry, you did a very good job. Yeah, thank you, Bowie. I now feel super good about myself.
All right, so Whisper gonna be playing the Slaughter here against a Troll. I mean, I really like this Marcy Troll lane. And by the way, she did go for the Psychic, so we're gonna have that lifesteal and bonus. Oh, it's bonus base attack damage now. That's much better.
Yep. So the Weaver went for the experience facet. So now we're gonna actually see how much experience they're gonna have.
Huh. Okay. I think in the laning stage it might be really good, but I feel like it means less and less, right? Because in those team fights, everyone has a lot of attack speed. Like, you just clear the bugs in 3 seconds. But it might just give you that level 6 way faster than you usually would for the Weaver.
What do you think about this lane Darkseer Weaver? Looks pretty
It's good,
dangerous.
I think like once you get level 2, level 3, it's very scary. In fact, Darkseer did go for the Heart of Battle one this time. I think it's amazing against time dilation. You're always gonna get that extra move speed to kind of mitigate what time dilation is doing.
Yep. When you said Heart of Battle 1, I thought it was Heart of the Battle 1. Like, what the hell? But yeah, it's just Heart of Battle. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. I'm yeah.
The new
Potato
Steven
again.
Spielberg movie. By the way, have you seen the new Mad Max? Dude, that feels good. You should watch it.
Okay,
totally unrelated, but watch it.
Of course. We will be doing it. We'll see if anybody's gonna be crazy or mad in this game. Troll can be getting pretty mad when he uses Battle Trance. So far, no kills happening. Some heroes losing half of their HP. Literally nothing much on the map in terms of CS. Every single core is doing a decent job. And in general, Bowie, who's gonna be the big winner of this laning phase? Is this just gonna be a straight up troll, or are we gonna be seeing something a bit more fun?
I feel like if the laning stage is even, OG is probably happier. They have a lot of scaling. I feel like Boom, in a way or another, will be on a timer if this goes too long, right? Invoker, Faceless Void's pretty hard to bet against that. So I think Boom, they have to at least tie their lanes, ideally get some slight wins so you can snowball off of this Darkseer. I guess both Marcy and the Weaver can play around the Ion Shell. Kunkka and Tro aren't that good at playing around it, so which is why I think I prefer the OG draft a bit more. I'm not sure Boom has what it takes to truly snowball off of the laning stage, unless they like really crush their lanes, which right now doesn't seem to be the case.
You need to have a very strong troll in this game, a one that cannot die inside of the chrono when at least you have the run buff. So I'm hoping a lot of auras on the side of Boom, solar crests, the pipes, crimsons, guardian greaves, whatever. Just keep a cause alive. If that happens, you can turn around the fight and win, because without that, the fight of OG just looks like it's gonna be dominating the game.
Yeah, definitely. You're gonna have damage reduction from the Kunkka and everything, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough if this Void gets Giga farmed. By the way, we get to see Void again, but without the other facets, so I am a bit disappointed here, Tomato. But,
Yeah,
they are playing to win. Yeah.
I don't know if you watched the anime Jujutsu Kaisen. Rob told me it was amazing, but it was okay for me, because I think the ideas for this Faceless Void came out from him. Like, the strongest character there, he has something called Infinity.
What's the name of this zone, whatever thing, like the powers that they have? Like, there's a name for them, right?
I don't know. The curses or something, that doesn't matter.
Yes, I think it's a curse.
Guy has Infinity, and then when you try to punch him, he just slows everything down, and when we get super close to him, you just stop, right? And then he's untouchable, literally. So that's... I think Ice Frog got the idea from there for the Faceless Void and all of his projectiles being slowed down around him.
Yeah, he's clearly a weeb. Ever since we got the Marcy, the fan service Marcy sets, it was clear to me. Whoever is in charge has a big weeb problem.
Okay. It's a problem, obviously, here. Tomato using a healing salve, and Pakaz dropping low. Oh, the Acorn shot stops his healing salve. Pakaz is not going to be happy because of that.
Pretty interesting build here on Pakaz. It's always funny. I know it's been meta for a while now, but the new Talisman Troll, it's just like, is this right? Like,
they're diving Tomato. Yeah, well, Troll is dumb, right? Like, one of the stupidest heroes. So it just makes sense that you need to give him some intelligence. And speaking about being very smart, Invoker, one of the smartest heroes out there, if not the smartest, but he won't be able to get the kill. Seb diving away, that bug giving experience tonight, but won't be granting him a kill, as Sacred very low on mana. They are going to continue their dive, most likely.
Yeah, they don't have mana for Iron Shell. Knight doesn't have it, but they're gonna go aggressive. That's
Got
a kill.
him. Yeah, that's the first blood. Timato, he has the time walk, wants to get a little bit of a redemption for his fallen comrade, and because of it, he's just gonna lose his life. What the hell was he thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough position, right? Like, he's very low HP. I don't think there was a move there where he survives, and even if he survives, it's probably better to die so you come back faster to the lane. And that's the type of lane win that Boom needs. You need to be killing, especially that Void. So, nicely done there by Boom. Even without any Iron Shells, they get the kills.
Both side lanes are heavily won for Boom, and the mid lane is equal at the moment. Search for the Weaver. This guy is just continuing to walk at 550 movement speed.
Looks like Dark Mago just going for standard phase boots build, but very curious to see what the next item is going to be. Do you go like Armlet? Do you go Orchid? There's definitely lots of different paths you can take.
Will be
Oh,
fun
what
to
if you
see
go
which route he goes.
Phylactery on Kanka?
Then you get a report and you go low priority, play single draft.
I mean, X marks the spot, you apply Phylactery, you're gonna go crit at some point.
Exactly.
You have a lot of physical damage.
Then your teammates just smash you, just like the Slaughter is smashing Panda, but he's not smashing him all too well. Pakaz coming in with the miss chance. Here comes the Weaver as well. Helps his team. Panda is the one who gets the kill. Boom Esports, beautiful start to the game. Pakaz actually gets taken out. Ari gets the kill. Panda also not super healthy and will get taken out. Ari gets the double kill, tries to get out with the scurry. Not gonna be capable of surviving.
Oh, look at top.
Sacred? Run? Well, he's not gonna be running. Gets burned down by the Phoenix. Seb secures the kill. And bringing so many supports, so many people to the bottom lane, seems to have backfired for Boom Esports.
Knight's level 5. I know he's been a part of some of those kills, but maybe this actual facet's really strong. Like, he's higher level than the Tro right now.
He has 2 points in the Swarm.
That's crazy.
Yep. And he hasn't been connecting the Swarm onto multiple heroes. Usually it's only the one in the lane that he has been connecting it to, and still getting that much experience. Imagine what happens when you connect onto 3 heroes.
Very true. Top lane, some aggression there. This Darkseer is looking super strong. Like, I haven't seen... like, Darkseer was not even close from losing a single lane today. Every time. It just feels like you get so much sustained by going for the double bracer, and you have so much damage because of your innate as well. Seer looks insane.
Yep, it is. It is very strong. The one thing that the hero was missing was good right click. Usually you would suffer to the denies quite a lot, and I mean, this is the type of thing that makes the Darkseer a OP hero, really. One thing that you don't really think about, but if he gets a better laning stage, it's one of the heroes that's almost never going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the times when this hero had like 40 base damage, and if you didn't have Iron Shell, you had to go back to the base. Like, there was nothing you could do. The hero didn't trade, he couldn't CS. Bottom though, rotation from Panda.
Yeah, he's gonna miss on the rebound. Of course, ulti from the troll, they get the kill. Gonna be following Whisper into the tower. This is why some people just hate this hero. We'll have the whirling axes in a second, so Whisper isn't really going to pursue.
Oh, corner straight top.
Ah, here comes the Kunkka, and we all know that this guy is very good at fishing. Has lived on a boat for a very long period of time. Both of the mid laners, however, did rotate to their respective safe lanes and making sure that the off laners go down. Sacred, of course, continuing to be very aggressive. BCM, is he really gonna get killed by Knight? That Swarm. One more. Ah, the time dilation. Make sure that he can't get it. He actually didn't skill up the time lapse. That's ballsy and pretty much the only reason that he died.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Could have even dispelled the time dilation, probably gotten that kill.
He's so greedy. He's so freaking greedy with the Swarm in his experience.
Yeah, it happens, but it's still a 2k goal lead for Boom, surprisingly. OG got a lot of kills after that slight win of Boom in the lane stage. Look at that, Ari.
Yeah, trying to finish off the Marcy. Gotta get slowed down, both him and the Slaughter. They cannot mark the Marcy running away, and here comes the Swarm. Whisper, he cannot get it off. Give me that juicy experience. Here comes the rebound as well. Misses on the crush. He wants to get that one more hit to finish off Panda. Won't be won't be getting it as Dark Mago finds Ahri. X marks the spot. The Squirrel will be in a lot of trouble, especially with the Weaver coming over. Ahri gets the bushwhack off. Ahri gonna wait for the Kunkka to get the kill. Dark Mago uses the phase boots, gets close, and finishes off Ahri himself.
Nicely done. Looks like Secret just going for a standard Greaves Eggs build here. Very good this game. Yeah, I mean, Boom. Way more solid early game compared to that game 1. We could be going the distance. We could be going game 3. But they do have to snowball. OG, if they can hold this on. BZM, this Invoker Faceless Void combination is nasty and known to be one of the best ones in the game.
Not a single tower has fallen. That's one of the situations, right? It's going to be hard for Boom Esports. He reverses a Chrono. He reverses an Egg as well. Bushwhack connects on the Troll. He gets marked up. Here comes the rebound and gets crushed while mid-jump. That's a problem for the Marcy, especially with the Invoker rotating. There's the Urn. Tornado going to be beautiful. Connects on the Troll as well. They want him. He can force out his ulti, but can they kill him? Mech is going to be used. Sacred running. They actually bring him down. EMP damage more than enough. BZM gets a double. Here comes the boat again. They are going to be fishing for a slaughter. He looks very much dead with the vacuum. The Faceless Void joins in on the fight as well. Without his Chrono, he's gonna have it in 15 seconds. 10 stick charges as well. Bash is going onto Dark Mago. The run buff is still there. Gonna get lifted up into the air. These tornadoes from BZM are just beautiful, and the Chrono won't even be needed. Even with the Torrent connecting, BZM gets a 3rd kill in that engagement. OG water rotation from them.
Yeah, they just bring everyone, and unfortunately, Boom, they sent the numbers, but one by one, and they get heavily punished here as the Chronosphere is available, holding on to it so far. I guess they don't need it.
They definitely don't. It's going to be getting another kill on Knight. Doesn't get the time lapse off. The bashes were more than enough with the help of the Cold Snap, and that will secure the tower. OG. Well, Boom Esports, you don't want to make a move on your own to force out the enemies to use their spells, to use their ultis. Then it's going to be OG doing it on the aggressive, which is much worse for you.
Yeah, Pakaz is trying to force this top tower here at least, but with the bottom tower falling relatively quickly, OG could maybe mount a defense with this glyph as well. Hoodwink and the Void already rotating with Chrono. I gotta be very careful.
Especially with the Invoker being in the vicinity, who's he gonna chase for? There's some sentries around there. Of course, they don't have vision on BZM at the moment. And Pakaz gets himself away. Tornado still is there. Tomato has the Chrono ready, goes for it, will catch the Weaver the second he TPs in, so that could be another casualty.
No mana for Knight.
All of his mana does go out with the Shikuchi, still taking a lot of damage. There will be an X on the Phoenix. They finish him off with the Tidebringer. Tomato will have the Time Walk to give his HP back. Dark Mago still running forward. The Torrent was perfect onto the Invoker. Dust used as well, but look at that shot from the Hoodwind. Tornado again connecting onto all 4 of them. BZM is just a god on this one without armor. You cannot live. Tomato gonna be caught. Does have the Time Walk. Gives all of his HP back. And now with the Crush, Tomato has to be very careful about what he does here. Another Time Walk not gonna be happening. Sacred gets a double. Whisper next on the menu, trying to stand his ground, trying to fight. The Bushwhack is amazing. OG are getting so many great spells off, but it's not gonna change the fact that Boom are just stronger at the moment.
That's pretty much the same play, but on the other side of the map. Like, OG did the same thing, got the tier 1 tower, and now Boom gets to do the same thing. Unfortunate that Pakaz dies, but at the end of the day, it's such a great fight for Sacred. He's 100% enabled, and I think he's the most important hero to snowball Boom. And I mean, somehow they're 5k gold ahead. I'm not even sure how that's possible, considering OG got so many good fights recently.
It's just that Boom Esports, they went super fast when these ultis were down. They didn't want to force them on the defensive, but when they did get used, Boom Esports really did put their foot on the gas. And Knight, he already had a ton of experience. He's level 10, 14 minutes
What the hell? He's ahead of Pakaz. Like, he's the same.
He's level 7. He's ahead of everybody on OG.
Dude, these experience-related facets are crazy, right? We saw the Spirit Breaker looking amazing, and it looks like Weaver isn't different.
One very good friend of mine said that this one is underwhelming and that it sucks, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh. Well, if this is underwhelming, I don't know. I don't want to know what's broken in this match, because it is looking pretty strong.
It's you, Bowie. You were the friend.
Oh. I'm not the friend, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Goes for the battle trance, tries to go for Whisper. Look at the movement speed of that guy. Does change the Does change targets, but ultimately lift it up into the air and will go down. OG, now they are the ones that are putting their foot on the gas. Very fast gameplay from both teams. Considering how slow the last game was, this one is very action-packed.
Get to see Dark Mago actually going for the same build, the same Axe build. I thought maybe he was going to go try something different, but it is just the Blade Mail Axe he wants to build.
Whisper is so underfarmed in this game. He's going to be going for a Blink Dagger. The only reason that this game isn't worse in terms of net worth is because Ari has a pretty decent game there with the Hoodwink. Smoke does break, and beautiful Bushwhack there to keep the Marcy away. Acorn shot as well. Knight running forward. There will be a Swarm as well, giving him even more experience. Rebound off the mark. Ari still running away, but they see him clearly. Whisper will come over to try and help. Time dilation used, immediately removed with the Time Walk. BZM coming over. Double crush as well. You don't want to let this guy get the boat off, and here it comes. Dark Mago, he needs to be drenched in rum, actually does escape from it, so he's not going to be getting the damage reduction. Still has the movement speed, however, with the bashes and the chrono.
Good chrono.
Moving away. The chrono was beautiful onto the three of them. All three of them are cores. Whisper getting the bash off. Crush is actually doing so much damage, but Sacred has the surge to run himself out. Pakaz leading the charge. Follow me, team. Follow me into battle. Panda back into the fray. Beautiful tornado once again. That will be the EMP. Four-staff Panda not gonna be getting out of it. Uses the Unleash and still dies. Deafening Blast doing a solid amount of damage. Knight no more ulti there on him, and the one controlling the time will be Tomato. OG just kiting Boom and showing them how Dota is played.
Yeah, they kited them so well there. A lot of patience on the Chronosphere coming from Tomato. The fact that you lose the Marcy from the get-go and still try to force that 5 buyback felt pretty weird to me. But, you know, it's just Boom feeling the pressure. They understand that they need to be ahead. More ahead than they are, at least. And, in fact, it's kind of pushing them down.
Sub 1k gold lead right now. From 5k to this, there have been some insane swings in this series. Not only this game so far, but they seem to be continuing as well. There is a shard on the Phoenix, a really big deal.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see Pakaz going for a Gleipnir this game. So not going for the normal scaling that we see. I feel like OG, they just have everything to take this to the late game as BZM.
Coming in, Knight knows he's there. He will be using the dust instantly. Swarm is there as well, trying to remove it. BZM, Tornado, again, very nicely used. Deafening Blast onto all three of them, stopping the rebound from the Marcy. Running in, Sharpshooter will slow her down. Nice dispose, but still running into the ice wall would be a problem. Sunstrike off the mark. There will be a X into a boat. BZM looks like he's in a ton of trouble. Still, here comes Tomato. Time dilation. Gleipnir will be amazing. Not allowing to move. They caught the faces void as well. Tomato, can he get the time walk off? No, Whisper. Even with the beautiful crush, it doesn't matter. His 2 cores are already dead, and now the chase is on. He did reveal his Blink Dagger and didn't really do that much with it. At least they did bring down the Marcy, but it's a small price to pay. Again, now it's Boom Esports that are taking the fight.
Yeah, super close game. Very back and forth fight. Maybe expected them after taking such a convincing fight to force Roshan with the Show and the Weaver, but they will decide just to chill for now. I guess Pakaz isn't super farmed right now. And I do fear for his scaling with this Gleipnir build. I think, you know, it's good. It's very strong right now, but it's not gonna scale as much.
Not as much as a Battle Fury, but it's still a decent farming item, right? And you are helping your team fight. I like it. I don't know. I think it can work out. And so far, his grabs with the Gleipnir have been pretty good.
Dark Mago, though, will be found here.
Yeah, there's the Cold Snap with the Spirit Vessel. No Surge out for you. Sharpshooter with the Bushwhack. They get the kill. Now the time dilation as well. Sacred, he cannot surge himself away. Chrono is at the ready. Alacrity onto Tomato. Dodges onto Gleipnir. It does follow him still, but they do destroy him. Panda jumps in, says, me. I want to be a bonus too. And with the Tornado, they're going to be making sure that he is Seb. With his overtime damage, secures the kill. Boom Esports give extra kills for no reason. Could have just let the Kunkka die.
Yeah, that has been a problem for Boom from that Panda buyback to this fight now. Playing with fire here.
Boy. Alright.
Void now getting close to the Manta. Doesn't really help against the X, but should suffice against most of the other spells on the side of Boom, especially Pakaz Snare and Slow.
Yeah, ensnare is a very annoying thing. If you manta off and just time walk away, that's gonna be a big deal. So I like it. I like the manta. Plus, it's a solid damage item and farming item in general for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And now with level 12 Slaughter, looks like they're gonna try and get Roshan for free, and I think they're gonna get it.
Yeah, but Esports, there's nothing you can do about it. The Roche will fall super fast with the Corrosive Haze and the Alacrity. They annihilate it in mere seconds, while Boom Esports doesn't even know what's going on. They haven't even used the scan. There it is
Yeah.
now.
Even if they are aware, it just doesn't matter. As OG, they see that throw in the top side, they instantly smoke. I do like that Boom's gonna get the Tormentor here at least to...
But the Wisdom Rune, OG should be there in time. I mean, the odds are showing that OG are in such a good position in this game.
Okay. You just give it away, honestly, for Boom. Like, there's no reason to guess, to take the bet on whether OG is gonna go here. Yeah, I guess if you lose a support's fine.
Right. Caught, bushwhack there. There is a Deso on Ari. I don't know if you have been paying attention, but that is a huge deal. They will be marking Panda, so they know exactly where the Marcy is.
So you have Alacrity, Corrosive Haze, and a Desolator made at 21. Yeah, that sounds very easy to survive.
Not for Boom, though.
Yep.
It's also an AoE Deso, right? When you use the Acorn Shot, it will spread to almost everybody.
Boom trying to posture here for defense. Very awkward position. I'm not sure understand what they're doing.
They are showing their teeth to the enemy, Bowie. That's what they're doing, right? You cannot allow yourself to be bullied. You have to fight it, even though you get your teeth kicked in. It is better to show them than just to be quiet forever.
When you were younger, was your parents saying that like you should face the bullies, or were they like, no, just ignore them?
I'm pretty much bigger than all of the other people, so you know I didn't have issues with that.
Congrats, bro. Congrats. Hope you're happy not being bullied. As Panda might be interested in bullying someone himself. Chrono.
They get the Chrono onto the Kunkka. That is a big hero. If you can take him down with a sharpshooter, he's in so much trouble. But now the double crush as well. They're not allowing him to get the boat off. Bushwhack was there as well as Tomato is going for more egg use, but instantly taken down. The deafening blast a little bit too late. And what a rebound coming out from the Marcy, even with the triple man rebound. It doesn't matter. BZM stands his ground because doesn't have his ulti any longer. You're fighting versus a Faceless Void who loses the Aegis, but will still have his life to play with. Arik is taken out by Knight, so that swarm really is a big deal. But with a couple of bashes, they should be able to bring down the Weaver. Look at the overtime damage. She should die to the Spirit's Vessel. Knight hiding in the trees, and BZM finally gets the kill there with the right clicks. Boom Esports lose 4. They do claim 3 heroes, however, so it's not that bad of a fight, especially taking down the Aegis.
Yeah, it's much better than I expected. They kill the Kunkka instantly, but that troll, when you have the Psychic alongside, he just man fights both the Slaughter and then an Alacrity Faceless Void. Going to show that maybe the scaling on Boom is a bit better than I anticipated, but yeah, with 2 lives, it's really hard for Boom to beat OG. After
That's
the Aegis
without
being
the
down, though.
boat and without the Torrent Storm, because they didn't allow Dark Mago to use anything.
Very true. Maybe, you know, there is a future here for Boom. Gold advantage too. Pretty much negligible.
Yep. At this point of the game, 24 minutes in, doesn't change anything. Now they're going to be getting a shard on Ari with the boomerang. Even more damage from their spells. It's going to be a big deal. Ari's so strong.
He's incredibly strong. And they don't really have, like, the only player that can gap close and kill him is, like, the Weaver, right? And Knight
And
is
he's
not
gonna
that
lose.
farmed. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
you don't have the damage.
Imagine like, oh guys, I found the hoodwink, haha, you're mine, and then this hoodwink has double your net worth and just rips you apart. That's kind of what's gonna happen if Knight feels confident going forward.
Yeah, it's very scary here. I guess you have the X, but in general, the way Ari's been playing the tree line, very hard for Dark Mago to get the initiation. In fact, it's Dark Mago that's being initiated most of the fights.
And now he wants to be leading the charge, going for his BKB. OG in a good spot to break this, but they are under enemy vision.
Yeah, and there's no... I guess because he's running towards the fight, we'll see if Boom can set up a good engagement where he just joins a bit later.
BZM broke the smoke. So Jig is up.
Alright. And the gold advantage definitely increased here in the last couple of minutes. It's only because that gets to farm, and the entirety of Boom just chasing OG's shadow.
So the Marcy got the rebound shard. That is that's actually quite nice if you're running away. But in terms of what he has been trying to do, I don't know how much it will change. The blink reveal of the Darks here, defensive one, gets himself away from the tornado. It's quite nice.
Yeah, blink is definitely nice, but I guess you can maybe push people into the Chronosphere if you got good positioning, but they don't even have that great of a combo with this vacuum, right? It's what, Torrent or Torrent Storm? It's very unreliable as well.
You have a Gleipnir.
True.
And a rebound. So it's not impossible to make a really good fight. It's not easy either, but it can be done.
No big lane.
Ari TP's away from Sacred.
Smoke from OG.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. You know exactly where your enemies are, so you can make a play. They are going towards the troll, Bowie. They shouldn't be able to gap close in time.
Yeah, good awareness here from Pakas. Also did push the wave with his Manta Illusion, so can't even clear the next wave, possibly. That's good. Just waiting a lot of OG's time here, and this will offset some of that net worth lead they've been applying for the last couple of minutes.
He forgot about his illusions there. Just send them into
Oh.
the jungle and they expired.
Oh no.
It is what it is. Not that big of a deal. The top lane is still somewhat pushed out.
I thought pro players didn't make mistakes.
He never do. He knew exactly what he was doing. Leipnir onto the start of the vacuum, onto the fork, then the boat is coming, but they're already coming out. Oh no, it came close to the X, so there's gonna be a chrono, it got baited in. Oh no, they vacuum us all together, now we're gonna hold hands while we kill them. OG. They respond perfectly to an awesome initiation of Boom.
Great patience from Timado there. He just sent us louder forward. It was close. It was really close. But yeah, OG having the high ground, just going for those proactive moves. It feels like Boom, the way they want to play these fights is very reactive, because if you fight into the Chronosphere, you're always going to be at a disadvantage. They don't have a way to protect this Skunk Hub before he casts his spells.
I'm so surprised that Boom Esports baited themselves
Pakas.
into that. You got a big... Oh, what is he doing? He does have a Manta in the battle trance, surrounded by enemy heroes. I'm not sure if that's gonna help. He still has his ulti, turns around onto the Slaughter, uses his ulti, and he's gonna try to take him down with so many bashes with the tornado. Keeping in place, jumping in, trying to save their buddy with the Yules. It's just gonna make sure that his ulti does absolutely nothing, just flying in the air for the majority of it. Panda gets his armor reduced there by both the Slardar and, of course, Ariana's Hoodwink. Remove on the Crossy. Hey, Sacred doesn't want to be seen. He's gonna have a surge in a second. No bashes means that you're gonna be fine. That is a very nice vacuum. Still not enough to bring down Whisper.
Yeah, this entire game has been Boom unwilling to cut their losses, and also just losing a lot of heroes unnecessarily. Oh, there we go. That's
Like this?
That's another one. Yep. And then a support tries to save them, and they die again. You know, there were some good moments here for Boom, but OG, they're looking way more concise and way more sharp than they were game one. This is kind of a stall, pretty much.
I can't believe the troll didn't go for a BKB here after his Gleipnir, right? Because you're versus a tornado, versus an ice wall just from the Invoker, and then now you're dealing with
Fire
two
spirits.
Yule Scepters.
Yeah. It's tough. Like, I guess, you know, the reasoning is I didn't go Battle Fury, I need to scale a bit more of the Manta, but you can't really take any fights, and the longer you delay, you're actually giving OG a higher chance of winning the game just because of the nature of their heroes.
Yep. They're not even going for the Cataclysm build. They don't really need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fights, like the Chronosphere, feels like it's not even necessary most of the fights. They just get the jump and kill most heroes as... Okay, they're...
They do have the Chrono though. Sacred was marked. Doesn't want to use the Guardian Greaves yet. Bushwhack off the mark. Barely. Ari hasn't missed many of those in the game.
I think the plan right now is to just force Boom back to the base, wait for Roshan to be on the Radiant side, and OG can brute force it. Like, it's already up. You just don't want to have to give away the map control you acquired already, so you just wait for it.
It's a 15k gold lead. OG. They're in full control. Roche is gonna be traveling to his daytime cabin or daytime cave.
They're smoking towards the opposite side, maybe trying to catch Boom off guard. And they will find a
Did get
Panda.
the scan off. Okay, that is a dead Marcy. Panda going down, dispose, cold snap, and he's dead. At least the troll gets out.
Yeah, that's definitely a good positioning there by Panda, predicting this OG move, but it really doesn't change the status quo whatsoever. This troll, I don't know when he's gonna be useful. A rapier and
Boom.
oh, Kaz, obviously, yeah.
But that's Kunkai's Dark Mago. I don't know. I don't see anything that changes things here because Ari is ahead of both the cores of Boom. Right? There's only the troll that is ahead of him. Ari has almost 15,000 net worth.
Yep, he has the Chrysalis Dragon Lance. He has 20 Desolator stacks mid at 30. Like this is insane.
Yeah.
Oh, Sacred gets found. Oh!
Okay, a chance. Boom. Smoke. Now. Go.
There you go. Yeah.
Roche.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Brute Force is Roche. Brute Force something. That's
There
the
they
best
are.
chance you had in like 15 minutes.
Tomato, he gave them a chance. He probably told his teammates, guys, this is dumb. We are way too strong. We cannot lose this game. Let's make it a little bit more interesting for the viewers. This BZM. Wanna get caught, hiding in the trees, breaks the smoke, goes for the ghost walk, and we will turn you into a ghost, no problem, has the BKB, decides to use a deafening blast being used, Yules as well, trying to deal with the swarm, the ice wall does get placed, DP out, of course unsuccessful, surrounded by so many heroes.
Of course, this game has to be more interesting, so BZM also decided that missing one Chronosphere wasn't enough. So let's give them Roche for free, which seems to be the case. You have no Chrono, no buyback on this Invoker.
Yeah, of course, right? Tomato will be TPing to the mid lane. Guys, we kind of lost the Roche. I don't know whose fault that is.
Wait, Whisper's gonna kill himself to the Tormentor now, as he wants to make this even harder.
The Slardar? Is he dying? No, he got it. He got
So
it.
close.
He's making it easier by giving the shard to the Invoker. So that's gonna be the EMP that pulls people closer.
Okay, so they get the Aegis. Gold advantage still increasing just because of that shard. So still a very huge uphill climb for Boom.
At least it's possible, right? It was impossible a second ago, and now it looks like they're taking towers. They're going on the enemy side of the map, crossing the river, showing that they can still play.
30 seconds on the Chronosphere, so ideally for Boom, you get this tower, you get the hell out. You should be happy here with getting a tier 2 for free.
I was scared that OG wasn't gonna use it. They're getting into the South American vibes here from Boom, but nope, they do use it. They delay it a bit.
Oh yeah. Do you smoke as OG? Do you feel like even... Okay, yeah, there we go. Even if that Chrono is so strong that it's not gonna matter if you find someone by themselves. Oh, Beta was on Ari.
Oh boy, he's so freaking strong. Imagine a Chrono and two people with Ari using the Acorn Shot. They're just gonna get annihilated in a second. It doesn't matter which heroes it is.
Yeah, that's pre-level 20 as well when he gets that extra minus armor.
Scan used. You know where, roughly where their enemies are at. Oh, Whisper? I've been missing on Panda, and Sacred does move him away. Tornado onto the troll, taking away a lot of his mana. He comes out to fight. Chrono onto the Kunkka. He did use the Torrent Storm, however, so at least this time around he did use something. There will be an egg being used. There is no Chrono.
mana.
Marcy is gonna try to get that egg down. They have the Yules, and Seb bobs the egg, stunning everybody. Because without the mana, couldn't do anything. Uses the BKB, uses the ulti. Come on, Slaughter. Come, little fishy. Get bashed, get netted, get killed. OG. They force out 2 buybacks, however, so they're still gonna be happy and take down the Aegis.
You're super happy. You force a lot of buybacks. You force these Aegis away from any of your towers. The map control, like, even though you kill the Slaughter, you barely get to push waves. So, OG, they just have to reset, and maybe you can poke a tier 2 mid. I think that's the best Boom would be able to get out of that Slaughter kill.
I would really like for them to just focus on controlling the waves here on Boom Esports. Make sure that you set yourself up for success once OG want to leave the base. Just taking down the tower, I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, hopefully they're gonna do that. They don't seem to have a lot of wards though, so can you really do that? Especially with top being pushed already by some OG heroes. They even got the Wisdom Rune.
And this Troll Shard is so OP. He's killing the tower and all the creeps around him are just dying.
Yeah, it's really good. And it gets more damage with his neutral item as well.
And Nemesis Curse is there. I mean, I like it. You just want to be doing as much damage as possible. People need to die fast. Even though Troll, sometimes he's not all about killing people fast. In this game, it is a necessity if you want to win.
Yeah, it's just they lack control. Alright? How do you kill any of the cores? They all have BKBs. Your best stun is Axe or like a Torrent. It is... Taking those fights is really hard, and this Troll is just isn't farmed enough so far. So I guess you're gonna need more time, but Void is gigantic.
Invoker just took away 70% of the HP of that tower with the alacrity on the siege creep, and Boom Esports didn't notice fast enough. They went for the glyph, but the damage was already done, most of it.
Look at Ari, level 20. Corruption talent as well.
Aghanim Scepter on the Invoker, it is coming. It is just being delivered to him as we speak, so the world will end for Boom Esports mostly and their fans here in the upper bracket final of this group stage.
Somehow, Gaben's still giving them 15% win probability here on Boom, which I'm pretty surprised considering they're this far behind. There's a lot of scaling on OG. I wonder what exactly is giving him the hope.
Aghanim Scepter Weaver. I think that's the thing that can change things, right? Because you're going to be able to save the person in the chrono, and he almost has it. There it is. It is done.
The cast range is garbage, though. Like, he has no cast range neutral. I really feel like he needs the tier 3 cast range one if you want to have his Ags.
He's not even putting his Ags in the inventory. There it is. Time-lapse may target ally heroes with 500 cast range. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I guess the first chrono it might be useful. But they're trying to... Can he get it?
Can he do it? Nope. Okay, so this Aghanim Scepter did absolutely nothing. There is a buyback on the troll, but you already lost 2 of your heroes. They didn't even use it on the Darkseer either. Now going forward, Dark Mago is going to be on the menu. So much damage being done to him. Nice 4-step at least. He gets the BKB off, runs into the Fountain Whisper. Going to get 3 pound closer to the Fountain himself as Pokaz with the BKB going forward. Going to be getting the bashes onto the Invoker. They have the Yules to save him, however. So BZM will be fine. You have to run away from Pokaz at the moment, but as soon as his ulti ends, there is going to be an egg. Without the Marcy, you cannot kill it. 3 heroes dead without buyback. Kunkka will follow suit fairly soon as he doesn't have one either. They had to buy all of their items. The Boomerang will connect, and Boom Esports, they accept defeat. OG are in the playoffs. Them, Enigma Galaxy, they've secured their spot even in day 1.
Alright, OG, they played really well this game too. I think they're way more sharp. There were a couple hiccups here and there, but I think they looked like the better team for sure this time. And I think that was probably the result I expected. I think there was a chance for an upset here from Boom, but OG, they've been very consistently getting better. Whereas Boom, especially with changing a key core player in their team, I think it's going to take a little while for them to feel back in form again.
Do you think they would have done better if they had Slatums today?
I think so. Maybe it's their ceiling could be lower, but I think they would probably play better.
Yeah, might be the case. But OG, they get an easy 2-0. This was a much easier series for them than the one versus Secret. I have to say, they probably would have won the first game easier if they weren't clowning around a little bit when they shouldn't have. But ultimately, in the end, they do win 2-0. They secured themselves a playoff spot as the #1 team. Tomorrow, Bowie, we are gonna be looking at the other 2 playoff teams that are gonna be coming through. Do you have any predictions and who's gonna be who it's gonna be?
So, well, for Group A, I mean, Virtus.pro Tundra is such a close one. I have no idea. I think I would say Virtus.pro probably, but it's really close.
Okay. And what about Group B? Let's move on to Group B here, production. Let's see how that one happened. Of course, this is the one that we have been watching here on the stream. OG are through. Secret, Mouz, or Boom Esports? Who's going through?
I think Secret is going through. They definitely gave OG a run for their money, and Boom, you know, they barely beat Mouz. They didn't really look as strong playing against OG this time. So I would say Secret takes it, and then Secret. It depends on which Boom shows up, right? The Boom that played their last tournament looked more dominating, but with Dark Mago, I feel like they're still kind of fixing some of their mistakes.
So tomorrow, everybody, there's gonna be only one stream. 4 best of 3s are gonna be played. We start off at 11 CEST with Group A. It's gonna be Lyrical and Trent bring you the action of VP versus Tundra, and then Entity versus whoever wins that match. Then me and Bo3 are gonna be taking over for Secret versus Mouz versus, and the winner of that is gonna be going versus Boom Esports. Bo3, you already gave us your thought. The first day of the tournament, how do you feel about it? Do you think everything was as expected? Or
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. I didn't expect to see that much Ember, but in general, I feel like the heroes that look very strong. You know, we barely get to see them. When Aya shows up, the hero seems pretty unstoppable. I feel like there's still a lot to uncover in terms of heroes, but I think, you know, the team performances were okay. I guess Nigma going through, especially the 2-0 in the end, that was probably the biggest surprise of the day.
Unfortunately, here on the second stream, we didn't get all 9 games, but 8 is quite enough to say that it was a fun and action-packed day, everybody. Tomorrow, we are going to be back at 11 CEST at the main channel, so Fissure, Dota _ENG is going to be where you're going to be finding the Dota action at 11 CEST. And until then, everybody, have a good night, and bye-bye.